The Sovereign's Distance. Act 1. Chapter 1. The transfer paperwork sat on the kitchen table for 3 days before Issei Hayada finally signed it. He kept staring at the school crest printed at the top of the page, a silver falcon over a blue shield, nothing like the familiar Co-Academy emblem he had worn on his blazer for the last 2 years. Ryudai Academy. He had never heard of it before last week. That was exactly why he had chosen it. "You are certain about this?" Sirzex Lucifer said, not quite a question, standing at the edge of the kitchen with his arms folded and an expression that tried very hard to be neutral and mostly failed. "Rias will notice a change of school before she notices almost anything else in the world." "That is the point," Issei said, and even he could hear how tired his own voice sounded. "I need her to notice it happened. I need her to know I am serious." Sirzex exhaled slowly through his nose. "She loves you. You understand that?" "I know she does." Issei set the pen down and rubbed at his eyes. "That is not the problem, and it has never been the problem. The problem is that loving someone is not supposed to mean tracking their phone, showing up outside their bedroom window at 2 in the morning to check that they are actually asleep, and interrogating every girl who so much as says hello to me in the school hallway. I cannot breathe, Sirzex. I love her back. I do. But I cannot breathe." The words had been sitting in his chest for months, and once they came out he felt lighter and sicker at the same time, the way a person feels after finally admitting something to a doctor they had been avoiding. It had not always been like this. In the beginning, after the raiding games and the wars and all of the impossible things a boy from a quiet suburb had somehow survived, Rias Gremry's affection had felt like the safest place in the world. She was warm and clever and fiercely protective, and when she wrapped her arms around him at night he had genuinely believed nothing bad could ever happen to him again. But safety and possession are not the same thing, and somewhere over the last year the line between them had blurred so gradually that Issei had not noticed it happening until he woke up one morning to find her sitting in the chair beside his bed, watching him sleep, and she told him with a soft, loving smile that she had been there for 4 hours because she had a bad feeling and needed to make sure he was still breathing. He had laughed it off then. He had laughed off a great many things. It stopped being funny the week she memorized his class schedule down to the minute and began appearing outside every single one of his classrooms between periods, not to walk with him, but simply to stand in the hallway and watch the door until he came out. It stopped being funny when she asked, very casually, why he had spent 6 minutes longer than usual walking home, and it turned out she knew this because she had asked Kaneko to shadow him without his knowledge. It stopped being funny when a girl in his class, a completely ordinary human girl named Yui who had only ever asked to borrow a pencil, transferred out of Ko entirely after Rias cornered her in the courtyard and, in a tone Issei was told was pleasant on the surface and utterly glacial underneath, asked her to please stop looking at what belonged to someone else. Issei had not found out about that conversation from Rias. He had found out from Asia, who cried when she told him, because Asia loved Rias too and did not know how to hold both truths at once, that she loved her, and that she was frightened of what her love had become. Aquino was gentler about it, most of the time, and that made it almost harder to name. She did not raise her voice or issue ultimatums the way Rias sometimes did in her worst moments. Instead she simply arranged things. She made certain she was always the one to wake him in the morning, always the one seated beside him at meals, always the one whose hand found his first when the peerage gathered in a room, so smoothly and pleasantly that a person could go months without realizing that every door in his life had been quietly angled to lead back to her. When he mentioned once that he wanted to spend a Saturday alone catching up on schoolwork, she had smiled and said of course, and then spent that entire Saturday sitting in the room next door with the connecting wall thin enough that he could hear her turning pages, present without presence, there without being asked. He loved them. That was the maddening, aching center of the whole thing. He was not writing them off as villains in some story where the hero escapes a monster. He understood, in the parts of himself that tried to be fair, that both of them carried old wounds that had taught them love meant vigilance, that inattention meant loss, that the people you cherished most could be taken from you in an instant if you looked away even once. He understood where the fear came from. Understanding it did not make it easier to live inside. He had tried talking to Rias about it 4 separate times. Each conversation started the same way, with her listening, nodding, agreeing that she would try to give him more space, and each conversation ended the same way too, with her in tears, apologizing, telling him she was terrified of losing him the way she had almost lost everyone else she had ever loved, and Issei folding, because how do you hold a boundary against someone who is genuinely unperformed? Shaking with fear in your arms. He had tried talking to Aquino as well, more carefully, because Aquino's fear wore quieter clothes but cut just as deep, rooted in a childhood where the people meant to protect her had instead destroyed everything, where her own mother had been murdered in front of her by the very household she had trusted. Aquino's answer, every time, was some version of "I only want to keep you close because closeness is the only thing that has ever kept anyone safe." And Issei never knew how to argue with a truth like that without sounding like he was arguing against her right to have been hurt in the first place. So he had stopped arguing. He had started planning instead. The idea of Ryudai Academy had come from an unlikely source, Azazel, of all people, mentioned almost as a throwaway comment, while they were repairing wards on the outskirts of town. There is a school 2 towns over, Azazel had said, small, mostly human enrollment, quiet wards maintained by an old contact of mine, good place for a devil who wants to disappear for a semester. Issei had not thought about it again for 2 weeks. Then he had thought about nothing else. The transfer would not be permanent, not officially. It would be framed to Rias and the others as a school exchange arrangement tied to supernatural politics, something about strengthening ties with a neutral academic institution that housed a modest population of low-key supernatural students, plausible enough that Surzex and Graphia could back it without lying outright. But Issei knew, sitting there with the pen in his hand, that what he actually wanted was simpler and more frightening than any political cover story. He wanted 6 months where nobody watched him sleep. He wanted to walk to school without being followed. He wanted to find out who he was when he was not being loved so hard it hurt. If I do not do this, he said quietly, I think I am going to lose myself completely. And if I lose myself, I will not have anything left to give either of them anyway. I need this, Surzex. Please help me. Surzex was quiet for a long moment, and something in his composed Devil King expression cracked just slightly, revealing the older brother underneath. I will handle Rias, he finally said. I will not tell you it will be easy. She will be devastated before she understands, and she may not understand for quite some time. But you are not wrong to need this, Issei, and I have watched my sister slide towards something I do not have a gentler word for than obsession, and some part of me has been waiting for someone to be brave enough to say it out loud. I only ask one thing of you. What? Do not disappear from her life entirely. Do not vanish and let her invent a story in the silence about why. Whatever this becomes, let her know it is not abandonment. Let her know the door is not locked. It is only for now closed. Issei nodded, throat tight. I can do that. He signed the papers that night. The following 2 weeks passed in a strange, suspended quiet, the kind that exists in the eye of a storm everyone can feel building on the horizon. Graphia arranged the enrollment with brisk, silent efficiency. Azazel quietly renewed the wards around Ryudai Academy and briefed the sympathetic faculty contact, an aging exorcist teacher named Kessler who had gone neutral decades ago, and asked for nothing in return but discretion. Surzex sat Rias down in his office and delivered the news himself, and though Issei was not in the room for it, he heard about the aftermath from Aquino, who arrived at his apartment that evening with red eyes and did not say a single accusing word, which was somehow worse than if she had screamed at him. She locked herself in her room for 6 hours, Aquino said, standing in his doorway, arms wrapped around herself in a way that made her look smaller than Issei had ever seen her. She would not let even me inside. I am not doing this to punish her, Issei said. Or you? I need you to understand that. I know. Aquino's smile was thin and brittle, nothing like her usual teasing warmth. I understand it with my head, Issei. My head understands perfectly well. It is the rest of me that does not know how to let you walk out that door without following. That is exactly the thing I am trying to fix, he said gently, and reached out to take her hand, and felt her fingers tighten around his like she thought letting go would mean losing him forever. I am not leaving you, Aquino. I am trying to become someone who is still capable of loving you when this is over. Right now I do not think I am. I am running on fumes and fear, and I cannot tell the difference anymore between loving you and being afraid of you, and that is not fair to either of us. She was crying by the time he finished, silent tears that she did not bother wiping away, and she did not answer him in words. She simply stepped forward and held on to him for a long time, tight enough to bruise, and Issei let her, because some goodbyes need to be held instead of spoken. The morning he left for Ryudai Academy, he did not tell either of them the exact time of his departure. He told himself it was practical, that a clean transition would be easier on everyone, that a long drawn-out farewell scene would only reopen wounds that needed to close. He told himself several other reasonable things while he packed his bag in the gray hour before dawn, and none of the reasonable things stopped his hands from shaking as he zipped the bag shut. The apartment Grafia had arranged for him near Ryudai sat above a small bakery on a quiet residential street, nothing like the grand estates and clan properties he had grown used to living in and around. It was small and plain and entirely his own, and when he unlocked the door for the first time and stepped into the empty rooms, smelling faintly of fresh paint and someone else's discarded furniture polish, he felt something in his chest unclench for the first time in longer than he could remember. Silence. Actual, unwatched silence. He set his bag down in the small bedroom, walked to the window, and looked out over rooftops he did not recognize, streets he had never walked, a town where not a single person knew his name, or his history, or the terrible weight of what he was capable of destroying if pushed too far. For the first time in 2 years, nobody in the world currently knew exactly where he was standing. It should have felt like freedom. Instead, standing there in the strange quiet of a life with no one watching, Issei Hayate found himself crying for reasons he could not entirely name, missing 2 people he had just spent enormous effort and heartbreak trying to escape, and understanding, with the sick clarity of someone finally being honest with himself, that love does not become simple just because you finally admit it has become unbearable. He wiped his face, unpacked his uniform, and told himself that tomorrow, he would start again as someone new. He had no idea yet how impossible that particular promise would turn out to be. Chapter 2. Ryudai Academy sat at the base of a low, forested hill on the edge of a town small enough that Issei could walk from one end of it to the other in under 20 minutes. The school buildings were older than Koa's, built from pale stone gone soft and gray with decades of weather, ivy climbing the western wall in a way that looked less neglected than intentional, as though someone had decided long ago that a little wildness suited the place. Issei stood at the front gate on his first morning, uniform still stiff with newness, and felt a nervousness that had nothing to do with devils or dragons or sacred gears. It was the ordinary, human nervousness of being the new kid, and he found he almost welcomed it, because it was a problem so small and so mundane that it felt like a vacation from every other problem in his life. You must be the transfer student, said a voice behind him, warm and a little amused, and Issei turned to find a girl watching him with her head tilted, dark hair cut sharp at her jaw, an umbrella tucked under one arm despite the clear sky. Kessler-sensei asked me to keep an eye out for you. You have the look of someone who does not know where the front office is. That obvious, Issei said, managing a small smile. You are standing at the gate reading the school crest like it owes you an explanation. Yes. Obvious. She held out a hand. Yuzuki Tachibana. 3rd year, same as you, I am told. Come on, I will walk you in before you become a local landmark. Yuzuki talked easily and without demanding much back, which Issei found unexpectedly restful, filling the walk to the office with a running commentary on which teachers were reasonable and which were not, which clubs were worth joining and which existed only on paper, delivered with the kind of dry, unbothered humor of someone who had long ago made peace with a small school in a small town and found it, on the whole, sufficient. It was not until they reached the administration building that Issei noticed it, a faint pressure at the edge of his senses, the specific texture of power that meant something other than fully human. He glanced sideways at her, and Yuzuki caught the look immediately, her easy smile sharpening into something more knowing. There it is, she said quietly, for his ears only. Took you long enough. Relax, devil boy. I am not here to start anything. Half this school runs on old blood and older treaties, and the other half genuinely has no idea. Kessler-sensei keeps it that way on purpose. You will get used to it. You knew who I was already. Kessler-sensei told the relevant staff to expect a low-profile transfer from Ko territory. I put the pieces together. Sekyuryudai is not exactly a subtle title in certain circles, even if you are doing your very best impression of an ordinary boy this morning. She studied him for a moment, something more serious flickering behind her humor. You look tired. The kind of tired that has nothing to do with jet lag. Issei did not answer that directly. I would appreciate it if it stayed quiet. The ordinary part, I mean. I did not come here to be anyone's story. Something in her expression softened, understanding arriving faster than he expected. Understood. Ryudai keeps its secrets. That includes yours if you want it to. She pushed open the office door for him. Come on. Let us get you a homeroom before the rumor mill starts inventing something worse than the truth. His homeroom teacher, a soft-spoken woman named Fujimori, assigned him a desk near the back window, and as Issei settled into it, feeling 30 pairs of curious eyes evaluate him with the particular unsparing thoroughness of teenagers assessing a new arrival, he caught sight of the person seated one row over. She was reading, or pretending to, a paperback held up in front of her face at an angle clearly designed to discourage conversation, silver hair falling loose past her shoulders. And when the homeroom door had opened for his introduction, she had not looked up even once, the only student in the room who had not. That is Suzu Hiragi, Yuzuki murmured, leaning over from the desk beside his during a lull in the introductions. Keep an eye on that one. Not because she is dangerous. Because she is interesting, and interesting people are rare in a town this small. Issei glanced at Suzu again. She still had not looked up from her book. He did not know it yet, standing there on his first ordinary, unwashed morning at a school that did not know his history. But the girl with the paperback and the deliberately averted eyes would turn out to be the reason this entire quiet escape stopped being quiet at all. Homeroom ended, and Fujimura-sensei asked him to introduce himself properly to the class. A formality he had half forgotten was even a thing schools did. Issei Hayadu, he said, standing at the front, keeping it simple. Transferred from Ko. I like being outside, I am decent at cooking, and I am hoping to have a quiet year. A ripple of polite laughter went through the room at that last part, the universal understanding among students that a quiet year was rarely something anyone actually got. He caught, just for a second, Suzu Hiragi's eyes lift from her book to study him, quick and assessing, gone again before he could read anything in them. Interesting people are rare in a town this small, Yuzuki had said. Issei had a feeling, sitting back down at his new desk in his new school in his new borrowed silence, that he had just found one. The rest of the day passed in the low-stakes blur of any first day anywhere, new textbooks, new locker combinations, new hallways that all looked the same until suddenly, halfway through the week, they would not. Issei found himself grateful for the sheer mundanity of it, math problems that had no chance of ending the world if solved wrong, a lunch period spent on the roof with Yuzuki and two of her friends debating, with real passion, whether the cafeteria's curry bread was better this year or last. It was near the end of the day, walking the long way back toward the gate to enjoy a few more minutes of the strange new normalcy, that he found Suzu Hiragi again, this time not reading, standing alone at the edge of the courtyard beneath an old cherry tree, looking up into its branches with an expression so unguarded it seemed almost private, something he probably was not meant to see. She noticed him before he could decide whether to say anything. You are staring, she said, not turning her head. Sorry. I did not mean to intrude. You did not intrude. You looked. There is a difference, though most people never bother to learn it. She finally turned to face him fully, and up close her eyes were a pale, unusual gray, striking in a way that made it hard to look away even as good manners insisted he should. You are the transfer everyone spent all of lunch talking about. Apparently the quiet year is off to a strong start. A small, almost reluctant smile touched her mouth. Ryudai does not get many transfers. People notice new things here. It is a small pond. She studied him a moment longer, and something in her gaze sharpened, focused, the way a person looks at a puzzle they have just realized has more pieces than they first assumed. You carry yourself like someone braced for an attack that never comes. I find that curious. Issei blinked, caught off guard by how precisely she had named something he thought he had been hiding well. That is a strange thing to say to someone you just met. I say a lot of strange things. It tends to thin out the people worth knowing from the people who are not. She shrugged, book tucked under one arm, and began to walk past him toward the gate, then paused, glancing back over her shoulder. For what it is worth, Hayate-san, whatever you came here running from, this is a good place to stop running in. Ryudai keeps its distance from most things. It is one of the few kindnesses this town is good at. She left before he could ask her what she meant by most things, or how she had known, within a single day, that he was running from anything at all. Issei stood beneath the cherry tree for a long moment after she had gone, the quiet of the empty courtyard settling around him, and found himself smiling despite everything, a small, genuine, unguarded thing, the first one that had reached his eyes in longer than he wanted to admit. Whatever secrets this school and this strange, sharp-eyed girl were keeping, he had a feeling his quiet year had already stopped being quite so quiet. He just did not yet know how far that particular ripple would spread, or how quickly two very different kinds of storm, one silver-haired and newly curious, the other crimson-haired and 300 kilometers away with a broken heart and a growing, dangerous resolve to close that distance, were both about to converge on the same unremarkable boy who only ever wanted to breathe. Chapter 3. 300 kilometers away, in a bedroom that still smelled faintly of him even a week after he had gone, Rias Gremery sat on the edge of her bed with Issei's old training jacket held against her chest and stared at nothing. She had not cried again since the first night. She had told herself that crying was for people who had accepted something, and she had not accepted anything, not really, not underneath the composed and dutiful face she showed her brother and her peerage and the small, careful lie about academic exchange programs that everyone pretended to believe. "You are not eating," Aquino said from the doorway. Not a question, arms folded, dark eyes tired in a way makeup could not entirely disguise anymore. "I am not hungry." "You have said that for 4 days. Rias did not answer. Aquino crossed the room without waiting for an invitation and sat beside her on the bed, close enough that their shoulders touched, and for a while either of them said anything at all. Two women who loved the same boy and had somehow both managed, without ever intending to help drive him away. "Sirzex will not tell me exactly where he is," Rias finally said, voice low and raw. "He says it is for the best. He says I need to give Issei room to breathe. As though I have been suffocating him." She laughed, short and humorless. "As though that is not exactly the word Issei himself used, the last time we talked. Suffocating. He said he could not breathe. He did not mean it as an accusation. How else am I supposed to hear it, Aquino?" Rias's grip on the jacket tightened until her knuckles went pale. "I have lost people. I lost my freedom to an arranged marriage before Issei ever tore that away from me. I have watched enemies try to take everything I loved more times than I can count. I am not being irrational when I want to know where he is. I am being careful. Careful is supposed to be a virtue. Careful stopped being the word for it a while ago," Aquino said, gently, and Rias flinched like she had been struck, because some part of her had known that too, had known it for months and refused to let herself look directly at it. "I am not saying this to hurt you. I am saying it because I love you, and because I have done every single thing you have done, and worse, if I am honest with myself, and I do not think either of us can keep pretending we do not understand exactly why he left." Rias was quiet for a long time. Outside the window, the last of the afternoon light slanted gold across the floor, the same light that used to fall across Issei's shoulders when he sat at her desk pretending to study while actually watching her braid her hair, a small ordinary memory that suddenly felt unbearably far away. "I do not know how to stop," she admitted finally, so quietly Aquino had to lean in to hear it. "I know what it looks like from the outside now. I know what it must have felt like to him. But every time I try to loosen my grip, some part of my mind starts screaming that the moment I look away is the moment I lose him for good, and I cannot tell any more whether that fear is protecting me or destroying the very thing I am trying to protect. I think," Aquino said slowly, choosing her words with obvious care, that it has been doing both for a long time. That is what makes it so hard to see. It never felt like harm from the inside. It only ever felt like love working exactly as hard as it needed to. Rias looked at her then, really looked, and saw her own reflection in Aquino's exhausted, grieving eyes, two women built by different tragedies into the same dangerous shape. "What do we do?" Rias whispered. Aquino did not have an answer, not a real one, not yet. But she reached over and took Rias's hand, the way she had held Issei's the night before he left, and for the first time and longer than either of them could remember, they simply sat together in the wreckage of what their love had become and let themselves feel the whole, uncomfortable weight of it without flinching away. It was Sona Citri who found them like that an hour later, having let herself in with the spare key Rias had given her years ago, and it was Sona who finally said the thing neither of them had been brave enough to say aloud. "You are both going to go looking for him eventually," Sona said, setting down a bag of takeout neither of them had asked for but both of them clearly needed. "I know you well enough to know that pretending otherwise is a waste of everyone's time. So I am not going to tell you not to. I am going to tell you that if you go looking for him in the same way you have been loving him, you will lose him permanently, and I do not think either of you will survive that the way you think you will." "Then what would you have us do?" Rias asked, something brittle and dangerous under the exhaustion in her voice. Sona sat down across from them, dark eyes steady behind her glasses, the same patient severity she had worn since they were children racing each other through the halls of the Gremery estate. "Learn the difference between finding him and following him. Between showing him you can change and proving you cannot. I do not know Issei as well as either of you. But I know he did not leave because he stopped loving you. People who stop loving someone do not cry the way Grafia told me he cried, packing that bag. He left because loving you had started costing him himself. If you want him back, that is the thing you actually have to fix. Not his location. You." The room was silent for a long moment after that, the kind of silence that comes after a truth lands too solidly to argue with. "I do not know how," Rias finally admitted, and it was the most honest sentence she had spoken in weeks. "Then you learn," Sona said simply. "The same way you learned everything else that ever mattered. Slowly. Imperfectly. And you start by not doing the thing your instincts are screaming at you to do right now, which is finding a way to track down whatever school Surzex has hidden him at, and showing up there within the week." Rias's silence was answer enough, and Sona's expression softened, just slightly, some old childhood fondness breaking through the sternness. "I mean it, Rias. Give it time. Real time, not performed time. If you go to him now, in this state, you will not be proving you have changed. You will only be proving his instincts to run were correct." Sona reached across and took the training jacket gently from Rias's hands, folding it and setting it aside, a small, symbolic act neither of them commented on directly. "Grieve properly. Then grow. He is not gone forever." He asked for distance, not an ending. Do not turn the one into the other by refusing to respect it. It was, Rias would think much later, some of the wisest advice she had ever ignored, though not for another several weeks, and not before both she and Aquino had genuinely, earnestly tried to follow it. For now, in the golden fading light of that impossibly long afternoon, she simply nodded, and let Sona hold her the way Aquino had held Issei, and allowed herself, for the first time since he left, to grieve the shape of a love that had grown too large for the person carrying it, without yet knowing whether it could ever be grown back down to a size that fit. 300 kilometers away, unaware of any of it, Issei Hayate walked home from his second day at Ryudai Academy in the ordinary golden light of an ordinary afternoon, and for the first time in 2 years, nothing about the world felt like it was watching him back. He did not know yet that the peace was temporary. He did not know that a silver-haired girl with pale gray eyes was about to complicate his quiet in ways that had nothing to do with devils or dragons, or that the storm he had left behind was, even now, gathering itself into something far more patient and far more dangerous than the frantic devotion it had been before. For one evening, at least, he let himself simply enjoy the walk. Chapter 4. The first month at Ryudai Academy settled into a rhythm Issei had almost forgotten was possible, mornings that began with an alarm clock instead of someone's careful hands brushing hair from his forehead, afternoons spent on schoolwork that mattered for nothing more world-ending than a passing grade, evenings alone in his small apartment above the bakery, cooking simple meals for one and eating them in a silence that no longer felt like grief. Yuzuki Tachibana became, without either of them quite planning it, something close to a best friend, the kind of easy, undemanding companionship Issei realized he had not had in longer than he wanted to admit, someone who wanted nothing from him except mildly entertaining lunch conversation and an opinion on whether the school's new vending machine selection was an improvement or a betrayal. "You are doing that thing again," Yuzuki said one afternoon in mid-October, the two of them sitting on the school roof with their lunches, the sky above them a hard, clear autumn blue. "Where you look happy and then catch yourself looking happy, like you are not sure you are allowed to." Issei paused with his chopsticks halfway to his mouth. "I did not realize I did that." "You do it constantly. It is very sad and also weirdly endearing. What happened to you before you got here?" He was quiet for a moment, weighing how much to say. "Loved some people very hard," he finally said. "Got loved back so hard it started to hurt. I do not think anyone involved was trying to do anything wrong. I think we all just forgot where the edges were supposed to be." Yuzuki considered that with more seriousness than her usual teasing tone suggested she was capable of. "That sounds exhausting." It was. "Do you miss them?" "Every day," Issei admitted, and it was the first time he had said it plainly to anyone since arriving, and saying it out loud did not hurt the way he expected. It simply sat there, true and unadorned, a fact about himself rather than a wound. "That does not mean I was wrong to leave. Those two things can both be real at once," Yuzuki agreed, and left it there, which was exactly the mercy Issei needed and had not known how to ask for. It was Suzu Hiragi, though, who kept finding her way into the unclaimed hours of his days, not through any obvious effort on either of their parts, but through a kind of quiet, persistent gravity that Issei found himself unable to fully name or resist. She was not warm in the easy, open way Yuzuki was. She was careful, watchful, prone to long silences that somehow never felt uncomfortable, and possessed of an unnerving talent for saying the one true thing in a conversation that everyone else had been too polite to mention. He found her most often in the school library, tucked into the same corner seat by the tall windows, and increasingly he found himself gravitating there too, not entirely on purpose, telling himself each time that the library simply had better lighting for studying. "You have decided this is your seat now, too," Suzu observed one gray afternoon in late October, not looking up from her book, though the corner of her mouth had curved slightly. "Is that a problem?" "No." She finally glanced up, pale gray eyes steady on his. "I find I do not mind it." They fell into an easy pattern after that, not quite friendship in the way he had with Yuzuki, something quieter and more deliberate, built out of shared silences over homework and the occasional, startlingly direct question that Suzu would ask without preamble, as though small talk were a language she had decided long ago was not worth learning. "Do you regret it?" she asked him once, apropos of nothing, both of them halfway through a stack of math problems that neither was making much progress on. "Whatever it was you left." Issei set his pencil down, considering the question seriously, because Suzu never asked things she did not actually want answered. "No," he said slowly. "I regret that it had to come to leaving. I do not regret leaving itself." "Is that strange?" "It is honest," Suzu said, which from her sounded like high praise. "Most people cannot separate those two feelings. They think regretting the pain means regretting the choice, so they undo good choices trying to escape bad feelings." She looked back down at her book, though Issei got the sense she was not really reading it. "I would not do that if I were you." "Undo it, I mean. Whatever peace you have found here. It suits you. You wear it better than whatever you were wearing before. You talk like someone who has had to leave something behind too." Something flickered across her face, there and gone too fast to fully read, a shadow of old grief carefully filed away. "Everyone at this school is running from something, Hayadusan. That is rather the point of it. Kessler Sensei built this place as a refuge a long time ago, for people like us who needed one and had nowhere else quiet enough to go. You are not as unusual here as you might think." "People like us," Issei repeated carefully. Suzu met his eyes then, and for just a moment the careful composure cracked wide enough for him to glimpse something ancient and sad and far older than a high school student had any right to carry. I think you already suspect what I am, Sekirudii. I think you have suspected since the first day, and have simply been too polite, or too tired to ask. The nickname landed in the quiet library like a stone dropped into still water, and Issei felt every carefully maintained wall of his ordinary, unwatched life shiver at the impact. How long have you known? He asked, voice low. Since the moment you walked through the gate. Dragon senses are not so easily fooled by a school uniform, even one worn as convincingly as yours. She closed her book slowly, deliberately, and for the first time since he had met her, Suzu Hiragi seemed to be making a genuine decision about how much of herself to reveal. I am not human either, Issei. I have not been for a very long time. I came to Ryudai for exactly the reason you did. To be somewhere no one was watching for once, and to remember what it felt like to simply exist without an audience. Issei stared at her, 100 questions crowding behind his teeth, and settled, in the end, on the simplest one. What are you? Suzu's smile, when it came, was small and sad and strangely gentle, the smile of someone about to hand over a truth she had carried alone for a very long time. That, she said quietly, is a much longer story than we have time for before the bell rings. But I promise you, Issei Hayato, I will tell you all of it. I think, of everyone in this town, you might be the only person who could actually understand. The bell rang before he could ask anything further, and Suzu gathered her things with the same unhurried composure she brought to everything, pausing at the edge of the table to look back at him one final time before she left. For what it is worth, she said, I am glad it was you who ended up sitting at my window. I do not let many people this close. You should feel appropriately honored. She left him there in the golden autumn light of the library, heart pounding with a dozen different kinds of astonishment, understanding with sudden, dizzying clarity that his quiet year had just become something enormously more complicated, and that whatever secret Suzu Hiragi was finally about to share with him, it was going to change the shape of his careful, hard-won peace forever. He just did not yet know if that change would be a second storm arriving to break him, or the first person in longer than he could remember who might actually help him learn how to stand steady inside one. Chapter 5. She told him 3 days later, on a Saturday, in the quiet upstairs room of the bakery beneath his apartment, over 2 cups of tea that had long since gone cold while she talked. My full name is Suzu Hiragi, she began, hands wrapped around her cup though she made no move to drink from it, though it has not always been the name I answered to. 200 years ago, give or take, I was known by another name entirely, in a clan that does not exist anymore, in a mountain range that has been quietly wiped from most maps that matter. Issei sat very still, giving her the space to find her own pace, the way he had learned painfully, that the people he cared about needed when approaching their oldest wounds. I am what remains of a bloodline of dragon-touched shrine keepers, Suzu continued. Not a dragon myself, not fully, but close enough to one that dragons like you can sense it, an old pact made generations before my birth between my ancestors and a minor dragon spirit who wanted guardians for a sacred crossing point between realms. In exchange for tending it faithfully, our blood was gifted a fraction of draconic nature, longevity, resilience, a certain kinship with dragonkind that never quite fades no matter how many centuries pass. 200 years, Issei said quietly. You look 17. The blood slows aging considerably once maturity is reached. It is one of the crueler gifts, if I am honest. I was 17 when my clan was destroyed, and I have remained approximately 17 ever since, which means I have now spent nearly 2 centuries wearing the same age as the day I lost everyone I had ever loved. Her voice did not waver, though something in her eyes went very far away. There was a rival faction, human sorcerers who wanted the crossing point for themselves, and reasons that felt enormous at the time and now simply feel like the small, ugly greed that destroys most good things in this world. They came at night. I was the only one who survived, because I was away from the shrine that particular evening, meeting a boy from the village I was not supposed to be meeting, and that small, foolish rebellion against my duties happened to be the only reason I am alive to tell you about it now. Suzu, Issei said softly, you do not have to keep going if this is too much. I want to, she said, and for the first time her composure genuinely cracked, tears gathering that she did not bother hiding from him, and Issei understood, with a lurch of recognition, that he was being trusted with something enormously precious. I have carried this alone for 200 years, Issei. I have watched countless towns rise and fall, learned and forgotten dozens of names, built and abandoned more lives than I can properly count, and in all that time I have never once told the whole of it to anyone, because everyone I ever tried to trust either could not understand what it means to live that long with that kind of loss, or wanted something from the dragon blood in me that had nothing to do with wanting me. And you think I would understand? I know you would, Suzu said, wiping at her eyes with the back of her hand, a small, human gesture that seemed at odds with the ancient weight of everything she had just described. You carry a dragon inside you too, Issei. Not my kind, something far more famous and far more dangerous, but I recognize the particular loneliness of it, the way it makes ordinary people either terrified of you or hungry for what you can offer them, and how rare and precious it becomes when someone finally looks at you and simply sees a tired boy instead of a weapon or a prize. Issei reached across the small table and took her hand, the way he had taken Akino's hand the night before he left, though this felt different, quieter, built on an honesty that had not needed months of heartbreak to arrive at. Thank you for trusting me with this, he said simply. Suzu looked down at their joined hands for a long moment, something unguarded and startled crossing her face, as though she had not fully expected the offer of comfort to actually be accepted. I did not come to Ryudai looking for anyone, she admitted quietly. I came here the same way you did, wanting distance, wanting quiet, wanting to exist for a while without the exhausting weight of being wanted for the wrong reasons. I did not expect to find someone who understood that particular exhaustion so completely. I am not entirely certain what to do with that. We do not have to do anything with it, Issei said gently. We can just be two tired dragons sitting in a bakery, drinking cold tea, being quiet together. That is allowed too. A real smile broke across her face then, small and surprised and lovely, the first one Issei had seen from her that reached all the way to her pale gray eyes. I would like that very much, she said. I think, of everything anyone has offered me in the last 200 years, that might be the kindest thing anyone has said. They sat together, as the afternoon light slid slowly across the small upstairs room, two old souls in young bodies, each carrying a version of the same ancient loneliness, and for the first time since arriving at Ryudai Academy, Issei Hayato allowed himself to imagine that the quiet he had come here chasing might not have to stay a solitary thing after all. He still did not know that 300 kilometers away, Rias Gremory had spent the last several weeks genuinely trying to follow Sona's advice, attending therapy sessions with the devil counselor Grafia had quietly arranged, forcing herself through the excruciating discipline of not tracking his movements, not asking Surzex for updates, not doing a single one of the things her instincts screamed at her to do every single hour of every single day. He did not know that Akino had begun the same slow, painful work in her own way, sitting with a version of grief she had never let herself feel fully before, the particular grief of realizing that the love she had built her entire adult identity around had needed to be dismantled and rebuilt from the ground up before it could ever be safe for anyone to receive. He did not know that both of them, independently, in their own separate rooms, on their own separate nights, had begun writing him letters they had no intention of sending yet, practicing the words of an apology either of them was ready to deliver, because Sona had told them, correctly, that showing up unannounced would only prove his instincts right, and that the only path back to him ran through the much harder, much slower work of actually becoming people capable of loving him without breaking him. The distance between the four of them stretched on, 300 kilometers of unspoken longing and hard, unglamorous growth, and somewhere in the middle of it, a boy who only ever wanted to breathe had found, unexpectedly, a girl who understood exactly what that need felt like from the inside. Whether that quiet, growing understanding would become a foundation strong enough to hold everything that was coming, or one more complication in a life that seemed determined never to let him rest for long, was a story that had, as of that golden Saturday afternoon, only just begun to be written. Chapter 6. November arrived at Ryudai Academy in a slow drift of cooling air and early dark, the kind of month that made the whole town feel like it was quietly exhaling, and Issei found himself settling into his new life with a steadiness that still occasionally surprised him when he noticed it. He and Suzu had fallen into an unhurried rhythm of their own, evenings at the bakery, weekend walks along the river path that wound behind the school, conversations that ranged from the genuinely ancient to the completely trivial with a fluidity that Issei had never quite managed with anyone before, not even with Rias or Aquino in the earliest, easiest days of knowing them. There was no performance in it. Suzu did not need him to be anything other than exactly what he was on any given day, tired or talkative or quietly withdrawn, and in turn Issei found he did not need to manage her feelings the way he had grown used to managing everyone else's. "You are staring again," Suzu said one evening, the two of them sitting on the low stone wall along the river, watching the last color drain out of the sky. "I am thinking about how strange it is," Issei admitted, "that the easiest relationship in my life right now is with someone who has been alive for 200 years and technically outranks me in nearly every meaningful way. I try not to lead with that fact. It tends to unsettle people." Suzu's mouth curved, amused. "Though I notice it has not unsettled you even slightly. I have dated a literal devil princess, and stood next to gods on multiple occasions. 200 years is honestly refreshing by comparison. At least you are not trying to arrange a political marriage out of it." Suzu laughed, a real laugh, unguarded and a little surprised by itself, the sound of someone rediscovering a part of her own personality she had let go quiet for a very long time. "No political marriages. I promise. Just cold tea and long walks and the occasional uncomfortable overshare about historical atrocities. I will take that trade every time." They sat together as the sky went fully dark, comfortable in the kind of silence that only exists between people who have stopped needing to fill every space with words, and Issei realized, somewhere in that quiet, that he had not thought about Ko in nearly 4 days, the longest stretch since he had left. It did not last. He felt it the following Tuesday morning, a familiar prickle of power at the edge of the school's outer wards, gone again almost as quickly as it appeared, so brief he might have convinced himself he imagined it if the feeling had not been so distinctly, achingly familiar. Rias. Not close. Not inside the wards, not anywhere near the school itself. Just a flicker at the very outer edge of the boundary, there and gone, the unmistakable signature of someone who had come right up to a line and, for once, chosen not to cross it. He did not say anything to Suzu about it that day, still turning it over privately, uncertain what it meant, uncertain whether it frightened him, or moved him, or some complicated combination of both. It happened again 3 days later, the same brief flicker at the same outer boundary, and this time Issei felt something else layered underneath it, unfamiliar and equally faint, a second signature he recognized after a moment as Aquino's. They were not coming in. They were not confronting him, not demanding answers, not doing any of the things his instincts had braced for since the day he left. They were simply standing, occasionally, at the very edge of the space he had claimed for himself, close enough to feel the shape of it, far enough to respect its boundary, and leaving again without ever crossing through. It took him a full week to understand what he was actually feeling about it, sitting alone in his apartment above the bakery with a cup of tea going cold in his hands, and when the understanding finally arrived it landed with the force of something long overdue. They were trying. Genuinely, painfully trying, in the only language either of them had ever really been fluent in, which was proximity, except now stretched taut and restrained into something that respected the very boundary it used to trample without a second thought. He did not know, could not have known, about the therapy sessions, or Sona's careful counsel, or the unsent letters accumulating in 2 separate desk drawers 300 kilometers away. He only knew the evidence in front of him, 2 people who loved him standing at the edge of a line they clearly wanted, with every fiber of themselves, to cross, and choosing, again and again, not to. It was the first real hope he had let himself feel about either of them since arriving. Chapter 7. He told Suzu about it eventually, on a quiet Sunday in late November, the two of them walking slowly along the river path with their hands tucked into their coat sleeves against the cold. "They have not come any closer," he said. "They just stand there, at the edge, and then they leave again. I do not know what to do with that." Suzu was quiet for a while, considering the question with the same careful seriousness she brought to everything. "What do you want to do with it?" "I do not know yet." Issei watched the river move past, dark and steady under the gray afternoon sky. Part of me is furious that it took nearly disappearing on them for either of them to learn where the line was supposed to be in the first place. Part of me is unbearably moved that they are actually learning it now, slowly, the hard way, instead of demanding I come back and make it easy for them. Those two feelings are allowed to exist together, Suzu said, echoing without quite meaning to the same wisdom Sona had once offered Rias in a room neither of them had ever known about. You do not owe anyone a tidy resolution just because they have started doing the work. Growth deserves acknowledgement. It does not automatically deserve immediate reward. When did you get so wise about this? 200 years gives a person a great deal of time to watch other people's hearts break and mend in every possible configuration. She glanced sideways at him, something gentler than her usual dry humor in her expression. I am not going to tell you what to do about them, Issei. That is not my place, and I do not think either of us would benefit from me pretending otherwise. But I will tell you this. Whatever you decide, you do not have to decide it because you are afraid of hurting them, or because you are afraid of losing what you have found here. Both things are allowed to matter. You are allowed to take exactly as long as you need. Issei stopped walking, and after a moment Suzu stopped too, turning to face him properly, pale gray eyes steady and unflinching in the cold afternoon light. Thank you, he said quietly, for never once making me choose between you and them. For never treating this like a competition I have to resolve in your favor. I have watched what possessive love does to people, Issei. I watched it burn my entire clan to ash, in a manner of speaking, long before the sorcerers ever arrived, jealousy and fear curdling into control until the people meant to protect each other could not tell affection from ownership anymore. I refuse to become one more person in your life demanding a piece of you carved away from someone else to prove your loyalty. Whatever this is, between us, I want it built on something sturdier than scarcity. Something in Issei's chest loosened at that, a tension he had not fully realized he was still carrying since the day he signed the transfer papers, and without entirely deciding to, he reached out and pulled Suzu into a careful, unhurried embrace, the kind that asked for nothing beyond the moment itself. She went still for a heartbeat, clearly unused to being held with no expectation attached to it, and then, slowly, her arms came up around him too, and they stood together on the empty river path in the cold November afternoon, two old souls who had each spent far too long mistaking vigilance for love, finally learning what it felt like to be held without being caged. I do not know what happens next, Issei admitted quietly, chin resting against her hair. Not with them, not with us, not with any of it. I used to think I needed to know. I think I am finally starting to believe that I do not. Good, Suzu murmured against his shoulder. That not knowing, held carefully, is usually where the honest part of a story actually begins. Behind them, unseen, unfelt even by dragon senses tuned to catch far subtler things, the wind carried the last of autumn's colored leaves down the empty river path, and somewhere far to the east, in a crimson-haired girl's quiet bedroom, a folded, unsent letter sat waiting in a desk drawer for the day its author would finally have the courage, and the growth, to send it. That day was coming. Neither Issei nor Suzu could have known exactly how soon, or exactly how much the fragile, hopeful peace they were building together was about to be tested by everything, and everyone, still making their slow, painful way back toward him. For now, standing together in the cold, quiet dusk of a river path in a town far from everything either of them had once called home, it was enough simply to have found, against every reasonable expectation, someone else who understood. Later that night, back in his small apartment above the bakery, Issei sat by the window with the lights off, watching the last bakery workers below close up for the evening, flour dust catching the street lamp light like slow falling snow. He thought about Ria standing at the edge of the wards, close enough to feel him, far enough to leave without asking anything of him. He thought about Akino's hand in his the night before he left, holding on like letting go might undo the world. He did not reach for his phone. He did not send a message across 300 kilometers to tell them he had felt them there, that some new and cautious part of him was grateful for the restraint it must have cost them both. It was not yet time for that. But he allowed himself, for the first time since arriving at Ryudai, to imagine a future where all of this eventually made sense, where the boy who had run to breathe and the girl who had run to remember what stillness felt like, and the two women learning, slowly and imperfectly, how to love without owning, might all someday occupy the same room without anyone in it feeling smaller for being there. It was only an idea. A fragile one, built from very little evidence, and a great deal of hope. But it was his, and for tonight that was enough. Outside, the last light in the bakery below clicked off, and the street settled into the particular hush of a small town at rest, unaware of the four hearts scattered across 300 kilometers, all quietly, separately, learning the same difficult lesson at once. Act 2, Chapter 8. December brought the first real cold to Ryudai Academy, frost silvering the courtyard grass in the mornings and turning every breath into a small, visible cloud, and Issei found that the change of season suited the change that had been slowly happening inside him since the day he arrived. He was not the same boy who had signed transfer papers with shaking hands 2 months earlier. He still thought of Rias and Aquino constantly, in the unguarded moments between classes, in the particular quality of afternoon light that used to fall across Rias's hair, in the sound of rain that always reminded him of Aquino humming to herself while she made tea. But the thinking had stopped being a wound that reopened every time it happened. It had become, instead, something closer to a scar, tender in certain weather, but no longer bleeding. "You look lighter today," Suzu observed, the two of them walking the long way to school through streets dusted white with early frost, breath fogging between them. "Something happen?" "I slept through the night without waking up braced for anything," Issei admitted. "That has not happened in longer than I can remember. I think I actually feel rested. It is a strange feeling. I almost do not trust it." "Rested does not need to be trusted," Suzu said. "It only needs to be allowed." They had settled, over the preceding weeks, into something neither of them had bothered naming out loud, not quite dating in the way Issei understood the word from his old life, something quieter and more deliberate, built one small honest choice at a time rather than one grand declaration. He walked her home most evenings. She saved him the seat by the library window without being asked. Neither of them had kissed the other, though there had been moments, standing close in the cold, where Issei suspected they both knew it was somewhere on the horizon, waiting patiently for the right unhurried afternoon to arrive. It was Yuzuki who finally said the thing out loud that both of them had been carefully avoiding. "You two are dating," she announced flatly over lunch on the school roof, gesturing between them with a pair of chopsticks. "You have been dating for weeks. You just have not had the conversation confirming it yet, which is honestly the most emotionally constipated thing I have ever watched two people do, and I say that as someone who has watched a great deal of romantic nonsense unfold at this school." Suzu, for perhaps the first time since Issei had known her, looked genuinely flustered. "We have not discussed labels. You do not need a seminar, Hiraji-san. You need one sentence." Yuzuki turned to Issei with an exaggerated, expectant look. "Well?" Issei felt his face heat, caught entirely off guard, and glanced at Suzu, who was watching him with an expression that had gone carefully neutral in the specific way people go neutral when they are actually holding their breath. "I would like it to be true," he said finally, quietly, ignoring Yuzuki entirely and speaking only to Suzu. "If you would like it too." Suzu's careful neutrality cracked into something soft and unguarded, a smile that reached all the way to her pale gray eyes. "I would like that very much," she said. Yuzuki threw both hands in the air in triumph, drawing curious looks from the students at the next table over, entirely unbothered. Finally, "I was going to have to write it on the whiteboard myself." It was a small thing, a single quiet exchange on a cold rooftop over lunch, and yet Issei felt it settle into his chest with a weight that surprised him, the specific, careful weight of choosing someone and being chosen back without either choice costing him a single piece of himself in return. Suzu did not ask him to prove his devotion by surrendering some portion of his freedom. She simply reached over, took his hand under the table where Yuzuki could not see, and laced her fingers through his, an anchor rather than a leash, and Issei thought, not for the first time since arriving at Ryudai, that this was what it might have always been supposed to feel like. He did not yet know that 300 kilometers away, on that same cold December afternoon, Rias Gremery was sitting across from her devil counselor for the 9th consecutive week, finally ready to say something she had not been able to admit even to herself until that very session. I think, Rias said slowly, hands folded tightly in her lap, that some part of me always knew what I was doing was too much. I think I called it love because the alternative was admitting I was frightened, and admitting fear felt weaker than simply calling it devotion instead. The counselor, an older devil woman named Afra with kind, patient eyes, waited without interrupting, the way she had learned to wait across 9 long weeks of Rias circling the same painful truth from different angles each time. I am the heir to a great house, Rias continued. I was raised to believe that anything I truly wanted, I was entitled to secure by whatever means necessary. Nobody ever taught me the difference between securing something and suffocating it. I do not think anybody in my family has ever learned that difference either. Certainly not before it destroyed something they could not get back. What would it look like, Afra asked gently, to want something and let it remain free at the same time? Rias was quiet for a long moment, the question settling somewhere deep and uncomfortable. I do not know yet, she finally admitted. But I think I am starting to want to find out. Even if it means Issei never comes back to me at all. I think I need to learn this regardless, for my own sake, not only to win him back. It was the most significant thing she had said in 9 weeks, and Afra, recognizing it as the turning point it was, allowed herself a small, genuine smile. That, she said quietly, is where the real work finally begins. Chapter 9. Aquino's version of the same slow reckoning took a different shape entirely, less structured than Rias's weekly sessions, more solitary, built out of long silent evenings alone in her room with old photographs spread across the floor, pictures of her mother that she had not allowed herself to look at properly in years. She had always told herself that her devotion to Issei was simply the natural shape of gratitude, that a girl who had been abandoned by her father and orphaned by betrayal owed an enormous, permanent vigilance to the one person who had finally offered her an unconditional place to belong. She had never once, until the silence of his absence forced her to, examine how closely that vigilance resembled the very control that had destroyed her family in the first place. I keep thinking about my mother, she told Rias one evening in early December, the two of them sharing a pot of tea in Aquino's room, an old habit they had returned to more often since Issei left, two grieving hearts finding it easier to sit with the ache together than alone. She loved my father so completely that she followed him across worlds she had no right to survive in, gave up her entire clan's protection for him, and in the end that love could not save either of them from what was coming. I used to think the lesson of her story was that love should have been fiercer, more absolute, more willing to sacrifice everything. I am starting to wonder if the actual lesson was that love without boundaries simply leaves nothing left standing when the storm finally arrives. Rias reached over and took her hand, an old, familiar comfort between them. I do not think either of us was ever taught what healthy love was actually supposed to look like. We were only ever shown its most desperate, most consuming versions, and told that intensity was the same thing as depth. Do you think he could ever trust either of us again? Aquino asked quietly, voice small in a way it rarely allowed itself to be. After everything. I do not know, Rias admitted. I think that is exactly why we cannot go to him yet and ask. I think we have to become people worth trusting first, and trust him enough, in turn, to let that happen on his timeline instead of ours. She managed a small, sad smile. For the first time in my life, I am trying to learn patience without treating it as a threat. It was Grafia who found the letter, 3 days later, tucked half-finished into the drawer of Rias's desk, and rather than delivering it or discarding it, she simply sat with Rias that evening and asked her, gently, what she was actually hoping the letter would accomplish. I do not know if I am hoping to send it or simply needing to write it, Rias admitted, staring at the half-page of careful, crossed-out sentences. Every time I try to write what I actually feel, it comes out sounding like another demand for his attention dressed up as an apology. I do not know how to write something honest that does not also, somehow, ask something of him. Then do not send it yet, Grafia said simply. Write it until it stops asking. You will know when it is ready, because it will finally sound like something given rather than something taken. Rias kept writing, night after night, tearing up draft after draft, and slowly, over the following weeks, the letters began to change shape, less about her own grief and more about honest, unflinching accounting of everything she had done wrong, less about winning him back and more about simply wanting him to know, whatever he ultimately decided, that she was finally doing the work that should have been done long before he ever had to leave to force it. She did not know it yet, writing alone in her quiet room on those long December nights, but 300 kilometers away, in a small apartment above a bakery, the boy she was writing to had just held someone else's hand under a lunch table and felt, for the first time and longer than either of them could measure, something entirely unclouded by fear. Both things were true at once. Neither cancelled the other out. That, Rias was slowly learning, was simply what growth after loss actually looked like, messy and simultaneous and entirely unconcerned with which feeling a person might have preferred to feel first. Chapter 10. The trouble at Ryudai Academy began, as trouble so often does, with something small enough to nearly go unnoticed. It started with the birds. For 3 consecutive mornings in mid-December, the crows that normally scattered noisily across the school's rooftops at dawn instead sat motionless and silent along the eastern wall, dozens of them, unnervingly still, facing the same direction toward the forested hill behind the campus. Students joked about it during homeroom, calling it an omen, laughing the particular nervous laughter of teenagers who do not actually believe in omens but enjoy pretending they might. Suzu did not laugh. Something is testing the old boundary, she told Issei quietly, catching him alone after school on the 3rd day, her usual composure replaced by a tightness around her eyes that he had not seen from her before. The crossing point my clan used to guard, before it was destroyed. It has been dormant for 2 centuries, sealed but never fully closed. I can feel something on the other side of it, pressing, patient, the way water presses against a dam it has not yet found the crack in. Do you know what it is? Not exactly. Old power, hungry in the specific way things get hungry after 200 years of being denied a way through. She hesitated, something rawer showing beneath her usual careful control. I have felt this particular pressure only once before, Issei. The night before my clan was destroyed. I told myself for 200 years that it was coincidence, that ordinary human sorcerers alone could not have broken wards my ancestors built to last 1,000 years. I am beginning to think I was wrong. I am beginning to think something helped them, something that has been waiting patiently ever since for a second chance. Issei felt a familiar, cold clarity settle over him, the particular focus that years of impossible battles had carved into his instincts. Then we do not wait for it to find its own way through. Where is the crossing point? Suzu led him that evening up the forested hill behind the school, along a path so overgrown it barely qualified as a path at all, to a small clearing where a weathered stone archway stood alone among the trees, half swallowed by moss and roots, ancient ceiling wards still faintly visible in the worn carving along its edges, glowing the palest silver in the deepening dusk. This is it, Suzu said quietly. What is left of it, anyway? Issei studied the archway, dragon senses picking up the pressure Suzu had described, a slow, patient weight pushing against the seal from somewhere on the other side, vast and old and entirely without the frantic hunger of the low-level threats he was used to dismantling. This felt older. Colder. Deliberate in a way that unsettled him more than raw power alone ever could. Kessler-sensei needs to know about this, he said. He already does. He has known for weeks. He asked me not to say anything to you yet, hoping the pressure would recede the way it always has before. Suzu's mouth tightened. It has not receded this time. I do not think it is going to. They stood together in the cold, darkening clearing, the ancient archway humming faintly with warning between them, and Issei felt something settle into place inside him, the old familiar weight of responsibility he had left partly hoping to set down for a while, returning not as a burden this time but as a choice he made willingly, with clear eyes and steady hands. I did not come here to run from every fight for the rest of my life, he said. I came here to remember how to fight the ones that matter without losing myself in the process. This matters. I am not walking away from it. Suzu looked at him for a long moment, something fierce and grateful flickering behind her careful composure. I was hoping you would say that. I did not want to ask. I did not want you to feel obligated to carry something that was never yours to carry in the first place. It became mine the moment you told me about your clan, Issei said simply. That is what caring about someone actually means, Suzu. Not owning their fights. Choosing to stand beside them in it anyway. For the first time since he had known her, Suzu Hiragi closed the distance between them entirely on her own, rising onto her toes in the cold, silverlit clearing to press a soft, deliberate kiss to his cheek, quick and warm against the winter air. "Thank you," she murmured, "for choosing that, when you did not have to." Above them, in the darkening branches of the old trees ringing the clearing, the silent, watchful crows finally began, one by one, to take flight, scattering into the deepening night as though something behind the ancient archway had just noticed, for the first time in 200 years, that it was being watched back. Chapter 11. Kessler Sensei called an emergency meeting the following evening, gathering Issei, Suzu, and 2 other Ryudai students Issei had barely spoken to before, a quiet, serious young man named Haru who turned out to be a low-level exorcist in training, and a girl named Emi whose family, it emerged, had served as auxiliary shrine keepers alongside Suzu's clan generations ago. The seal on the eastern crossing was never meant to last forever, Kessler explained, spreading an old, hand-drawn map across his desk, the archway marked in faded ink at its center. It was a stopgap, erected in desperation after the Hiragi clan fell, meant to hold only until someone with the proper bloodline and sufficient power could perform a full restoration. That restoration never happened. I have maintained the stopgap as best I could for decades, but stopgaps decay, and this one has been decaying faster than I expected these last few months. "What is on the other side?" Issei asked. Kessler's expression grew grim. "A fragment of the same old, hungry thing that funded the sorcerers who destroyed Suzu's clan 2 centuries ago. Not a god, not quite a true dragon, something older and stranger, a being that feeds on crossing points themselves, on the boundaries between realms, growing stronger each time one is breached. It very nearly broke through completely once before. I do not intend to let it succeed a second time." "Then we restore the seal properly," Suzu said, voice steady despite the visible tension in her shoulders. "Before it finishes what it started 200 years ago. The restoration requires Hiragi blood freely given, in ritual, at the archway itself, at the height of the winter solstice, when the boundary between realms grows thin enough for the old ward magic to properly anchor." Kessler looked at Suzu with real gravity. "You are the last of that bloodline, Suzu. I will not pretend the ritual carries no risk. Your ancestors who first raised the seal did not all survive its casting." The room went very quiet. "I will do it," Suzu said, without hesitation, and Issei felt something cold and protective coil tight in his chest. "There has to be another way." "There is not, Issei. I have spent 200 years half hoping this responsibility would simply die with me unclaimed, and I am ashamed to admit that hope was partly cowardice. I cannot keep running from what my blood was made to do simply because it frightens me. My clan died protecting that boundary. I will not be the reason it finally fails." "Then I am standing beside you when you do it," Issei said, fierce and immediate, leaving no room for argument. "Whatever the ritual requires from you, it is not going to take you from the other side of it alone. I did not come this far to lose you to the same darkness that took everyone you have ever loved before me." Suzu's composure finally cracked, just slightly, eyes bright with emotion she did not bother hiding this time. "You do not have to promise me that." "I am not promising it because I have to," Issei said, taking her hand across the table, steady and sure. "I am promising it because I want to." Kessler watched the exchange with something unreadable in his old, tired eyes, and finally nodded, slow and solemn. "The solstice is in 9 days. That is how long we have to prepare, and how long you two have to decide exactly what you are both willing to risk for each other." 9 days. Issei walked home that night with Suzu's hand in his, the cold December air sharp in his lungs, and thought, with a clarity that startled him, that he had come to Ryudai Academy hoping to escape a love that asked too much of him, and had instead found one that asked him to give everything freely, and somehow that made all the difference in the world. He did not yet know that 300 kilometers away, on that same cold night, Rias Gremery had finally finished a letter that no longer asked anything of him at all, and had, for the first time in 2 months, allowed herself to imagine actually sending it. Chapter 12. The 9 days before the solstice passed in a blur of preparation, old ritual texts spread across Kessler's desk late into every evening, Haru and Emi researching auxiliary wards that might reduce the strain on Suzu during the casting, Issei training relentlessly on the hill behind the school, determined that whatever came through that archway would find him ready for it. Suzu grew quieter as the days passed, not from fear, Issei realized, but from the particular gravity of finally stepping into a role she had spent 2 centuries avoiding, and he made a point of simply being present through it, not trying to fix the fear away, only refusing to let her carry it entirely alone. "Can I ask you something?" Suzu said, for nights before the solstice, the two of them sitting together on the roof of the bakery, wrapped in a shared blanket against the cold, stars sharp and clear overhead in the winter sky. "If the ritual goes wrong, if I do not come back from it the same, would you regret choosing to stand beside me through this?" Issei considered the question seriously, because she deserved a real answer, not a reassuring one offered too quickly to actually mean anything. "No," he said finally. "I would grieve. I would grieve enormously. But I would never regret choosing you, Suzu, not even for a single moment, because the alternative was letting you face this alone out of some misguided idea that loving you meant staying safely out of your way. I left Ko because I got tired of love that only knew how to hold on too tight. I am not interested in swinging so far the other direction that I forget how to hold on at all." Suzu was quiet for a long moment, watching the stars, and when she finally spoke her voice was thick with an emotion she did not try to hide. "I think I have spent 200 years convinced that loving someone always eventually costs them something irreplaceable. My clan taught me that lesson in the worst possible way. I did not expect to meet someone who could make loving them feel like something that only ever adds, instead of something that always eventually takes. That is what I am hoping we are building," Issei said softly. "Something that adds. For both of us." She leaned into him then, head resting against his shoulder, and they sat together beneath the winter stars in comfortable, unhurried silence, 2 people who had each spent far too long believing love and danger were the same thing, slowly discovering that they did not have to be. It was 3 days later, a letter arriving through Surzex's careful, discreet channels rather than any direct contact, that finally broke the long silence stretching between Issei and the life he had left behind. He recognized Ryasa's handwriting immediately on the envelope, and his hands were not entirely steady as he opened it, sitting alone at his small kitchen table in the quiet hour after school. The letter was long, 4 full pages, and it was nothing like what Issei had braced himself for. There were no accusations. There was no plea for him to return. Instead, page after careful page, Rias detailed with unflinching honesty every moment she could now recognize as having crossed the line she had once genuinely believed did not exist, the tracking, the interrogations, the slow, suffocating narrowing of his world into something that orbited only her. She did not excuse any of it. She did not ask him to forgive it yet. She simply, finally, named it clearly, and told him that she was doing the difficult work of understanding why she had done it, not to earn his return, but because she needed to become someone capable of loving without destroying, regardless of whether he ever came back to her at all. The final paragraph was the one that undid him. "I do not know what you have found there, wherever there is," the letter read, "and I find, to my own surprise, that I am glad you found it, whatever it turns out to be. You deserve a life that does not require you to shrink yourself to fit inside someone else's fear. I am sorry it took losing you to finally understand that. I am not writing to ask you to come home. I am writing only to tell you that whenever, if ever, you are ready, the door Surzex promised you would remain open is one I am finally, actually, learning how to leave open on purpose." Issei sat alone at his kitchen table for a long time after finishing it, letter held carefully in both hands, tears he did not try to stop tracking silently down his face, grieving and grateful and unbearably moved all at once, understanding with sudden, overwhelming clarity that the woman who wrote those words was not the same woman he had fled 2 months earlier, and that some careful, hopeful part of him wanted, very badly, to eventually find out who she was becoming. He did not write back that night. It was not yet time. But he folded the letter carefully and placed it in the drawer of his nightstand, close enough to reach for on the nights he needed to be reminded that growth, however slow and however far away, was still genuinely happening. Chapter 13. The winter solstice arrived cold and clear, the sky above Ryudai Academy a hard, brilliant blue fading to deep violet as the short afternoon gave way early to evening. Issei, Suzu, Kessler, Haru, and Emi climbed the forested hill together as the light failed, the old stone archway waiting in its overgrown clearing, ancient wards along its edges glowing brighter than Issei had ever seen them, straining visibly now against whatever pressed patiently on the other side. The ritual requires Hiragi blood spoken over the old words while the boundary is thinnest, Kessler explained quietly, setting out the ritual components with careful, practiced hands. It will draw heavily on your own power, Suzu, more than anything you have attempted before. I will not lie to you. There is real risk here. I know, Suzu said, steady despite the visible tension in her shoulders. I have known for 200 years this moment might eventually come. I am ready. Issei took her hand one final time before the ritual began, searching her pale gray eyes in the fading light. I am right here. Whatever happens on the other side of this, I am not going anywhere. I know, Suzu said softly, and this time she smiled, small and genuine and entirely unafraid. That is exactly why I can do this at all. The ritual began as the last color drained from the sky, Suzu kneeling before the ancient archway, old words spilling from her lips in a language Issei did not recognize but felt resonate somewhere deep in his own draconic blood, the archway's silver wards flaring brighter and brighter as her power poured into the failing seal. The pressure on the other side responded almost immediately, surging against the thinning boundary with a violence that sent a shockwave rippling through the clearing, trees bending, the ground itself trembling underfoot, and Issei felt the vast, cold hunger of whatever waited beyond the archway turn its full, malevolent attention toward the small, determined girl kneeling in its path. It knows, Emi shouted over the rising wind, gripping a ward scroll that had begun to burn at the edges. It knows this is the real attempt this time. The archway began to crack. Issei did not hesitate. He stepped forward, drawing on the full weight of the power sleeping inside him, the boosted gear flaring to brilliant crimson life along his arm, and planted himself directly between Suzu and the widening breach, not to stop the ritual, but to hold the line long enough for her to finish it. Boost, the familiar mechanical voice intoned, power surging and doubling through him in the way it always had, except this time, standing in the freezing dark with everything that mattered to him on the line, it felt less like a weapon and more like a promise he intended to keep. Something vast and formless surged through the widening crack in the archway, a presence more than a shape, cold and hungry and ancient, and Issei met it head-on, boosted strength meeting impossible weight in a collision that shattered the frozen ground beneath his feet and sent shockwaves rolling out through the surrounding trees. Suzu, he shouted over the roar of colliding power, finish it. I have got this. Behind him, voice steady despite the chaos, Suzu completed the final line of the ancient restoration, her own draconic blood flaring silver bright in answer to the old words. 2 centuries of inherited duty finally, fully claimed rather than merely endured. The archway's wards exploded outward in a single, blinding pulse of silver light. Chapter 14. When the light faded, the crack in the archway was gone, sealed seamlessly shut, ancient stones smooth and unbroken as though the 2 centuries of decay and the violent struggle of the last several minutes had never touched it at all. Issei dropped to one knee in the sudden silence, breathing hard, the boosted gear's crimson glow fading slowly from his arm, and looked up to find Suzu still kneeling before the restored archway, pale and trembling but very much alive, tears streaking silently down her face. Suzu, he said, scrambling to her side, are you hurt? No, she said, voice thick with an emotion too large to fully name, reaching up to grip his hand tightly. No, I do not think I am hurt at all. I think, for the first time in 200 years, I finally feel like I have put something down that I have been carrying since the night my entire world ended. Kessler examined the fully restored seal with quiet, visible relief, murmuring something about wards that would now hold for centuries rather than mere decades, while Haru and Emi worked to steady the shaken, singed ward scrolls scattered across the clearing. Issei pulled Suzu into his arms, and this time neither of them hesitated, holding on tightly in the cold, silverlit clearing. 2 dragons who had each spent far too long believing survival required either constant vigilance or complete isolation, finally understanding, together, that it did not have to mean either. Thank you, Suzu whispered against his shoulder. For standing between me and the thing I have been running from for 200 years, and for never once making me feel small for needing you to. That is what this is supposed to look like, Issei murmured back. Two people choosing to stand together, not because either of us needs saving, but because either of us should have to face the worst nights alone. They walked back down the hill together as the last of the ritual's energy faded from the clearing behind them, hand in hand beneath a sky finally clear enough to show every star, and Issei found himself thinking, for the first time with real, settled clarity, about the letter waiting in his nightstand drawer, about the door Rias had promised she was finally learning to leave open on purpose, about Akino's own slow, quiet growth happening 300 kilometers away in a life he had left but never entirely stopped caring about. He did not yet know exactly what came next, whether the fragile peace he had built at Ryudai could ever fully coexist with the people and the history waiting patiently behind him, or whether choosing Suzu meant eventually having to choose against the two women who were, even now, slowly becoming people worth trusting again. He only knew, walking down that quiet hillside in the clear winter night with Suzu's hand warm in his own, that for the first time since he had signed those transfer papers with shaking hands, he finally felt strong enough to find out. Behind them, sealed and silent, the old archway stood watch over a boundary finally made whole again, and far below in the sleeping town, the lights of Ryudai Academy glimmered steady against the dark, a small, hard-won sanctuary that had, against every reasonable expectation, become something worth protecting and something worth staying for, both at once. Chapter 15. News of what had happened on the hill spread through Ryudai Academy in the careful, contained way anything supernatural spread through a school built to hold its secrets, reaching only the students and staff who already knew enough to be trusted with more. Yuzuki heard the full account from Issei himself 2 days later, sitting cross-legged on his apartment floor with a cup of hot chocolate cradled in both hands, listening with wide, uncharacteristically serious eyes as he described the archway, the pressure, the crimson flare of the boosted gear meeting something ancient and hungry in the dark. You almost died, she said, when he finished, and you are telling me this story with the same tone you would use to describe a slightly stressful math test. I have had practice keeping things in perspective, Issei admitted, managing a tired smile. Compared to some of what I survived before I came here, that was actually a fairly contained fight. That is deeply unsettling information about your life, and I choose not to unpack it further right now. Yuzuki studied him for a moment, her usual teasing humor softening into something gentler. Suzu is all right. She is healing. Kessler says the ritual took a great deal out of her, but nothing that will not mend with rest. Issei glanced toward the window, the winter afternoon light pale and clean outside. I think, more than anything, she is finally letting herself feel relieved instead of afraid. 200 years is a long time to carry something like that alone. And you, Yuzuki asked, quieter now. How are you doing with all of it? Issei considered the question honestly, turning his cup slowly between his hands. Good, actually. Which feels strange to say, given everything. But standing there on that hill, choosing to fight for someone instead of being consumed by someone else's fear of losing me, it felt like the first time in years I got to choose what love was supposed to cost me, instead of just absorbing whatever it demanded. He paused. I got a letter, too. From Rias. Before the ritual, Yuzuki's eyebrows rose. And it was not what I expected. She did not ask me to come back. She just told me the truth about herself, all of it, without flinching away from any part that made her look bad. I think she meant every word. He exhaled slowly. I do not know what to do with that yet. You do not have to know right away, Yuzuki said, echoing without meaning to the same patient wisdom Sona had once offered Rias in a room none of them had ever known about. Growth on her end does not create an obligation on yours. You get to take exactly as long as you need to figure out what you actually want, separate from what would make everyone else's story feel resolved. Issei looked at her, something grateful and a little surprised crossing his face. When did you get so wise about this? I pay closer attention than I let on, Yuzuki said, grinning again, some of her usual lightness returning. Also, I have watched entirely too many of my friends' relationships implode over exactly this kind of thing. Somebody around here has to be the sensible one. Chapter 16. 300 kilometers away, the days following the solstice passed for Rias and Aquino in a strange, suspended quiet neither of them fully understood the shape of yet. Sirzex had confirmed only that the letter had been delivered and received, offering nothing further about Issei's reaction, respecting the careful boundary all of them were still learning to hold. Rias did not press him for more. She had promised herself, writing that final unflinching page, that she would not turn honesty into another form of demand, and she intended, however difficult it proved, to keep that promise. "Do you regret sending it?" Aquino asked her one evening, the two of them sharing dinner in Rias's kitchen, an ordinary domestic scene that had become, in recent weeks, an anchor for both of them. "No," Rias said, and found she meant it completely. "Even if he never writes back, even if this changes nothing between us, I needed to say those things. Not for him. For myself. I needed to prove to myself that I was finally capable of loving him without also needing something back from it immediately." Aquino was quiet for a moment, turning her chopsticks absently through her rice. "I have been writing my own letter," she admitted. "I have rewritten it 11 times. I keep getting to the honest parts and finding myself wanting to soften them, to explain myself into something more forgivable than what I actually did. I think that instinct is exactly the thing I am supposed to be unlearning, and I do not know how to make it stop." "You do not stop it all at once," Rias said gently. "You catch it every single time it happens, and you choose the harder, truer sentence instead. It gets a little easier each time, though I will not pretend it stops being uncomfortable." Aquino managed a small, wry smile. "You have gotten very wise these last 2 months. I have had a great deal of expensive, exhausting therapy," Rias said dryly, and for the first time in longer than either of them could remember, they both laughed together, real and unguarded, some of the old ease between them finally returning, built now on steadier ground than it had ever stood on before. It was Sona who noticed, visiting a week later, that something fundamental had genuinely shifted in both of them, not the frantic, performative growth of two people trying to earn something back, but something quieter and more durable, the slow, unglamorous work of actually becoming different people. "I am proud of you both," Sona said simply, over tea in Rias's sitting room, the winter afternoon light pale and soft through the tall windows. "I know that is not what either of you is doing this for. But I want you to hear it anyway." "Thank you," Rias said quietly, and meant it more than she had expected to. "Has he responded?" Sona asked, careful not to push. "Not yet," Rias said. "I do not expect him to for a while, if he ever does at all. I have made my peace with that possibility, or at least I am working on making my peace with it. I think that not knowing, and choosing to keep growing anyway, might be the actual test of whether any of this change is real." Sona studied her for a long moment, something warm and approving in her sharp, familiar gaze. "That," she said, "is the wisest thing I have heard either of you say in over a year." Aquino, seated beside Rias with her own cup cradled in both hands, finally spoke the thought that had been sitting quietly beneath her own long weeks of reflection. "I think, whatever happens with Issei, whether he comes back to us or not, I do not want to go back to being who I was before he left. I do not want this growth to only matter if it wins something back. I want it to matter because the person I was becoming was not someone I actually wanted to be, regardless of who was standing beside me." Rias reached over and took her hand, the old, familiar gesture between them now carrying a new and steadier kind of comfort. "Then we keep going," she said. "Together, however long it takes, whatever it ends up costing us, and whatever it ends up giving us back." Chapter 17. Issei wrote his reply on the last night of December, snow falling soft and silent outside his apartment window, the small space warmed by the low hum of a space heater and the quiet, steady presence of Suzu curled beside him on the couch, reading while he worked. He tore up 3 attempts before the 4th one finally felt honest enough to send. He did not try to make it long, or eloquent, or carefully balanced the way Rias's letter had been. He simply told her the truth, as plainly as he could manage. "Thank you for the letter," he wrote. "I have read it more times than I can count. I believe every word of it, and I believe you meant every word too. I am not ready to come back yet, and I do not know exactly when I will be, or what coming back will even look like when the time finally comes. But I wanted you to know I read it. I wanted you to know it mattered. I wanted you to know that whatever I am building here, it does not erase what we had, and it does not mean I have stopped caring what happens to you. I hope you keep doing the work. Not for me. For yourself, the way you said? I think that is the only version of it that will actually last. He hesitated over the closing line for a long time, pen hovering above the page, before finally settling on something simple and true. I miss you. That does not change anything yet. But it is true, and I did not want to pretend otherwise. Issei. He wrote a shorter note to Akino as well, gentler in places, acknowledging the particular shape of her own fear without excusing what it had cost him, telling her, as honestly as he could, that he understood where her vigilance had come from even as he needed distance from what it had become. Suzu did not ask to read either letter, and Issei did not offer to show her, some quiet mutual understanding passing between them that this was a boundary worth respecting on both sides. When he finally sealed the envelopes and set them aside to send in the morning, she simply reached over and laced her fingers through his, warm and steady, no jealousy in the gesture, only quiet solidarity. How do you feel? She asked softly. Lighter, Issei admitted, surprised by how true it was. I think I needed to say it as much as they needed to hear it. I do not know what happens next. I do not know if there is a version of my life where all of this eventually fits together without anyone getting hurt by it. But I do not feel like I am running from anything anymore, writing those. I feel like I am finally choosing, on my own terms, what I actually want to carry forward. That is a good feeling to end a year on, Suzu said, resting her head against his shoulder as the snow continued falling softly beyond the window, the old year drawing quietly to its close around them. Outside, Ryudiai's rooftops gathered a fresh, clean layer of white, the ancient archway on the hill standing silent and sealed beneath the same falling snow, and 300 kilometers away, in a crimson-haired girl's quiet bedroom, a phone would chime softly with a notification just after midnight, an envelope finally logged as delivered, carrying inside it the first real answer either Rias or Akino had received in over 2 months. Neither Issei nor Suzu knew, sitting together in the warm hush of that small apartment as 1 year gave way to the next, exactly what the coming months would bring, whether the fragile new peace they had built together could hold against everything still waiting to unfold, or whether the careful, hopeful distance Issei was learning to maintain could ever fully become a bridge instead of merely a boundary. They only knew that for tonight, at least, everyone involved in this long, complicated story was finally choosing growth over grasping, honesty over control, and patience over the frantic old fear that had driven so much of the pain that came before. It was, Issei thought, watching the snow fall steady and quiet over a town that had somehow become the first place in years to feel entirely his own, a good place to let one chapter end and let whatever came next begin exactly when it was ready to. Chapter 18. The new year arrived at Ryudiai Academy quietly, the way most things in that small, war-sheltered town seemed to arrive, without fanfare, without spectacle, simply the gentle turning over of one ordinary day into the next. Issei spent the first morning of it walking the river path alone before dawn, snow still fresh and unbroken along the banks, and found himself thinking, with a clarity that had taken months of hard, unglamorous work to earn, about everything that had changed since he had signed those transfer papers with shaking hands. He was not the same person. He understood that now in a way he had only suspected in the early weeks of his arrival. The boy who had fled Ko had been running purely on exhaustion and fear, uncertain whether he was capable of loving anyone without losing himself in the process. The young man walking this quiet river path on the first morning of a new year had learned, slowly and imperfectly, that it was possible to love fiercely and still remain whole, that boundaries were not a betrayal of affection but the very thing that allowed affection to survive. Kessler found him there, near the old stone bridge, bundled against the cold with 2 cups of hot tea in hand, offering one wordlessly before settling beside him on the low wall overlooking the frozen water. You look like a man doing a great deal of thinking, Kessler observed. Trying to figure out what comes next, Issei admitted, wrapping both hands around the warm cup. The archway is sealed. Suzu is healing. I sent the letters. I do not know what any of that adds up to yet. It does not have to add up to anything yet, Kessler said, echoing the same patient wisdom Issei had been hearing, in different voices, from nearly everyone who cared about him these past months. You spent 2 years of your life being told, in one way or another, that love required an immediate and total accounting, that every feeling needed to resolve itself into a decision right away. Ryudyai was built, in part, to teach the opposite lesson. Some things are only ever able to grow correctly if you let them take the time they actually need. Is that why you built this place? Issei asked. To teach people that. Kessler's weathered face creased into something like a smile, old grief and old wisdom both visible beneath it. I built this place because I once loved someone the wrong way myself, decades ago, before I understood there was a wrong way to do it at all. I could not undo what that cost me. I could, eventually, build somewhere quiet enough for others to learn the lesson before it cost them everything too. He looked out over the frozen river, snow drifting slow and silent across its surface. You are further along than you probably realize, Issei. Do not rush the rest of it simply because the beginning felt so difficult to earn. They sat together in comfortable silence as the winter sun rose fully over the hills, warming the frost without yet melting it, and Issei found himself, for the first time in longer than he could measure, genuinely at peace with not knowing exactly what came next. He returned to his apartment that afternoon to find Suzu waiting on the front step, cheeks pink from the cold, a small wrapped package in her hands. New Year's gift, she said, a little shy in a way that still occasionally surprised him, given how composed she could be about nearly everything else. It is not much. I am not very practiced at this particular custom. He opened it carefully to find a small, hand-carved wooden pendant shaped like a coiled dragon, old and simple and clearly made with enormous care. I carved it myself, Suzu admitted. It took embarrassingly long. I am considerably better at surviving centuries than I am at woodworking. Issei turned the pendant over in his hands, something warm and full rising in his chest. I love it, he said honestly. Thank you. I wanted you to have something that was only ever about us, Suzu said quietly. Not tied to Ko, not tied to anything you are still working through. Just this. Just now. He pulled her into a careful embrace, the cold pendant now warm between them, and standing there on the snow-dusted step of his small apartment above the bakery, Issei thought that whatever complicated, uncertain shape the rest of his life eventually took, whatever became of the letters he had sent or the slow, careful growth still unfolding 300 kilometers away, this quiet moment, chosen freely and asked for nothing in return, was proof enough that he had found, against every reasonable expectation, exactly the kind of love he had once been afraid did not exist. The winter stretched on ahead of them, and somewhere beyond it, spring, and beyond that, choices either of them could yet fully see the shape of. But for the first morning of a new year, standing together in the quiet cold with a hand-carved dragon warm between their joined palms, it was enough simply to be exactly where they were, choosing each other freely, one unhurried day at a time. Chapter 19. The visitor arrived on the second Saturday of January, unannounced, standing at the edge of Ryudyai's outer wards in a manner that immediately set every one of Issei's instincts on alert, not because the power signature was hostile, but because it was achingly familiar in an entirely different direction than the ones he had been braced for. Vala, Issei said, staring across the snow-dusted courtyard at the white-haired figure waiting patiently just inside the boundary. Kessler's wards aloud. What are you doing here? Looking for you, obviously, Vala said, tone as flat and unbothered as ever, though something in his pale eyes suggested this was not an entirely casual visit. You have gotten harder to find, Hayato. I respect that. Most people would have simply changed their phone number and called it a day. You relocated your entire life. How did you find me? Azazel talks in his sleep, metaphorically speaking. It was not difficult. Vala glanced around the quiet campus, snow settled thick on the rooftops, students moving in small clusters between buildings, entirely unaware of the white dragon emperor standing at their gates. I am not here to drag you back to anything, if that is your concern. I have heard, in the roundabout way I hear most things, that you needed distance. I am simply here because something is stirring that concerns both of us, and I thought you deserved to hear it from me directly rather than second-hand. Issei felt his stomach tighten. What kind of something? The kind that does not respect quiet towns or careful boundaries, Vala said. Movement among factions that have been dormant since before either of us was born, old power waking up in places it has no business waking up in. I do not have full details yet. I have a feeling, and my feelings about these things have an unfortunate habit of being correct. He studied Issei for a long moment. Your archway trouble a few weeks back. That was not isolated. I believe it was the leading edge of something considerably larger. Suzu arrived a moment later, drawn by the unfamiliar power at the boundary, and went very still upon seeing who waited there, old recognition and old caution both visible in her expression. White Dragon Emperor, she said carefully. Hiragi bloodline, Vala returned, with what might, on anyone else, have qualified as respect. I am glad to see your clan's line did not end after all. I had heard rumors it survived somewhere. I did not expect to find its last heir standing beside my rival in a town I had genuinely never heard of before this week. Say what you came to say, Vala, Issei said, some of his old readiness returning, the particular steadiness that had carried him through every impossible fight of his life so far. I am not interested in cryptic warnings if there is something real underneath them. Vala's mouth curved into something almost like a smile. There it is. I was beginning to wonder if you had gone entirely soft out here in your quiet little sanctuary. He grew serious again just as quickly. I do not have the full picture yet. What I know is this. Something old and patient has been testing sealed boundaries across multiple territories these past several months, not randomly, but methodically, as though searching for the weakest point in a much larger structure. Your archway was one such point. I suspect it will not be the last, and I suspect, given what tried to come through it, that whatever is coordinating this has an interest in you specifically, Sekiryudai. Why me? I do not know yet. That is precisely why I am telling you now, while there is still time to prepare, rather than after it finds you unprepared. Vala turned to go, then paused, glancing back with something almost like genuine concern beneath his usual detached composure. Take the rest you came here for, Issei. You have clearly needed it. But do not mistake this quiet for permanent. I do not think whatever is coming intends to wait much longer to find out exactly how strong you have become. He left as abruptly as he had arrived, white hair and pale coat disappearing into the tree line beyond the wards, leaving Issei and Suzu standing together in the cold courtyard with a new and unwelcome weight settling over the peace they had only just begun to fully claim. Do you believe him? Suzu asked quietly. Vala does not usually bother lying, Issei said, watching the empty tree line where the White Dragon Emperor had vanished. If he says something is coming, something is coming. Suzu slipped her hand into his, steady despite the tension visible in her shoulders. Then we prepare for it. Together, the way we handled the archway. I did not carve you that pendant so you could face whatever comes next without me standing beside you. Issei looked down at her, something fierce and grateful rising in his chest, and found himself thinking, not for the first time, that whatever storm was gathering somewhere beyond the quiet borders of this small town, he no longer felt like he had to face it as the same exhausted, isolated person who had arrived here 4 months earlier. He had found something worth protecting here. He intended to protect it. Above them, the winter sky stretched pale and vast and unknowing, and far beyond Ryudiai's careful wards, in territories neither Issei nor Vala could yet fully see, old powers that had waited centuries for their patience to finally pay off were beginning, one quiet test at a time, to stir. That same evening, 300 kilometers away, Rias Gremory sat alone in her room with Issei's letter open in her lap for the 4th time that day, the words no less overwhelming for having already memorized most of them. She had cried the first time reading it, quiet, relieved tears that surprised her with how little grief they actually carried. He had not promised her anything. He had not offered a date, or a plan or a resolution. He had simply told her the truth, that her letter mattered, that he still cared, that he missed her even though missing her did not yet change anything, and somehow that honest, unhurried admission meant more to her than any grand declaration could have. Aquino arrived an hour later, having received her own letter that same afternoon, and the two of them sat together on Rias's bed, letters in hand, saying very little, simply existing together in the quiet, complicated relief of finally being heard. He is not coming back yet, Rias said eventually. No, Aquino agreed. But he read it. he answered honestly. That is more than either of us had any right to expect, given everything. Do you think we will ever get to a place where he trusts us again the way he used to? Rias asked, voice small. Aquino considered the question with real care before answering. I do not think it will look like it used to. I think, if we are lucky, it will look like something better, something built the slow way instead of the way we built it before, all at once, and without any of the boundaries that should have been there from the start. She reached over and squeezed Rias's hand. I am willing to spend however long that takes. Are you? Yes, Rias said, without hesitation, and found, saying it, that it was the first promise she had made in months that felt entirely free of desperation, entirely free of fear, simply true. Outside her window, the same winter sky stretched over Code that stretched, 300 kilometers away, over a small town neither of them had ever visited, sheltering a quiet academy, an old sealed archway, and a boy who was slowly, carefully, on his own unhurried timeline, learning how to become whole again. Neither of them knew yet about Vala's warning, about the old, patient power beginning to stir somewhere beyond all of their careful, separate peace. They only knew that the year ahead, whatever it held, was going to require every bit of the hard-won growth both of them had spent the last 2 months finally earning. They were ready, in their own imperfect, determined way, to meet it. Far to the north, in the small apartment above the bakery, Issei stood at his window a while longer after Suzu had gone home for the night, turning the wooden dragon pendant slowly between his fingers, thinking about archways and letters and old white-haired rivals who never brought good news without reason. He did not know yet what shape the coming months would take, whether the quiet he had fought so hard to build could survive whatever was stirring beyond it, or whether the fragile, hopeful bridges he was slowly rebuilding toward Ko would hold the weight of everything still waiting to cross them. He only knew, closing his hand gently around the small carved dragon, that he was no longer the same frightened, exhausted boy who had signed those transfer papers with shaking hands 4 months earlier. Whatever came next, he intended to meet it standing, and he did not intend to meet it alone. Snow began to fall again outside the window, soft and unhurried, settling over the quiet rooftops of the only town that had ever let him simply exist without an audience, and Issei allowed himself, for one last unguarded moment before sleep finally found him, to hope that whatever storm was gathering somewhere beyond Ryudiai's careful borders, the people he loved, old and new alike, might somehow find their way through it together. Act 3. Chapter 20. Vala's warning did not fade the way Issei half hoped it might, dissolving into the background noise of an otherwise ordinary winter the way old anxieties sometimes did when nothing immediately followed them. Instead it settled into the school like a held breath, present and small, accumulating signs that nobody except Issei, Suzu, and Kessler seemed to notice at all. The crows returned to the eastern wall in late January, silent and still exactly as they had been before, though this time Suzu reported the pressure at the sealed archway remained steady rather than building, as though something patient on the other side of every boundary in the world had simply shifted its attention elsewhere for the moment, testing weaker points before returning to the ones it had already failed to break. Kessler received word from 2 other sanctuary schools, Suzu told Issei one gray February afternoon, the 2 of them walking home from the library with their collars turned up against the cold. Similar incidents. An old shrine boundary in the mountains near Nagano nearly failed last week. A sealed crossing in Hokkaido actually did fail, briefly, before local exorcists managed to contain what came through. Contain, not destroy. Contain, Suzu confirmed grimly. Whatever came through was strong enough that a team of 5 trained exorcists could only hold it rather than eliminate it. It eventually withdrew on its own, the way ours did, once the immediate breach closed. Issei felt the old, familiar weight of responsibility settling back over his shoulders, different this time from the frantic, obligated weight he had fled Ko to escape. This felt chosen, deliberate, the weight of a person who understood exactly what he stood to lose and had decided, clearly and without resentment, that the fight was worth showing up for anyway. We need more information, he said. Not just reactive defense every time something tests a boundary near us. We need to understand what is actually coordinating this. Vala offered nothing else. Vala rarely offers more than the minimum required to get someone moving. That does not mean more information does not exist somewhere. It means we have to go looking for it ourselves. Issei considered the problem, old strategic instincts sharpening back into focus after months of deliberately setting them aside. Azazel would know more than he told Valley, if Valley even asked him directly. I think it is time I reached out. Suzu glanced at him, something careful in her expression. That means opening a channel back toward Ko. It does, Issei acknowledged. I am not going back yet. This is not that. But I am not going to let old wounds keep me from information that might keep you, and this school, and everyone else caught in whatever is coming, actually safe. Some doors are worth opening carefully even when you are not ready to walk all the way through them. Suzu was quiet for a moment, weighing something, before nodding slowly. Then we do it together. I am not sending you back into that world alone, even for a conversation, not after everything you told me about what waiting on the other side of it used to cost you. Issei managed a small, grateful smile. I would not have it any other way. That evening, for the first time in nearly 2 months, Issei sent a message through Surzix's careful channel, addressed not to Rias or Aquino but to Azazel directly, requesting information rather than reconnection, professional rather than personal, a boundary he was careful to make explicit from the first line. The response arrived faster than he expected, and it was longer, and considerably more concerning, than he had braced himself for. Chapter 21. Azazel's reply came not as a letter but as a request for a face-to-face meeting, delivered through the same discreet channel, specifying neutral ground, a small border town equidistant between Ko and Ryudai, no other parties informed, his word given on it. Issei debated the wisdom of that condition for the better part of a day before deciding to trust it. Azazel, whatever his considerable flaws, had never once broken his word to Issei in all the years they had known each other, and the information at stake felt too important to risk losing over a reasonable precaution. He told Kessler where he was going. He told Suzu everything, refusing to let the trip become another secret weight he carried alone the way he once might have. She insisted on accompanying him partway, though not into the meeting itself, understanding without needing it explained that some conversations required Issei to walk in as exactly who he used to be, unaccompanied by the new life he had built since. Azazel was waiting at a quiet roadside tea house when Issei arrived, looking, if possible, more tired than Issei remembered him, the perpetual amusement in his eyes dimmed by something genuinely serious. You look well, Azazel said, by way of greeting, studying Issei with obvious relief beneath the fatigue. Whatever you found out there, it agrees with you. I am glad. I worried, sending you toward Ryudai, that I might simply be trading one kind of suffering for another. It agrees with me, Issei confirmed, taking the seat across from him. Tell me what is actually happening. Vala gave me warnings without substance. I need substance. Azazel's expression sobered fully, and he spent the next several minutes laying out, in careful, methodical detail, everything the Grigori and their allies had pieced together over the preceding months. An old faction, predating even the Great War, composed of entities that fed on the boundaries between realms rather than realms themselves, had apparently spent centuries dormant following some ancient defeat nobody currently living remembered the details of. Something, recently, had woken them, and they had begun testing every weakened seal and neglected boundary across multiple territories, probing for the specific combination of decayed wards and draconic bloodlines that had nearly let them through at Ryudai's archway. Why draconic bloodlines specifically, Issei asked? Because dragons, in the oldest sense of the word, are themselves boundary creatures, Azazel explained. Neither fully of this realm nor entirely outside it, carrying power that exists at the seam between what is and what could be. A crossing point defended or sealed by draconic blood carries a particular resonance these entities apparently find both harder to breach and, once breached, considerably more valuable to feed on. Suzu's ritual likely drew their attention specifically because it succeeded. A failed seal tells them where they are weak. A successful one, cast by draconic blood, tells them exactly where the power worth stealing is located. Issei felt something cold settle in his stomach. You are telling me Suzu is a target. I am telling you that anyone carrying draconic blood who has recently demonstrated the ability to reinforce a failing boundary has likely drawn attention they did not ask for and do not deserve, Azazel said grimly. That includes Suzu. It includes you, given what you carry, though your particular power operates differently enough that I am not certain how directly it applies. I do not have a clean answer for you, Issei. I have a great deal of worry and comparatively little certainty, and I did not want you finding that out too late to prepare. They talked for another hour, Azazel sharing everything the Grigori's research had uncovered, old texts describing the faction's previous defeat, fragmentary accounts of the ritual combination that had banished them the first time, centuries ago, incomplete enough to be more frustrating than useful on their own. I will keep researching, Azazel promised, as the meeting drew to its close. I will send anything else I find through the same channel. I am not asking you to come back, Issei. I want to be clear about that. I am asking you to stay alert, and to let the people around you, whoever they now are, know what they might be facing. Thank you, Issei said, and meant it, some old, easy warmth returning to a relationship that had never actually broken the way his bonds with Rias and Aquino briefly had. How is everyone? Something gentled in Azazel's tired expression. Growing, he said simply. Slowly, and honestly, in a way I do not think either of us would have predicted 4 months ago. I will let them tell you the rest themselves, whenever you are ready to hear it. That is not my story to carry to you. Issei nodded, accepting the boundary without pushing against it, and the two of them parted with a warmth that felt, for the first time since Issei had left, entirely uncomplicated by the weight of everything unresolved. Chapter 22. Issei relayed everything to Suzu and Kessler that same evening. The three of them gathered around Kessler's cluttered desk with the fragmentary old texts Azazel had copied for them spread out under lamplight. If they are specifically drawn to draconic blood that has successfully reinforced the boundary, Kessler said slowly, then Suzu is not simply a potential target. She may be the target, given how recently and how visibly her ritual succeeded. Suzu's jaw tightened, but her voice remained steady. Then we prepare properly this time. Not scrambling together a defense in 9 days. We use whatever time we actually have. What did the old accounts say about how they were defeated before? Issei asked. Kessler pulled the most complete of the fragmentary texts closer, squinting at faded, centuries-old script. Frustratingly incomplete, as I said. It describes a coalition, multiple bloodlines and traditions combining their strength rather than any single line facing the threat alone. That is consistent with what little else we know about these entities. They exploit isolation. A single guardian, however powerful, is vulnerable precisely because they stand alone. A coalition, properly bound together, apparently proved considerably harder to unravel. Then we build a coalition, Issei said immediately. We do not wait for them to come find Suzu isolated on some hillside a second time. Over the following weeks, that became the quiet, determined shape of Issei's life, built carefully alongside his ordinary schoolwork and his ordinary evenings with Suzu rather than replacing them entirely, the way responsibility used to consume every corner of his old life at Ko. He reached out through Azazel to other sanctuary schools that had reported similar incidents. Cautious feelers extended toward exorcist orders and minor shrine traditions that had, until now, operated in careful isolation from one another. It was slow, unglamorous work, full of suspicious first contacts and painstaking trust building, nothing like the dramatic confrontations Issei had grown used to in his old life. He found, somewhat to his surprise, that he did not mind the slowness at all. It felt, in its own way, like an extension of everything he had learned since arriving at Ryudai, that the most important things were rarely won all at once, and were usually worth the patience they demanded. Haru and Emi threw themselves into the effort as well, Haru's exorcist training proving unexpectedly useful for establishing credibility with the more traditional orders, Emi's family connections opening doors to auxiliary shrine keepers who might otherwise have remained wary of a request coming from outside their own insular traditions. We have 5 confirmed allies now, Emi reported one evening in early March, the small group gathered in Kessler's office reviewing their progress. 2 exorcist cells, 2 shrine traditions, and a small pack of shapeshifters near the coast who apparently survived a similar encounter decades ago, and have been quietly preparing for a second one ever since. It is not much, Haru admitted, compared to whatever coordinated force we are actually facing. But it is considerably more than we had 2 months ago. It is a foundation, Issei said. That is what matters right now. We are not trying to win the whole fight today. We are trying to make sure that when it comes, whoever it targets does not have to face it standing entirely alone. Suzu, watching him across the cluttered desk, said nothing for a long moment, something warm and complicated visible in her pale gray eyes. You have changed how you fight, she observed quietly, once the others had gone. I have heard the stories, from Kessler, from what little Azazel shared. The old Issei Hayata threw himself directly into every danger, alone if necessary, absorbing whatever the fight demanded of him personally rather than asking others to share the weight. The old me thought that was what strength looked like, Issei admitted. Carrying everything myself so nobody else had to. I am starting to understand that real strength looks more like this. Building something bigger than myself, trusting other people enough to actually let them help carry it. Suzu reached across the desk and took his hand, something fierce and proud in her expression. I am glad Ryutai got to see that change happen. I am glad I got to see it too. Chapter 23. The first real test of their new coalition came on an unremarkable Tuesday in mid-March, when Emi's coastal shapeshifter contacts sent urgent word that something had breached a minor sealed crossing near their territory, smaller and less significant than Ryutai's archway but unmistakably part of the same coordinated pattern. Issei, Suzu, Haru, and 2 members of the nearest allied exorcist cell arrived within hours, moving with the kind of practiced coordination that 4 months of careful, deliberate planning had finally made possible. The breach itself proved smaller than the one at Ryutai's archway, a fraction of the same cold, patient hunger pressing through a crack in old, poorly maintained wards, and between the combined strength of the assembled coalition, they sealed it within the hour, no ritual sacrifice required, no single person forced to bear the full weight of it alone. That was almost easy, Haru said afterward, visibly relieved, wiping sweat from his brow despite the cold March evening. It was almost easy because we were prepared and because we were not alone, Suzu corrected gently. Do not mistake that for a sign the larger threat has grown weaker. I suspect it was testing us as much as it was testing the boundary. Issei agreed, studying the now sealed crossing with a wary, assessing eye. It wanted to see how we would respond. Now it knows we can mobilize quickly, and that we are willing to bring outside allies rather than facing these threats in isolation. He looked toward the horizon, the last light fading fast behind distant hills. I do not think that will discourage it. I think it means whatever comes next will be designed specifically to counter exactly what we just demonstrated. The coalition's success spread quickly through the careful, quiet network Issei and the others had spent months building, drawing cautious interest from a handful of additional allies who had been watching from the sidelines, uncertain whether to commit their own resources to a fight that had, until now, felt distant and unconfirmed. It also, inevitably, drew attention from further away than Issei had anticipated. He felt it the following week, a familiar presence lingering once again at Ryutai's outer boundary, and this time, walking out to meet it, he found not Vala waiting at the edge of the wards, but Serzex himself, standing quiet and composed in the late afternoon light, alone, no entourage, no formal announcement. I am not here to ask you to come back, Serzex said immediately, before Issei could ask. I want that clear before anything else. I am here because word of what you have been building has reached the underworld, and because what you are facing is larger than a single sanctuary school can safely handle alone, whatever coalition you have managed to assemble. Issei studied him carefully. How much do you know? Enough to be genuinely concerned. Azazel has kept the relevant parties informed, myself included, though he has respected your boundary about direct contact scrupulously. I want you to know that. Serzex's expression was grave. The underworld's own research has identified fragments of the same pattern you and your coalition have been tracking. This is not isolated to your region, Issei. It is happening in pockets across multiple territories simultaneously, coordinated in a way that suggests genuine intelligence behind it rather than mere coincidence of timing. What are you offering? Resources? Information. Formal backing if you want it, from the underworld's own defensive networks, without requiring anything of you in return beyond continued cooperation on containing the actual threat. Serzex hesitated, something more personal flickering beneath his formal composure. "And if you are willing to hear it, an update on how Rias and Aquino are doing, since I suspect you have been deliberately avoiding asking anyone directly." Issei felt his chest tighten, old careful walls rising instinctively before he made himself set them back down. "I would like that," he admitted quietly. "If you are willing to share it." Surzex's expression softened into something almost fond. "They are doing remarkably well, Issei. Better than I expected, if I am honest. Rias completed her therapy program's core curriculum last month and has voluntarily continued it regardless, no longer treating it as a means to an end but as ongoing work she genuinely values. Aquino has begun mentoring younger devils processing their own difficult family histories, something I do not believe she would have had the capacity to offer a year ago. Neither of them has asked me for your location. Neither of them has pushed against the boundary you asked for. I think, whatever eventually happens between the three of you, they have both become people worth being proud of." Issei felt something loosen in his chest, relief and grief and cautious hope all tangled together. "Thank you for telling me. I did not come here only to deliver good news, unfortunately," Surzex said, sobering again. "I came because I believe, given the scale of what is coordinating against these boundaries, that the fight ahead may eventually require exactly the kind of coalition you have already begun building, expanded considerably further than a handful of sanctuary schools and coastal shapeshifters. I do not know yet whether that means Rias and Aquino's involvement becomes unavoidable. I wanted you to hear that possibility from me directly, rather than being surprised by it later." Issei was quiet for a long moment, considering the weight of that, the careful, hard-won peace he had built at Ryudai, suddenly feeling considerably more fragile against the scale of what Surzex was describing. "If it comes to that," he finally said, "I want it to happen on terms all of us actually agree to. Not an emergency thrown together in a crisis that forces boundaries to collapse before anyone is ready. If Rias and Aquino end up standing beside this fight, it needs to be a choice, made deliberately, not a consequence of everything falling apart around us. I will do everything in my power to see that it happens that way," Surzex promised. "You have my word." Chapter 24. Spring arrived at Ryudai Academy in a slow, uncertain thaw, snow retreating from the hillsides in patches, the river path Issei and Suzu had claimed as their own filling with the sound of running water for the first time in months. The coalition continued growing, cautiously, deliberately, 3 more allied groups joining in the weeks following the successful containment near the coast, each new addition vetted carefully by Kessler and the growing circle of trusted contacts Haru and Emi had cultivated. Issei found himself, almost without noticing the transition, settling into a role that felt entirely unlike the frantic, singular heroism of his old life, something closer to coordination, connection, the quiet work of making sure the right people knew the right things at the right time. "You are good at this," Suzu observed one evening, the two of them reviewing coalition reports spread across his kitchen table, spring rain tapping softly against the window. "Better than you probably realize. I spent 2 years learning how to absorb every burden personally," Issei said. "I think I am only now learning that leadership is not the same thing as carrying everything alone. It turns out I actually prefer this version of it." Suzu smiled, reaching over to brush a strand of hair from his forehead, a small, easy gesture that had become second nature between them over the preceding months. "I prefer this version of you as well. Though I confess I was rather fond of the version who fought a 200-year-old hunger to a standstill on a hillside in the dark too. I contain multitudes," Issei said dryly, and she laughed, bright and unguarded, the sound settling warm in his chest the way it always did. It was 2 weeks later, on a mild April afternoon, that the letter arrived, different from any that had come before, addressed not through Surzex's careful diplomatic channel but directly, in handwriting Issei recognized immediately as Aquino's. He opened it alone, sitting on the same low stone wall along the river where he had first felt the flicker of Rias's presence at the edge of the wards months earlier, and read it slowly, twice through, before allowing himself to fully absorb what it contained. Aquino had written, this time, not about apology or accounting, though gratitude for his earlier response ran clearly through every line. She had written instead about her mentoring work, about the younger devils she had begun guiding through their own family wounds, about a girl not much older than Kaneko who reminded Akino painfully of herself at that age, frightened and desperate to be loved so completely that she had not yet learned the difference between devotion and control. I found myself telling her things I do not think I ever fully said to myself before, the letter read. That love which requires constant proof is not love at all, but fear wearing love's clothing. That the people who love us best are the ones who can bear to let us out of their sight without their entire sense of safety collapsing. I did not know how to teach her that until I had finally, painfully, learned it myself, largely because you loved me enough to leave when staying would have cost both of us everything worth keeping. I am not writing to ask anything of you, Issei. I am writing because I wanted you to know that whatever this distance ultimately becomes, it has already given something back to the world beyond just the two of us. I am becoming someone capable of helping other people avoid the mistakes I nearly could not recover from making. I do not think I would have found that capacity without first losing you long enough to understand exactly what needed to change. Issei sat with the letter for a long time after finishing it, the spring river running steady and unhurried beside him, feeling something shift quietly into place that he had not fully expected, a growing, cautious certainty that the distance he had needed was not simply healing him, but had somehow, unexpectedly, become part of healing all of them. He wrote back that same evening, shorter this time, warmer, allowing himself for the first time to ask a small, careful question rather than simply responding to what had been offered. Would it be all right, he wrote, if I visited? Not to come home yet. Just to see you both, somewhere neutral, somewhere none of us have to pretend the last 4 months did not happen. I think I am ready for that, if you both are too. He sent it before he could second-guess himself, and sat alone on the stone wall as the last light faded from the spring sky, feeling, for the first time since arriving at Ryudai, that the careful distance he had built was not a wall meant to last forever, but a bridge slowly, deliberately, being built back towards something he was finally ready to rejoin, on terms that finally honored everyone involved. Chapter 25. The response came 2 days later, and this time it was not a single letter but two, arriving together, Ryusa's handwriting and Akino's side by side in the same envelope, as though they had decided, deliberately, to answer him as a unified pair rather than two separate, competing pleas. Yes, Ryus had written simply at the top of her page. Whenever you are ready. Wherever feels safest to you. We will meet you exactly there, on whatever terms you need, and we will not ask for more than what you offer freely. Akino's note beneath it was shorter still. I have missed you every single day. I am ready to see you as the person I am still becoming, not the person I was afraid of losing you to. Name the place. We will be there. Issei showed the letters to Suzu that evening, needing, this time, to share the weight of the decision with someone who understood exactly what it meant to him. How do you feel about it? He asked, watching her carefully as she read through both pages. Suzu was quiet for a long moment before answering, her expression thoughtful rather than guarded. I feel like this was always going to happen eventually, and I would rather it happen now, on terms you have all clearly worked hard to earn, than later, forced by circumstance or crisis into something none of you were ready for. She looked up at him, something steady and unafraid in her pale gray eyes. I am not frightened of them, Issei, if that is what you are worried about. I do not believe love has to be a competition where only one version of it survives. I believe you are capable of holding space for what we have built together, and for whatever careful, changed relationship you rebuild with them, without either one erasing the other. That is a generous way to think about it. It is not generosity, Suzu said simply. It is trust. In you, and in the growth I have watched them demonstrate through every letter you have shared with me. I do not think either of us would still be standing here, choosing each other, if I did not believe that trust was warranted. Issei pulled her close, something profoundly grateful rising in his chest. I do not know exactly what this visit is going to look like, or what it means for any of us going forward. You do not need to know yet, Suzu said, echoing back to him the same patient wisdom he had offered her, once, standing before a failing archway on a cold December night. You only need to take the next honest step, and trust that the rest will make itself clear in time. He chose neutral ground for the meeting, a quiet lakeside town roughly equidistant from both Ko and Ryudai, arranged through Surzex with careful, deliberate simplicity, no formal entourage, no political framing, simply four people who had once loved each other imperfectly, finally ready to try again on steadier ground. The night before the meeting, Issei lay awake for a long time, Suzu's steady breathing beside him where she had fallen asleep hours earlier, thinking about everything that had brought him to this particular threshold. The exhausted, suffocated boy who had signed transfer papers with shaking hands, the slow, unglamorous work of learning to breathe again, the sealed archway and the coalition and the letters that had, one careful exchange at a time, rebuilt something he had once feared could never be salvaged. He did not know exactly what tomorrow would bring. He knew only that he was walking toward it as someone considerably more whole than the person who had once run away, and that whatever shape the reunion finally took, he intended to meet it with the same steady, chosen courage that had carried him through every honest choice since the day he first arrived in a town that had never once asked him to be anyone other than exactly who he actually was. Chapter 26. The lakeside town was quiet in the way small places often are in early spring, tourist season not yet begun, the water still and pale under a sky caught between winter's last gray and the first genuine blue of the coming season. Issei arrived early, choosing a bench near the water where he could watch the road without being seen watching it, needing a few minutes alone to steady himself before everything he had spent 4 months carefully rebuilding was finally tested against the two people it had all started with. He saw them before they saw him, walking together up the quiet lakeside path, and something in his chest seized and loosened at once, seeing them side by side the way he had 1,000 times before, except different now, the way a familiar photograph looks different once you know everything that happened just outside its frame. Rias saw him first, and stopped walking entirely for a moment, something raw and hopeful crossing her face before she composed herself, careful and deliberate in a way Issei recognized immediately as restraint she had clearly worked hard to earn. She did not run to him. She did not close the distance in a rush of desperate relief the way the old Rias might have. She simply stood there, waiting, letting him choose the pace of what came next. Aquino, beside her, did the same, hands folded carefully in front of her, dark eyes bright with emotion. She was visibly working to keep steady. Issei rose from the bench and walked toward them, unhurried, and stopped a comfortable distance away, close enough to speak easily, far enough to make clear that this reunion would happen on terms nobody needed to rush. "Hi," he said, and the ordinary simplicity of the word after everything that had passed between them nearly undid all three of them at once. "Hi," Rias echoed, voice thick, a small, wet laugh escaping her despite herself. "You look well, Issei. Genuinely well. Not performing it for our benefit. I can tell the difference now. I have had a great deal of practice learning to." "I am well," Issei said, and found, saying it, that it was entirely true. "I have missed you both. That has not changed, whatever else has." Aquino stepped forward first, slow and careful, stopping just short of the space Issei's body language suggested he was comfortable with, waiting for an invitation rather than assuming one. "May I?" Issei opened his arms, and Aquino closed the remaining distance carefully, holding him gently rather than desperately, an embrace that asked for comfort rather than reassurance, and Issei felt, holding her, the profound difference between the woman in his arms now and the one who had held on to him the night before he left, as though letting go might unmake the world. "You feel different," he murmured, surprised by how immediately he could sense it. "I am different," Aquino said softly, pulling back just enough to look at him properly. "I hope, this time, in a way that lets you actually feel safe standing this close to me." "I do," Issei said, and meant it. Rias waited her turn with visible restraint, and when Aquino finally stepped back, she approached with the same careful deliberation, stopping to search his face for permission before reaching for him at all. "I am not going to ask you to promise me anything," she said quietly, before he could speak. "I did not come here for promises, Issei. I came because I wanted to see you, and because I wanted you to see, with your own eyes, that I have actually changed, not just written pretty letters claiming that I have." "I can see it," Issei said honestly. "I could see it in your eyes the moment you stopped yourself from running to me a minute ago." The old Rias would not have had that kind of restraint available to her. Something in Rias's composure finally cracked, tears spilling freely now, and Issei closed the distance himself this time, pulling her into an embrace that held all 4 months of careful, hard-won growth on both sides, either of them clinging in the old, desperate way, both simply holding on because it felt, finally, safe to do so. They sat together by the lake for hours after that, the three of them, talking through everything that had happened since December in careful, unhurried pieces, Rias describing her therapy work in detail she had never fully shared even in her letters, Aquino talking about the younger devil she now mentored with a warmth Issei had rarely seen from her even in their happiest days together, Issei sharing, in turn, the sealed archway, the coalition, and finally, carefully, Suzu. I would like to meet her, Rias said, when he finished, no jealousy visible in her expression, only genuine warmth. If that would be all right with both of you. I do not need her to be less than what she clearly is to you. I only want to understand the person who has been standing beside you through all of this, the way I was not able to. She would like that too, Issei said, surprised and moved by the offer. She told me, before I came here, that she trusted the growth she has seen in both of you through the letters. I think she means it. The afternoon stretched into evening, none of them quite ready to end it, and when they finally did part, promising a second visit soon, this time to include Suzu, Issei walked back toward the train station with something settled and whole in his chest that he had not fully expected to feel, the particular, hard-won peace of watching broken things mend not by forcing them back into their old shape, but by allowing them to grow, slowly and honestly, into something sturdier than what had come before. Chapter 27. The second visit happened 3 weeks later, this time at Ryudiai itself, Rias and Aquino traveling together to the small town Issei had built his new life in, meeting Suzu, Kessler, Yuzuki, Haru, and Emi in the quiet warmth of the bakery beneath his apartment. Issei watched the introduction with more nervousness than he expected, standing slightly apart as Suzu extended her hand to Rias, the two women studying each other with careful, mutual respect. Thank you, Rias said before Suzu could speak first, for standing beside him when I was not capable of doing it safely myself. I do not know how to fully express what that means to me, watching him now, seeing what he has become here. Suzu's composed expression softened, something unguarded flickering through it. I did not stand beside him to replace anything, Gremorrison. I stood beside him because I recognized, in him, the same exhaustion I had been carrying myself for 200 years, and because it turned out we were both better at healing together than apart. I am glad you have found your own way back to health as well. He speaks of you and Himejimison with a great deal of love, even now. Aquino, watching the exchange, finally spoke, something warm and genuine in her voice that had been notably absent from her earliest, most possessive months. I think if I am honest, I expected to feel jealous, meeting you. I find, instead, that I am mostly grateful. You gave him something we could not, at the time. Room to become whole. That is not nothing, Hirajusen. That is, perhaps, the most important gift any of us could have given him, and we simply were not capable of it yet. The afternoon unfolded easily after that, the careful tension of the introduction dissolving into genuine warmth as Yuzuki, entirely unbothered by the weight of the history in the room, kept the conversation light with her usual irreverent humor, and Kessler shared quiet, thoughtful observations about the coalition's progress that drew Rias and Aquino both into serious, engaged conversation about how the underworld's resources might further support the growing effort. It was Kessler who finally raised, gently, the larger concerns still hanging over all of them. I do not wish to darken an otherwise good afternoon, he said, once the initial warmth had settled into something more comfortable, but I think it worth acknowledging plainly, now that all of you are gathered here together. Sirzex mentioned the possibility that this fight may eventually require considerably more than the coalition we have built so far. I believe, given everything we now understand about the pattern spreading across multiple territories, that possibility has moved considerably closer to certainty. The room grew serious, old worry settling back over the gathered group. What would that mean practically? Rias asked. It would mean, Kessler said carefully, combining what Issei's coalition has built here with the underworld's broader resources, and likely with several other independent efforts currently operating in isolation across different territories. It would mean, I suspect, a confrontation considerably larger than anything any of us have yet faced directly. Issei felt the weight of it settle over the room, and reached, without quite deciding to, for both Suzu's hand and a moment later, extended the same gesture toward Rias and Aquino, an unspoken acknowledgement that whatever came next, he did not intend to face it with any of them standing apart from the others. Then we prepare together, he said. All of us. However that ends up looking. I am not interested in facing this the way I used to face everything, alone and absorbing whatever it cost me personally. I have learned better than that these last 4 months, and I do not intend to forget the lesson now that it actually matters most. Rias looked at him for a long moment, something proud and moved visible in her expression. I do not think I have ever heard you talk about a fight that way before. Not once, in all the years I have known you. I am not the same person who used to talk about fights the old way, Issei said simply. I think that might turn out to be exactly what this particular fight needs. Chapter 28. The weeks that followed brought a new, careful rhythm to Issei's life, one that held space for all of it at once, Ryudai and Suzu and the coalition he had built there, alongside a slowly, deliberately rebuilding relationship with Rias and Aquino that neither rushed nor avoided the complicated shape of everything still unresolved between them. He visited Ko for the first time in early May, a short, carefully bounded trip, staying only a single afternoon, meeting with Surzex and the wider peerage to formally begin coordinating the expanded coalition Kessler had warned would eventually become necessary. Kaneko hugged him fiercely the moment she saw him, unbothered by any of the complicated adult feelings surrounding his absence, simply relieved to have him back and reach, even briefly. Asia cried, and apologized for crying, and Issei held her and told her she never needed to apologize for missing someone she loved. He did not stay the night. He returned to Ryudai before dark, Suzu waiting for him at the small train station with 2 cups of hot tea and no questions beyond how it had gone, and Issei found, walking back through the quiet, familiar streets of the town that had become genuinely his own, that he no longer felt torn between 2 lives the way he had feared he might. He felt, instead, like a person capable of holding more than one true, important thing at once, without any single piece of it requiring the others to disappear. The coalition grew steadily through the following weeks, the underworld's resources joining what Issei and his allies had already carefully built, additional independent efforts from other territories folding in one careful negotiation at a time. Valor reappeared twice more, each time with fragments of new information, old texts recovered from forgotten archives, patterns emerging slowly from the chaos of scattered incidents across a dozen different territories. You have built something considerably larger than I expected, when I first warned you, Valley observed, during his second visit, watching the steady, coordinated activity now centered around Ryudai's quiet campus with something almost like approval. I admit I did not expect the sanctuary school approach to scale this effectively. It scaled because it was never really about me carrying it alone, Issei said. It was about finding enough people willing to trust each other enough to actually share the weight. That turns out to work considerably better than anything I used to do on my own. Vala's pale eyes studied him for a long moment, something unreadable behind his usual detached composure. You have changed, Hayadu. I am not certain I fully understand the shape of it yet. But I find I approve of what I am seeing regardless. By the time early summer arrived, the coalition had grown into something genuinely formidable, spanning multiple territories, drawing together exorcists and shrine keepers and devils and shapeshifters and dragons in a coordinated effort nobody currently involved could remember any precedent for in living memory. Kessler, reviewing the full scope of what had assembled around them, allowed himself, for the first time since Issei had known him, a rare and genuine smile. Whatever comes next, he said, I believe we finally stand a real chance of meeting it properly, rather than merely surviving it. Issei, standing beside Suzu with Rias and Aquino nearby, deep in conversation with 2 of the newly arrived allied exorcists, felt something settle fully into place inside him, a hard-won certainty that whatever confrontation was still gathering somewhere beyond the horizon, he was no longer the same exhausted, isolated boy who had once fled a love that asked too much of him. He had built, instead, exactly the kind of foundation strong enough to hold everyone who mattered to him, together, ready, and finally, genuinely, unafraid. The old, patient hunger beyond the world's sealed boundaries had spent centuries waiting for a moment of weakness to finally exploit. It was, Issei thought, watching the quiet, determined activity spread across Ryudiai's sunlit courtyard, about to discover exactly how much had changed since the last time it tried. Chapter 29. The first true test of the expanded coalition arrived on a warm night in mid-June, without warning, the way the worst threats always seem to prefer. Issei felt it before Kessler's alert wards even finished sounding, a vast, cold pressure blooming suddenly at 3 separate points across the region simultaneously, Ryudiai's rebuilt archway among them, coordinated in a way that made clear whatever they faced had learned a great deal from watching the coalition's earlier, smaller victories. 3 breaches at once, Haru reported voice tight, monitoring the coalition's shared communication network from Kessler's office. Ryudiai, the coastal shrine, and the mountain crossing near Nagano. All simultaneous. This is not a test anymore. Issei was already moving, Suzu at his side, the boosted gear flaring to life along his arm as they raced up the hillside path toward the archway, months of careful preparation crystallizing into the kind of instinctive, coordinated readiness that no longer required frantic improvisation. Team assignments are already deploying, Suzu confirmed, reading the update pulsing through the coalition's shared ward network. Rias and Aquino are moving to reinforce the coastal shrine with the allied exorcist cell. Vala has already reached the Nagano crossing independently. We hold here. They reach the clearing to find the ancient archway's wards straining violently, the same cold, patient hunger from months earlier pressing hard against the seal, stronger now, angrier, clearly aware of exactly what had defeated it the first time and determined not to be turned away a second. It remembers us, Suzu said grimly, taking her position before the archway, old ritual words already forming on her lips, this time reinforced by 3 additional shrine keepers from the coalition's newest allied tradition, their combined power settling around her like a shield rather than leaving her to stand entirely alone. Issei planted himself at the breach itself, boosted strength surging through him in familiar, steady waves, no longer the desperate, singular defense of 4 months earlier but the coordinated front line of a genuine, prepared force, Haru and 2 allied exorcists flanking him with wards and containment scrolls ready. The thing on the other side of the archway surged forward with renewed violence, and this time Issei met it not alone but as part of something larger, boosted strength combining with layered containment wards and Suzu's reinforced ritual power and a coordinated defense that held, and slowly, steadily, began pushing the ancient hunger back rather than merely containing it. It is retreating, one of the allied exorcists called out, disbelief clear in her voice. The pressure is actually receding. Suzu completed the final line of the reinforced seal, and this time the archway's response was immediate and absolute. Silver light flaring bright and solid, the ancient hunger beyond it forced back through the narrowing breach with a final, furious surge that shattered against the coalition's combined defense rather than breaking through it. The seal closed with a resonant, final pulse, and this time, Issei could feel it, the boundary settling not merely repaired but genuinely, structurally strengthened, reinforced by more combined power than any single ritual had carried before. Reports came in steadily over the following hour from the other 2 breach points, both successfully contained, both sealed with the same reinforced strength, no casualties, no ritual sacrifices demanded of anyone standing alone against an impossible weight. We held, Suzu said breathless, lowering herself carefully to sit against the base of the now silent archway, exhausted but whole. All 3 points. Together. Issei sat down beside her, the boosted gear's crimson glow fading slowly from his arm, and felt something profound settle into place inside him, watching Haru and the allied exorcists already beginning the careful work of confirming the seal's full stability. We held, he agreed quietly, because none of us had to hold alone. Chapter 30. The coalition gathered at Ryudiai 3 days later, representatives from every allied group traveling to the small campus to assess what the coordinated attack had revealed and what it meant for whatever still lay ahead. Rias and Aquino arrived among them, both visibly tired from the coastal shrine's own hard-fought defense, but whole, and the reunion in Kessler's crowded office carried a different quality than any of their earlier, more careful meetings, forged now by shared danger and shared victory rather than merely shared history. Whatever coordinated this attack, Vala said, joining the gathered coalition leaders with his usual blunt economy, clearly underestimated how thoroughly you had all prepared. That is worth acknowledging. It is also worth acknowledging that it will not underestimate you again. Then we do not slow down, Ria said, some of her old decisive confidence returning, tempered now by 4 months of hard-won humility. We use what we learned from tonight, and we prepare for whatever comes next with everything we have. Aquino, seated beside her, glanced toward Issei with something warm and genuinely proud in her expression. I do not think any of us fully understood, until tonight, exactly what you had built out here. I am grateful, more than I know how to properly say, that we finally got to see it firsthand. Issei felt Suzu's hand find his beneath the table, steady and warm, and looked around the crowded room, Kessler and Haru and Emi, Rias and Aquino, Yuzuki hovering near the doorway with uncharacteristic seriousness, Vela leaning against the far wall with his usual detached watchfulness, and understood, with a clarity that settled deep and certain in his chest, that whatever he had once fled believing he had lost forever, he had found something here considerably larger and considerably sturdier than what had come before. Not a replacement. Not a retreat. Something built, deliberately and honestly, out of everyone's hardest, most necessary growth. There is still a great deal we do not know, Kessler said, drawing the room's attention back to the immediate work ahead. We do not yet know what coordinated tonight's attack, or how much strength still waits behind it. What we do know, now, beyond any reasonable doubt, is that this coalition can hold against it, provided we continue building it carefully, and provided none of us mistake tonight's victory for the fight being over. The meeting stretched late into the evening, careful strategy and cautious hope woven together in equal measure, and when it finally ended, Issei found himself walking Rias and Aquino to the small guest rooms Kessler had arranged for their stay, the three of them pausing together in the quiet hallway before parting for the night. Thank you, Rias said quietly, for letting us be part of this. I know it would have been easier, in some ways, to keep us at a careful distance, given everything. It would have been easier, Issei agreed. It would not have been honest. I told you both, back in April, that I did not want any of this held together by walls that never let anyone actually back in. I meant it. Whatever we are all building now, coalition and otherwise, I want it built the same way. Together, and honestly, or not at all. Aquino reached out and squeezed his hand gently before turning toward her room, something soft and grateful in her dark eyes. Good night, Issei. I am glad, more than I can properly say, that this is the shape our story is finally taking. Issei walked back to his own apartment through the quiet, warm June night, Suzu waiting for him on the front step exactly where she had waited on so many ordinary evenings before, and found himself thinking, settling down beside her under a sky finally clear of the storm that had gathered against them, that whatever remained still unknown about the fight ahead, he had never once, in his entire life, felt more certain of exactly who and what he was fighting for. Chapter 31. Summer settled fully over Ryudia in the weeks that followed, the coalition holding steady against the quiet that felt, this time, genuinely earned rather than merely borrowed, and Issei allowed himself, for the first time in longer than he could measure, to simply enjoy an ordinary stretch of ordinary days. Rias and Aquino visited twice more before the summer break began in earnest, each visit easier than the last, old wounds slowly scarring over into something steadier, Suzu and Rias discovering, somewhat to everyone's surprise, a genuine friendship built around a shared love of old strategy texts that left Issei entirely unable to keep up with either of their increasingly technical debates over historical ritual theory. They like each other more than I think either of them expected to, Aquino observed one afternoon, the two of them sitting together on the bakery's back steps while Rias and Suzu argued cheerfully over some finer point of warding theory just inside. I am glad, Issei said honestly. I did not know what to expect, introducing all of you to each other. I hoped for this. I did not necessarily expect it. I think, Aquino said slowly, that we have all simply gotten better at loving people without needing to diminish anyone else in the process. It turns out that skill extends further than just loving you. It is changing how Rias and I love each other too, how we each relate to Suzu, how the whole shape of everything has stopped needing to be a competition at all. She glanced at him, something warm and settled in her expression. I do not think I ever properly thanked you, Issei, for being brave enough to leave. I know it cost you enormously. I think it may have saved all of us, in the end, from becoming people none of us actually wanted to be. You do not need to thank me, Issei said. We all did the hard part ourselves, once the space existed to do it in. Kessler found him alone later that same evening, standing at the edge of the hillside clearing where the ancient archway stood silent and fully sealed beneath the deepening summer dusk, and settled beside him without a word for a long moment, the comfortable, easy silence of two people who had grown to genuinely trust each other's company. The coalition continues gathering more information, Kessler finally said. We still do not fully understand what coordinated the attack in June, or how much strength remains behind it. I suspect, given the patterns so far, that we have not yet seen the full shape of what we are actually facing. I know, Issei said quietly, watching the last light fade from the sky above the silent archway. I am not afraid of that the way I once would have been. Whatever is still coming, I do not think it understood, when it first started testing these boundaries, exactly what it was going to find waiting for it by the time it finally showed its whole hand. Kessler's weathered face creased into something like quiet approval. No, he agreed. I do not believe it did. They stood together as full night settled over the hillside, the archway glowing faint and steady beneath the rising stars, and Issei found himself thinking, one final time before turning to walk back down toward the warm lights of the town waiting below, about everything that had brought him to this particular, hard-won peace, the exhausted boy who had once fled a love too heavy to carry, the slow, deliberate work of learning to breathe again, and the entire, unexpected family he had built and rebuilt in the process, scattered now across two towns and bound together by something considerably sturdier than proximity alone. Whatever still waited beyond the horizon, gathering its strength in whatever patient, ancient darkness it called home, Issei walked back down the hillside that night with Suzu's laughter carrying warm through the summer air ahead of him, Rias and Aquino's voices weaving easily alongside it, and understood, with a certainty that had taken 4 long, difficult months to earn, that he was finally, fully ready to meet it. Not as the isolated boy who had once believed strength meant carrying everything alone, but as exactly who he had worked so hard to become instead. Someone surrounded, deliberately and honestly, by people who had all, in their own necessary time, finally learned how to love him well. He found Suzu waiting for him at the bottom of the hill, the warm glow of the bakery's back windows spilling gold across the path, Rias and Aquino's easy laughter still drifting faintly from inside where they had stayed to help close up for the night, an ordinary, domestic kindness none of them would have known how to offer each other freely 4 months earlier. You look like a man who has been thinking too hard again, Suzu said, slipping her hand into his as they walked the last stretch together. Good thoughts, mostly, Issei said. I was thinking about how strange it is, that everything I once believed I had lost for good turned out to still be here, just waiting for all of us to become people capable of holding it properly. That is not strange, Suzu said. That is simply what healing actually looks like, when it is given the time it needs instead of being rushed towards some tidy resolution before anyone is ready. I told you that once, standing in a very different kind of dark. I still believe it. Issei stopped at the edge of the bakery's warm light and pulled her close, unhurried, grateful, the summer night settling soft and quiet around them both. I do not know what the coming months will bring. I know we are stronger for facing it together than I would ever have been facing it alone. Then that is enough for tonight, Suzu said, resting her head against his shoulder as the last of the day's warmth lingered in the summer air. Whatever comes next, it can wait until morning to introduce itself properly. Inside, Rias's laughter rose bright and unguarded over something Aquino had said, and Issei stood there a moment longer in the gathering dark, holding on to the quiet, hard-won certainty that whatever waited beyond the horizon, gathering its old, patient strength in whatever forgotten corner of the world it called home, it was going to find, when it finally arrived, considerably more waiting for it than it had ever accounted for. He thought, walking through the bakery's back door with Suzu's hand still warm in his, of the frightened, exhausted boy who had once sat at a kitchen table 300 kilometers away, signing transfer papers with trembling hands, certain that leaving was the only way left to save himself. That boy could not have imagined this particular evening, this particular kitchen full of warm light and familiar laughter, this particular version of a life built not on escape but on the slow, deliberate, unglamorous work of learning to be loved correctly. He was grateful, standing in the doorway with the whole warm weight of it in front of him, that he had never stopped long enough to imagine it. Some things, he was learning, only ever revealed their true shape once a person had done the actual work of arriving. Later, long after Rias and Aquino had retired to their guest rooms and the bakery below had gone dark and quiet for the night, Issei sat by his window with Suzu asleep against his shoulder, watching the last lights of Ryudai flicker out one by one across the sleeping town. He thought about the coalition, about the seal holding steady on the hill above them, about the long, uncertain summer still stretching out ahead full of unanswered questions neither he nor anyone else in that quiet house had the power to resolve tonight. None of it frightened him the way it once might have. He had spent 4 months learning, slowly and honestly, that peace was never actually the absence of every coming storm. It was, instead, the steady, chosen certainty of exactly who would still be standing beside him when the next one finally arrived. Looking down at Suzu's quiet, even breathing, listening to the faint, familiar creak of Rias and Aquino settling into unfamiliar beds just down the hall, Issei found he no longer needed to wonder whether he had that certainty. He simply had it, earned and steady and entirely his own, and he let it carry him gently, finally, into sleep, the summer night settling quiet and unhurried over a small town that had, against every reasonable expectation, become the place where all of it, at last, had learned how to fit together, one honest, patient choice at a time. Morning arrived gently over Ryudai, sunlight filtering warm and gold through the curtains, and Issei woke to the quiet, ordinary sounds of a house slowly stirring to life around him, Suzu already moving softly in the kitchen below, the distant murmur of Rias and Aquino's voices drifting up the stairs as they helped set out breakfast for everyone gathered under one roof. He lay there a moment longer, listening, before rising to join them, unhurried and entirely at peace, ready to meet whatever the coming season asked of him with the same steady, chosen courage that had carried him this far already. Act 4. Chapter 32. The answer to who had been coordinating the attacks arrived from an unexpected direction, 3 weeks into a summer that had otherwise settled into the easy, hard-won rhythm Issei had spent months building toward. It came through Emi's coastal contacts, a message passed hand to hand through 3 separate intermediaries before finally reaching Ryudai, careful and cautious in a way that told Issei, before he even read it, that whatever information it carried had cost someone dearly to obtain. A defector, Kessler explained, gathering the coalition's inner circle in his office late on a warm July evening, the message spread carefully across his desk. From within the very faction we have been fighting. She calls herself Orin. According to this, she was once bound to the old hunger service through a pact her ancestors made generations ago, the same kind of coerced servitude that apparently sustains much of what we have been facing. She wishes to meet. She claims to have information that could end this permanently. Or it is a trap, Vala said flatly, arms folded, his usual detached composure sharpened now into something more wary. An old, patient hunger that has spent centuries testing our defenses would hardly hesitate to send a convincing lure, if it believed doing so might finally deliver us into a confrontation on its own terms. It could be both, Issei said slowly, studying the careful, cramped handwriting of the message. A genuine defector, exploited by the very thing controlling her, still capable of leading us into danger even if her intentions are real. We do not have to assume bad faith to be careful. They debated the wisdom of the meeting for 2 full days, coalition leaders weighing in through the shared network, cautious arguments made on every side, until finally Rias, who had grown considerably more measured in her decision-making over the preceding months, offered the compromise that ultimately carried the room. We meet her, Rias said, on our terms, in force, prepared for betrayal, but genuinely willing to listen if the information proves real. We have built a coalition specifically so that no single one of us has to walk into uncertain danger alone. Let us actually use it. The meeting was arranged for a remote shrine 2 days later, neutral ground suggested by Orin herself, heavily warded by the coalition's combined strength before anyone arrived, contingencies layered carefully in case the worst possibility proved true. Orin turned out to be smaller than Issei expected, a young woman who could not have been much older than Suzu in appearance, though something ancient, and weary lived behind her tired eyes, old chains visible faintly around her wrists even when unbound, ghostly remnants of servitude that apparently could not be fully removed no matter how far she ran. "Thank you for coming," she said quietly, seated carefully in the center of the shrine's main hall, the assembled coalition leaders arranged watchfully around her. "I know what this looks like. I know what it could be. I would not have risked this meeting if I believed I had any other way to finally be free of what still binds me." "Tell us what you know," Suzu said, gentle but firm, dragon senses clearly straining to assess the truth behind the woman's careful words. "All of it. We will decide what to do with it once we understand exactly what we are facing." Chapter 33. Oren's story unfolded slowly, careful and halting, the particular caution of someone who had spent a very long time learning that trust could be weaponized against her. Her bloodline, she explained, had been bound generations ago in a pact with the ancient hunger the coalition now called, for lack of a better name, the Unmaking, an entity old enough to predate the current age's major pantheons, feeding not on souls or flesh but on the boundaries between realms themselves, growing stronger with every crossing point it managed to breach and claim. "It does not hunger the way ordinary threats hunger," Oren said. "It hungers for erosion. Every boundary it consumes weakens the fundamental structure separating this realm from what lies beyond it. It does not want to conquer this world, precisely. It wants to unmake the walls that currently keep this world distinct from the vast, formless hunger existing on the other side of every sealed crossing. Eventually, if it consumes enough, there will be no boundary left at all, only the endless, hungry nothing it has always been trying to return everything to." The room went very quiet. "Your archway," Oren continued, looking directly at Suzu, "was significant to it precisely because your bloodline's successful restoration proved that even its most patient, careful erosion could still be reversed by sufficiently strong, sufficiently coordinated resistance. It has spent the months since testing whether that resistance could be broken, isolated, or overwhelmed. The coordinated attack in June was meant to discover exactly that. When it failed, the Unmaking did something it has apparently not done in centuries. It grew cautious." "Cautious how?" Issei asked. "It has begun consolidating its remaining strength rather than continuing to spread thin across scattered, opportunistic breaches," Oren said. "I believe, though I cannot be entirely certain, that it intends a single, overwhelming attempt at the strongest remaining boundary it has identified, rather than continuing the slow, patient erosion strategy that has served it for centuries. It believes, correctly, that your coalition represents the first genuine threat to its patience it has encountered in a very long time." "What boundary?" Kessler asked, voice tight. Oren hesitated, old fear visible behind her tired eyes. "I believe it intends to target the Security directly," she said finally. "Not a crossing point at all, but the boundary he himself represents, the seam between mortal and dragon that his very existence embodies. I do not fully understand the mechanics of what that would mean, but I believe it has concluded that consuming that particular boundary, rather than merely testing sealed archways, would grant it strength considerably beyond anything it has gathered in centuries." Issei felt the room's attention shift toward him, and forced himself to remain steady despite the cold weight settling in his stomach. "When? I do not know precisely," Oren admitted. "Soon. Weeks, perhaps, rather than months. It has been gathering itself for some time now, and I do not believe it intends to wait much longer, particularly given how thoroughly your coalition has disrupted its earlier strategy." Chapter 34. The coalition's response to Oren's warning unfolded with a speed and coordination that would have been impossible 4 months earlier, every allied group mobilizing in careful, deliberate concert, resources and information flowing freely through a network built specifically to prevent exactly the kind of isolated vulnerability the Unmaking apparently intended to exploit. Surzex arrived at Ryudai within a day of receiving word, the full weight of the underworld's defensive resources now formally committed to what had, until recently, been a quietly independent effort. "We do not yet know exactly how it intends to attack you directly," Surzex said, gathered with the coalition's inner circle around Kessler's crowded desk, maps and old texts spread thick across every available surface. "Oren's information, however genuine, remains incomplete. We must prepare for multiple possibilities simultaneously. Then we prepare the way we have prepared for everything else," Ria said, some of her old decisive confidence carrying real weight now, tempered by months of hard-won humility into something considerably steadier than the impulsive protectiveness that had once driven her to the very possessiveness Issei had fled. Together, with every resource this coalition has built, and without assuming any single strategy will be sufficient on its own. Issei, listening to the assembled group debate strategy long into the evening, found himself thinking about how different this moment felt from every crisis of his old life, when responsibility for facing impossible threats had always seemed to fall, inevitably, onto his shoulders alone. Now the weight was distributed, carried collectively by people who had each, in their own difficult way, learned exactly what it cost to try carrying everything alone. I want to talk to Orin again, he said, once the strategic debate had settled into rough consensus. Alone, if she is willing. I think there is more she is not telling us, not out of deception, but out of fear of what sharing it might cost her. Suzu caught his hand as the meeting broke for the night, something careful in her expression. You do not have to face this alone, Issei. Whatever the unmaking intends specifically for you. I know, Issei said, and meant it fully, no trace of the old instinct to shoulder everything by himself out of some misguided idea of protecting the people he loved. I am not asking to face it alone. I am asking for one conversation, with someone who has spent her entire life bound to the very thing we are trying to stop, and who might trust me enough to share something she would not yet share with an entire room of relative strangers. Orin agreed to the conversation readily, meeting Issei alone in the shrine's quiet garden the following morning, early sunlight filtering soft through old trees, the careful, guarded distance she had maintained with the larger group visibly easing in the smaller, quieter setting. You want to know why it wants you specifically, she said before he could ask. Not merely what strategic advantage your particular boundary offers. You want to know the deeper reason. Yes. Orin was quiet for a long moment, old grief visible behind her careful composure. The unmaking does not merely consume boundaries, Sekiryudai. It remembers them, in its own vast, patient way. It has encountered dragons before, across the centuries, and has learned that dragon blood, properly provoked, becomes considerably more powerful and considerably more consumable than blood left calm and settled. Her expression grew grave. I believe it intends not merely to attack you, but to break you first, to strip away everything that currently keeps your power steady and controlled, before attempting to consume what remains. It has learned, over centuries of patient study, that a dragon's power grows most vulnerable precisely at the moment of its greatest anguish. Issei felt something cold settle deep in his chest, understanding immediately what she was describing. It intends to target the people I love. I believe so, Orin confirmed quietly. I am sorry. I did not want to be the one to tell you that. But I believed you deserved to know the full shape of what is actually coming, rather than facing it blind. Chapter 35. Issei carried Orin's warning back to the coalition with a steadiness he did not entirely feel, understanding now with brutal clarity exactly what the coming weeks might demand of everyone he had rebuilt his life around. Then we protect each other, Suzu said immediately, once he had shared everything, her expression fierce and unafraid despite the weight of what he had just described. All of us, together, rather than any single one of us becoming an isolated target it can exploit. I do not want any of you used against me, Issei said, old fear rising despite months of hard-won growth, the particular terror of watching people he loved become leverage rather than partners. I have spent my entire life as a devil watching that exact scenario play out, over and over, enemies targeting the people I care about specifically because they understood it would break me faster than any direct attack ever could. Rias reached across the table and took his hand, something steady and unflinching in her green eyes. Then we do not give it that opportunity, Issei. We prepare together, we stay together, and we refuse to let fear isolate any one of us the way it might be hoping to. That is exactly the lesson all of us have spent these last several months learning. We do not have to face this the old way. Akino nodded firmly beside her. We are not the same people we were when you first left, Issei. We are not going to become easy leverage simply because something ancient and patient has decided to test that theory. Let it try. The coalition spent the following 2 weeks in intensive, careful preparation, every allied group contributing whatever strength and information they possessed. Defensive wards reinforced across every location connected to Issei's life, careful contingencies established in case the Unmaking's attack came through unexpected channels. Vala appeared twice more during that period, sharing fragments of old, recovered texts describing previous encounters between the Unmaking and other dragons across history, most ending in tragedy, a few, rare and precious, ending in genuine victory through methods the fragmentary accounts described only in frustratingly incomplete detail. The victories share one common thread, Vala observed, during his final visit before whatever confrontation was coming finally arrived. In every account where a dragon successfully resisted the Unmaking's attempt to break them through anguish, the dragon was never alone in the final confrontation. The bonds it tried to weaponize instead became the very thing that held them steady. That is consistent with everything Orin told us, Issei said. It wants isolation. It wants to convince me that love is a vulnerability rather than a strength. Then do not let it convince you, Vala said simply. I do not offer optimism easily, Hayadu, you know this about me. But I have watched what you have built here these last several months, and I do not believe, whatever the old accounts suggest about isolated dragons falling to this particular threat, that isolation describes your current situation even remotely. The warning, when it finally came, arrived not as a sudden crisis but as a slow, building pressure across every warded boundary the coalition had reinforced, the Unmaking apparently choosing, in the end, a broad, patient siege rather than a single decisive strike, testing every point of the coalition's defense simultaneously. Searching methodically for whatever weakness its careful centuries of study believed it would eventually find. Chapter 36. The siege began in earnest on a hot, still night in early August, pressure building simultaneously across a dozen warded points the coalition had spent weeks reinforcing, the Unmaking's vast, patient hunger pressing against every boundary at once in a coordinated assault unlike anything the coalition had yet faced. Issei felt at first at Ryudiai's archway, the familiar cold weight considerably stronger now than it had been even during the June attack, and understood immediately, standing beside Suzu in the humming, straining clearing, that whatever careful patience the Unmaking had shown before had finally given way to something considerably more desperate and considerably more dangerous. It is testing everything at once, Haru reported over the coalition's shared network, voice tight with strain. Every warded point we reinforced. It is not looking for the strongest point to attack directly. I think it is looking for the first point that shows any sign of weakening under sustained pressure. Then no point weakens, Ria said firmly, her voice carrying clear across the network from the coastal shrine where she and Aquino had stationed themselves with a second defensive team. We hold every line, together, for as long as it takes. The siege stretched through the night, hour after hour of sustained, grinding pressure, every coalition team holding their assigned position with careful, coordinated discipline, Issei and Suzu anchoring Ryudiai's archway alongside Kessler and a rotating team of allied exorcists, boosted strength and reinforced wards holding steady against the weight that seemed, as the night wore on, to only grow more desperate and more concentrated. It was near dawn, exhaustion beginning to fray the edges of even the coalition's most disciplined defenses, that Issei felt something shift, a sudden, sharp change in the pressure pattern that sent cold dread flooding through him even before Haru's alarmed voice confirmed it over the network. It broke off from the other 11 points, Haru reported, voice tight with alarm. All the pressure just consolidated onto a single location. The coastal shrine. Rias and Aquino's position. Issei felt something in his chest seize with pure, primal fear, old instincts screaming at him to abandon Ryutiai's archway entirely and race toward the coast, and it was Suzu's steady hand on his arm that anchored him against the impulse. Issei, she said, sharp and clear, cutting through the panic threatening to overwhelm him. This is exactly what it wants. It wants you to fracture your own defense out of fear for them. Trust the coalition. Trust that they are not facing this alone, the same way you are not facing this alone. Issei forced himself to breathe, drawing on everything he had learned these past 8 months about strength built through connection rather than isolation, and reached out through the shared network instead of racing blindly toward the coast. Status at the coastal position. Now, Rias's voice came back steady despite the obvious strain behind it. We are holding Issei. It is throwing everything it has at us, but we are not alone here either. The full coastal team is in position. Hold your line. Trust us to hold ours. Chapter 37. The confrontation at the coastal shrine unfolded with a violence unlike anything the coalition had yet faced, the Unmaking's full concentrated hunger surging against the assembled defensive team in wave after relentless wave, testing not merely the physical wards but the emotional resolve of everyone standing against it. Rias felt at first a cold, insidious pressure at the edges of her mind, not a physical attack but something considerably more insidious, whispers of doubt, an old fear pressed directly against every insecurity she had spent 8 months carefully working to heal. You could not hold him before, the pressure seemed to whisper, formless and vast and ancient. What makes you believe you are capable of holding this line now, when everything that matters is finally at stake? Rias recognized the attack for exactly what it was, old fear given ancient, hungry voice, and rather than letting it take root the way it once might have, she found herself, almost without deciding to, speaking the truth she had spent 8 months learning to hold on to instead. I do not have to hold him, she said aloud, startling the allied exorcists beside her, though she was not entirely speaking for their benefit. I do not have to hold anyone. I only have to love him well enough that he chooses to stand beside me freely. That is not weakness. That is exactly the strength you clearly do not understand. The pressure recoiled briefly, as though startled by the resistance, and Aquino, standing close beside her, felt the same insidious whisper turn its full attention toward her instead. You destroyed everything you touched with love once before, it whispered. Your mother's fate. Your own desperate grasping. What makes you believe this time will end any differently? Aquino felt the old wound the whisper had found ache sharp and immediate, and rather than letting it fracture her resolve, she drew instead on everything her mentoring work with the Coalition's younger devils had taught her these past months. I learned, she said, voice steady despite the ancient hunger pressing against her mind, that love which destroys is not love at all, but fear wearing its clothing. I am not that fear anymore. I have spent 8 months teaching other people exactly how to recognize the difference. I know it intimately now. You will not find that particular weakness in me a second time. The Unmaking's pressure surged harder, furious now, sensing its careful strategy failing against a resolve it had not anticipated, and threw its full concentrated weight against the shrine's physical wards instead, a final, desperate assault meant to overwhelm through sheer force what it had failed to unravel through doubt. The combined coalition team held, wards flaring bright and steady under the combined strength of exorcists and shrine keepers and devils working in careful, practiced coordination, and slowly, as dawn finally broke fully over the eastern horizon, the vast, ancient pressure began, for the first time since the siege began, to genuinely recede. It is retreating, the allied exorcist called out, disbelief and exhaustion mingling in her voice. All points simultaneously. It is pulling back. Chapter 38. The siege's sudden retreat left the entire coalition in a state of cautious, exhausted relief, every warded point confirmed secure by mid-morning, no breach achieved anywhere despite the Unmaking's most concentrated effort yet. Issei reached the coastal shrine by early afternoon, having handed Ryudi's archway over to a relief team the moment the retreat was confirmed, and found Rias and Aquino both exhausted but whole, sitting together against the shrine's outer wall in the warm summer sun, the immediate danger past but its weight still visibly heavy on both of them. You held, he said, dropping to his knees beside them, relief flooding through him at finding them both safe. We held, Rias confirmed, managing a tired smile despite her obvious exhaustion. It tried to break us the way it apparently broke other dragons across history, through doubt, and old fear rather than direct force. I do not think it expected either of us to have already done the work of healing those particular wounds. It whispered things, Aquino said quietly, something raw still visible beneath her exhaustion. Old fears, old failures, exactly the things it must have believed would still be capable of unraveling us. I am grateful, more than I know how to properly express, that they were not raw wounds anymore by the time it tried. Issei pulled them both into a careful embrace, grateful and humbled by exactly how much genuine growth had carried them through a test he suspected, in an earlier version of all their lives, might have ended considerably differently. It is not defeated, Kessler said grimly, Arriving with the rest of the coalition's leadership shortly after, old maps and reports already spread across a makeshift table set up in the shrine's courtyard. It has retreated, but Oren's earlier warning remains accurate. It has learned, through tonight's failure, that direct assault and psychological attack both fail against a sufficiently unified, sufficiently healed coalition. I do not believe it will simply give up. I believe it will adapt. Then we adapt faster, Issei said, some of his old strategic focus returning despite the exhaustion weighing on all of them. We do not wait passively for whatever it tries next. We use what we learned tonight, and we take the fight to it directly, on our terms rather than its. The coalition spent the following days in careful analysis of everything the siege had revealed, or in contributing crucial insight into the unmaking's patterns and vulnerabilities, old fragmentary texts studied with renewed urgency for any detail that might illuminate a path toward genuine, lasting victory rather than merely successful defense. It was Suzu, studying the oldest and most complete of the recovered texts late one evening, who finally identified the pattern that had eluded them. Every historical account describes the same eventual resolution, she said, gathering the coalition's inner circle around Kessler's desk with obvious excitement. The unmaking cannot be destroyed through force alone, no matter how coordinated. It can only be sealed, permanently, through a ritual that requires the willing, freely given power of every bloodline it has ever attempted to consume, combined and anchored at the specific boundary point where it first entered this realm centuries ago. Where is that point? Issei asked. Suzu met his eyes, something both hopeful and daunting visible in her expression. According to this text, it is the very archway on the hill above Ryutai. The one my clan was destroyed protecting. The one we have already sealed once before. Chapter 13. The revelation sent the coalition into a new phase of careful, urgent preparation, understanding now that Ryutai's archway was not merely one boundary among many, but the specific origin point where a final, permanent resolution to the unmaking centuries-long threat might actually be achieved. The ritual requires willing power from every bloodline it has ever attempted to consume, Kessler explained, studying the ancient text with careful, methodical attention. That means considerably more than Suzu's line alone this time. It requires draconic blood, yes, but also the blood of every tradition the unmaking has tested and failed to break across its long, patient history. Exorcist lines. Shrine keeper traditions. Even, according to this passage, devil blood specifically tied to the houses that once attempted to consume centuries ago. Rhea straightened at that, old family history suddenly relevant in a way she had never expected. The Gremry line. There are old stories, nearly forgotten, about an ancestor who once faced something similar, generations before the current era. I always believed it was simply myth. Perhaps it was more than myth, Kessler said. If the text is accurate, your bloodline's willing participation may be exactly the missing piece this ritual has lacked in every previous attempt across history. No prior confrontation, as far as these fragmentary records suggest, ever managed to gather every required bloodline in one place, freely willing, at the same time. The coalition spent the following 2 weeks in the most careful, comprehensive preparation yet, every allied bloodline confirmed and gathered, the ritual's exact requirements studied and cross-referenced against every surviving fragment of the ancient text, contingencies established for every possible complication the assembled coalition leadership could anticipate. Oren, to everyone's quiet surprise, offered her own bloodline's participation as well, despite the personal risk it clearly carried given her history of coerced servitude to the very thing they intended to seal. I have spent my entire life bound to what this ritual might finally end, she said, when Issei asked if she was certain. I would rather risk everything trying to be genuinely free of it than continue existing in the careful, exhausting half-freedom I have managed to steal so far. If my blood can help end this permanently, I want to give it freely, on my own terms, for the first time in longer than I can remember. The night before the ritual, the full coalition gathered at Ryutai, every allied bloodline represented, the campus transformed temporarily into something between a war camp and a quiet vigil, careful preparation mingling with the particular, hushed anticipation of people about to attempt something that had, according to every surviving record, never once succeeded across the entirety of recorded history. Issei found Suzu alone in the hillside clearing that evening, standing before the ancient archway in the fading summer light, and crossed to stand beside her without a word, taking her hand in the comfortable, familiar silence that had become one of the surest anchors in his entire rebuilt life. "Are you afraid?" he asked quietly. "Yes," Suzu admitted, honest in a way she had not always been in their earliest months together. "This is the boundary my clan died protecting. Tomorrow, we attempt to finally, permanently close the threat that took everything from me 200 years ago. I am afraid of failing. I am afraid, somewhere underneath that, of finally succeeding, and having to learn what it means to exist without this particular grief anchoring so much of who I have become." Issei pulled her close, understanding the particular vertigo of that fear intimately, having spent his own months learning what it meant to exist beyond the exhausted, isolated version of himself he had once believed was simply who he had to be. "Whatever happens tomorrow," he said, "you will not be facing it as the isolated last survivor your clan's destruction once made you. You will be facing it surrounded by everyone this fight has brought together, choosing, freely, to stand beside you." Suzu looked up at him, something fierce and grateful and entirely unafraid finally settling into her expression. "Then let us go finish what my ancestors started, together, the way it always should have been faced from the beginning." Chapter 40. Dawn broke clear and still over Ryudiai's hillside clearing. The full coalition assembled in careful, concentric circles around the ancient archway, every required bloodline represented. Kessler's old text spread open on a stone altar hastily constructed at the clearing's center. Issei stood at the innermost circle alongside Suzu, Rias, Aquino, and Orin, the 5 bloodlines whose combined, willing power the ritual specifically required, while the wider coalition formed layered rings of protective support around them, ready to reinforce and defend the central ritual against whatever resistance the Unmaking might attempt as its centuries-long threat finally faced genuine, permanent resolution. "The ritual requires each of you to speak your bloodlines binding truthfully," Kessler explained, voice carrying clear across the still morning air. "Not merely words, but genuine, freely given acknowledgement of what you have each overcome to stand here willingly. The text is explicit on this point. Coerced or half-hearted participation will fail. Only complete, honest willingness carries sufficient power to close this permanently." Suzu stepped forward first, kneeling before the archway exactly as she had 8 months earlier, though her voice, when the old ritual words began, carried a settled certainty entirely absent from that first, desperate attempt. "I am the last of the Hiragi line," she said, "and I no longer carry this duty as a wound inherited from grief alone. I carry it freely, chosen, alongside people who have taught me that survival does not have to mean permanent isolation." Orin followed, her voice trembling but resolute. "I am bound by ancestral pact to the very thing we now seal away, and I release that binding freely, choosing, for the first time in generations, exactly what my own blood will be used for." Rias stepped forward next, old family history finally claimed rather than merely inherited. "I am Gremory, and I have spent this past year learning that love given freely, without demand or possession, carries considerably more strength than love that grasps to secure what it fears losing. I offer this freely, asking nothing back beyond the chance to finally close what my ancestors could not." Aquino's voice, when her turn came, carried a steadiness that would have been unimaginable to the desperate, possessive woman she had once been. "I carry old grief that once taught me love meant vigilance and control. I have spent this year unlearning that lesson, and I offer what remains, healed and freely given, without needing anything in return." Finally, Issei stepped forward, the boosted gear flaring softly along his arm, and found, searching for the words the ritual demanded, that they arrived with a clarity born from every difficult, necessary choice of the past 8 months. "I fled a love that had grown too heavy to carry, and I found, in the distance I needed, exactly what love was always supposed to feel like. I offer this power freely, chosen and whole, surrounded by everyone who taught me that strength was never about carrying everything alone." The archway's ancient wards flared to sudden, brilliant life, silver light building steadily as 5 bloodlines combined, genuinely willing power poured into the failing seal, and this time, unlike every previous attempt across the entirety of recorded history, the light did not merely hold the boundary closed. It began, instead, to burn backward through the archway itself, tracing the ancient hunger's presence to its source. Chapter 41. The Unmaking's response was immediate and violent, a vast, formless fury surging against the ritual's building power, the ground itself trembling as centuries of patient, accumulated hunger recognized, finally, that its long, careful strategy of erosion and isolation had failed completely against something it had apparently never before encountered in all its ancient existence. You cannot end what has always existed. The pressure seemed to howl, formless and furious, pressing against the entire assembled coalition at once. I am older than every boundary you claim to defend. I will simply wait, and gather, and try again, across whatever centuries it takes. No, Issei said, boosted power surging through him as he held his position at the ritual's center, refusing to let the ancient fury's desperate assault break the careful concentration the ceiling required. You will not get that chance. We are not facing you the way every dragon before us faced you, alone and isolated, waiting to be broken through fear and doubt. We are facing you together, and that is exactly the one thing your entire strategy never accounted for. The wider coalition held its protective formation with disciplined precision, reinforcing wards and containing the Unmaking's furious, desperate lashing as the central ritual continued building toward its climax, every allied group contributing exactly the coordinated strength months of careful preparation had built them toward. The silver light building through the archway grew brighter still, tracing further and further back through whatever vast, formless dimension the Unmaking called home, and Issei felt, through the boosted gear's ancient connection to draconic power across all ages, something shift fundamentally in the nature of the confrontation. The ritual no longer merely sealing a single boundary, but reaching toward the very source of the ancient hunger's continued existence. It is working, Suzu said, voice strained but triumphant, her own power pouring steady and unwavering into the building ritual. The text was right. Every bloodline, freely given, together. This is what none of the previous attempts across history ever managed to assemble. The Unmaking's fury reached its final, desperate crescendo, throwing everything remaining of its vast, ancient strength against the coalition's unified defense, and for one long, terrible moment, Issei felt the entire assembled circle strain nearly to its breaking point, every ally holding on through sheer determined will against the pressure that had, across recorded history, broken every previous resistance it had ever encountered. Then, with a final, resonant pulse of silver light that swept outward across the entire hillside, the Unmaking's ancient, patient hunger finally, permanently, shattered. Chapter 42. The silence that followed felt, for a long, suspended moment, almost unbearable, every member of the assembled coalition frozen in place, uncertain whether the sudden absence of the ancient pressure they had spent months braced against actually meant what it appeared to mean. It is gone, Kessler said finally, voice hoarse with disbelief, studying the archway's now steady, gently glowing wards with careful, methodical attention. Not merely retreated. Gone. The text's final passage describes exactly this signature, when the ceiling succeeds completely rather than merely holding a temporary boundary. The clearing erupted into exhausted, disbelieving relief, coalition members embracing each other freely, months of careful, disciplined preparation finally paying off in a victory that, according to every surviving historical record, had never once been achieved before. Issei sank to his knees beside the now permanently sealed archway, exhaustion and relief crashing over him in equal measure, and felt Suzu's arms wrap around him from one side, Rias and Aquino joining a moment later from the other, the five of them who had anchored the ritual's center holding on to each other in the warm, settling light of a summer morning that had, against every reasonable historical precedent, finally ended a threat centuries in the making. We did it, Suzu said, tears streaking freely down her face, 200 years of inherited grief finally, genuinely released. My clan's death finally has an ending that is not simply loss. Orin, kneeling nearby with her own tears falling freely, reached up almost wonderingly toward wrists that had, for the first time in her entire remembered life, no lingering trace of ancestral chains visible at all. I am free, she whispered. Genuinely, completely free. The coalition spent the following hours in careful, methodical confirmation of the ceiling's permanence, every warded point across every allied territory checked and rechecked, until finally, by late afternoon, Kessler was able to announce, with quiet, profound certainty, that the threat that had shaped the past 8 months of all their lives had been genuinely, permanently ended. Issei walked down from the hillside that evening with Suzu's hand in one of his, Rias and Aquino close beside them, the wider coalition's exhausted, celebratory voices carrying warm through the summer dusk behind them, and found himself thinking, for the first time in longer than he could measure, that he no longer carried a single unresolved fear weighing on the careful, hard-won peace he had built. He had fled Ko 8 months earlier, exhausted and suffocated by a love that had grown too heavy to carry, uncertain whether he was capable of ever finding his way back to feeling whole. He had found, instead, exactly what he had needed, a quiet town willing to let him simply exist, a girl who understood his particular exhaustion intimately, and eventually, the slow, deliberate rebuilding of everything he had once feared was lost forever, transformed now into something considerably sturdier than what had come before. The threat that had gathered against all of them was finally, genuinely gone. What remained, walking together down that quiet hillside path into the warm, settling dusk, was simply the rest of their lives, waiting to be built, deliberately and honestly, exactly the way all of them had finally learned love was always supposed to work. Chapter 43. The days following the sealing passed in a strange, gentle blur, the entire coalition slowly dispersing back toward their own territories and traditions, carrying with them the quiet, hard-won knowledge that something ancient and patient, which had shaped the fears of countless generations before them, would never again threaten anyone the way it once had. Orin stayed longest, uncertain at first what freedom actually meant for someone who had spent her entire life defined by servitude, and it was Kessler who finally offered her a place at Ryudai, gently, without expectation. The same quiet sanctuary that had once given Issei and Suzu room to heal now extended freely to someone who had never before had anywhere safe to simply exist. You do not have to decide your whole future today, Kessler told her, the two of them sitting together in his cluttered office while the rest of the coalition celebrated quietly in the courtyard below. You only have to decide what tomorrow looks like. The rest will make itself clear in time. Orin's answering smile, small and tentative and entirely her own, suggested she was beginning, for the first time, to believe that particular patient wisdom might actually apply to her too. Issei spent that first free evening simply walking the familiar streets of the town that had become, over 8 remarkable months, genuinely and completely his own, Suzu's hand warm in his, no urgent crisis pulling at either of their attention for the first time in longer than either of them could remember. What happens now? Suzu asked, the two of them pausing on the same low stone wall along the river where he had once first felt Rias's distant, restrained presence at the edge of the wards. I do not entirely know, Issei admitted. I think for the first time in 8 months, I actually get to find out without an emergency forcing the answer. Suzu smiled, leaning into him. I find I do not mind that uncertainty nearly as much as I once might have. I have learned, this year, that not knowing, held carefully, tends to be where the honest part of things actually gets to begin. Chapter 44. Rias and Aquino stayed at Ryudai for a full week following the sealing, an unhurried, deliberate choice none of them rushed to end, and it was during that quiet week, sitting together in the bakery's warm back room on a lazy Sunday afternoon, that the 4 of them finally allowed themselves to speak plainly about the question none had yet dared raise directly. I do not know what I am asking for, exactly, Rias admitted, turning her teacup slowly between her hands, uncharacteristically hesitant. I do not want to pressure any shape onto this that is not genuinely, freely chosen by everyone involved. But I think all of us have been carefully avoiding naming what has actually been growing between the 4 of us these past months, and I would rather name it honestly than let it continue existing only in careful, unspoken glances. Suzu, seated beside Issei with her hand resting easily in his, considered the admission with the same careful seriousness she brought to everything. I meant what I told you both, the first time we met. I do not believe love has to be a competition where only one version survives. I have watched all 3 of you grow, this year, into people capable of loving generously rather than possessively. I do not feel threatened by whatever this becomes, provided it is built the same honest way everything else we have rebuilt was built. Aquino reached across the table, something vulnerable and hopeful visible in her dark eyes. I think what I want, if I am finally honest, is not to reclaim something that was broken before. I want to build something new, alongside Suzu rather than in competition with her, something none of us could have imagined 8 months ago, back when love still meant grasping rather than choosing. Issei looked around the table at all three of them, understanding, with a clarity 8 months of hard-won growth had finally made possible, that this particular, unconventional shape of family was not a compromise or a consolation, but something genuinely, deliberately chosen by everyone involved, built on exactly the kind of honest, generous foundation none of them had known how to construct before everything fell apart and had to be rebuilt from the ground up. I love all three of you, he said simply, the words arriving easily now in a way they never could have during the desperate, suffocating months before he left Ko. Differently, in ways specific to each of you, but genuinely, and without needing any one of those loves to diminish the others. If that is something we can build together, honestly and patiently, the way we have built everything else this year, then I want that. I do not want to rush it. I want to build it the same careful way we built everything that actually lasted. The agreement that followed was not dramatic or immediately declared, but slow and deliberate, the four of them talking late into that Sunday afternoon about what such a life might actually look like, practical questions mixed with careful, honest emotional ground rules, everyone contributing to a shape none of them had fully anticipated but all of them, by evening, genuinely wanted. Chapter 45. The autumn that followed brought a new, settled rhythm to all of their lives, Rias and Aquino dividing their time carefully between Koa's ongoing responsibilities and increasingly frequent visits to Ryudai, Issei continuing his final year at the school that had given him exactly the room he needed to become whole again, the coalition slowly transitioning from active crisis response into a permanent, cooperative network of allied traditions. Yuzuki, predictably, had opinions about the whole arrangement. So let me make sure I understand this correctly, she said, over lunch on the school roof one crisp October afternoon, gesturing between Issei and Suzu with her usual irreverent bluntness. You are dating Suzu. You are also, apparently, rebuilding something with two former devil princesses who live 300 kilometers away. And everyone involved is, somehow, completely fine with this. It is more complicated than that, Issei said, though he could not quite suppress a small, embarrassed smile. It is considerably less complicated than it sounds, Suzu corrected, entirely unbothered by Yuzuki's teasing. It is simply love built honestly, by people who have all done the difficult work of learning what honest love actually requires. I understand it looks unusual from the outside. I have found, living it from the inside, that it looks mostly like patience, communication, and a great deal of careful, deliberate choosing. Yuzuki considered that for a long moment, her usual teasing humor softening into something more genuinely thoughtful. You know, when I think about it, that is probably a healthier foundation than half the relationships I have watched fall apart at this school over the years. Deliberate beats desperate, I suppose. That has been the whole lesson of this year, more or less, Issei agreed. Kessler, watching the coalition's continued cooperative work settle into its new, permanent rhythm, found himself, one quiet November evening, reflecting on everything Ryudai had witnessed since a tired, exhausted transfer student had first walked through its gates. I built this school to be a refuge, he told Issei, the two of them sharing tea in his office as the first snow of the new season began drifting past the windows. I never quite dared imagine it might also become the place where an ancient threat finally found its ending, or where four people managed to rebuild something considerably healthier than what they started with. I am proud, Issei, of everything Ryudai has been fortunate enough to witness this year. I am considerably more proud of everything you built here yourself. I could not have built any of it alone, Issei said honestly. I think that might be the actual lesson underneath everything else. Not that I found the right place to run to, though I am endlessly grateful I did. That I finally learned how to let people carry things alongside me, instead of insisting on carrying everything myself. Chapter 46. Winter arrived again at Ryudai almost exactly a year after Issei had first signed his transfer papers with shaking, uncertain hands, and this time, standing at his apartment window watching the season's first real snowfall settle soft and quiet over the familiar rooftops below, he found himself thinking back on the entire remarkable distance he had traveled since that frightened, exhausted night. Suzu joined him at the window, wrapping her arms around him from behind, the small, hand-carved dragon pendant she had given him a year earlier still warm where it rested against his chest beneath his shirt. "A year," she said softly. "It does not feel like it should have been enough time for everything that happened. And yet somehow it was. I think that is what real growth actually looks like," Issei said, turning to face her. "It never feels like enough time, in the middle of it. It only makes sense afterward, looking back at how far the distance actually carried everyone." Rias and Aquino arrived 2 days later for the winter holiday, the small apartment above the bakery filling with warmth and laughter in a way that would have seemed impossible to imagine during those first isolated, uncertain weeks after Issei's departure. They cooked together, clumsily and cheerfully, for people who had each once believed love required either total control or complete isolation, now learning, one ordinary domestic evening at a time, exactly how much genuine joy the space between those two extremes actually contained. "I want to say something," Rias announced, once dinner had settled into the comfortable, unhurried conversation that had become their new, ordinary normal. "I do not think I properly said it, back at the lakeside, or even during any of our visits since. Thank you, Issei, for leaving. I know that sounds strange to say. But if you had not found the courage to walk away from something that was hurting both of us, I do not think either Aquino or I would have ever become capable of building what we have now, with you, and with Suzu, and with everyone this year brought into all of our lives. I do not think I found courage, exactly," Issei said honestly. "I think I simply reached the point where staying hurt more than the fear of leaving did. I am endlessly grateful, though, that leaving turned out to lead somewhere considerably better than I ever dared hope, for all of us." Aquino raised her cup in a small, informal toast, something warm and settled in her dark eyes. "To growth that actually lasts," she said. "The kind built slowly, honestly, and together, rather than the kind that only ever holds together through fear." They drank together, the small apartment warm and full around them, snow continuing to fall soft and steady beyond the window, and Issei, looking around at everyone who had, through 8 extraordinary months of grief and growth and hard-won peace, become genuinely and permanently his family, understood with complete, settled certainty that whatever the future still held, he was finally, fully ready to meet it exactly as he was. Not the exhausted, suffocated boy who had once fled a love too heavy to carry. Someone whole, chosen, and surrounded, at last, by people who had all, in their own necessary time, learned precisely how to love him well. Chapter 47. Spring returned to Ryudai the way it always did, slow and uncertain at first, patches of green pushing up through the last stubborn snow along the river path Issei and Suzu had claimed as their own more than a year earlier, and it was on one of those early, tentative spring afternoons that Surzex arrived unannounced, his expression carrying a gravity Issei had learned, over the past year, not to dismiss lightly. "I am not bringing news of another crisis," Surzex said quickly, catching the immediate tension in Issei's posture. "I promise you that much. I am bringing something considerably more administrative, though no less significant in its own way." He explained, over tea in Kessler's office, that the coalition's remarkable success against the unmaking had drawn attention from every corner of the supernatural world, governing bodies across multiple factions now formally interested in studying and potentially formalizing the cooperative model Issei and his allies had built almost entirely from scratch. "They want to call it something official," Surzex said, a faint, amused smile tugging at his mouth. "A permanent alliance, modeled directly on what you built here. They are, in their own bureaucratic way, asking whether you would be willing to help establish it properly, rather than letting the coalition simply dissolve now that its original purpose has been fulfilled." Issei considered the offer carefully, glancing towards Suzu, who returned his look with quiet, encouraging warmth. "What would that actually require of me? Guidance, mostly. Consultation. Occasional travel to help establish similar cooperative networks in other territories that have expressed interest." Surzex's expression softened. "Nothing resembling your old life, Issei, if that is your concern. Nobody is asking you to become a permanent fixture back in Ko, or to set aside the life you have built here. They are asking whether the boy who once needed to leave everything behind to find himself might now be willing, on his own terms, to help other people build the same kind of foundation that saved him. Issei found, turning the offer over carefully in his mind, that he did not feel the old, familiar dread of obligation swallowing him whole the way it once might have. He felt, instead, a quiet, genuine interest, the particular satisfaction of being asked to share something hard-won rather than being expected to simply absorb another burden alone. "I would want to do it my way," he said finally. "Slowly. Deliberately. Without letting it consume the life I have actually built here in the process. That," Surzek said, "is precisely why they are asking you, and not someone who might approach it any other way." Chapter 48. The following months brought a new, careful chapter to Issei's already remarkable year. Occasional trips to help establish cooperative networks in territories that had struggled, in isolation, against their own smaller echoes of the threats Ryudiai's coalition had once faced, each trip bounded carefully, never allowed to consume the steady, ordinary life he had built at its center. Suzu accompanied him on most of these journeys, her own centuries of hard-won wisdom proving invaluable in helping other bloodlines understand exactly what genuine, willing cooperation actually required, and it was during one such trip, to a small mountain shrine tradition in a territory neither of them had visited before, that Issei found himself reflecting on how completely his understanding of strength had transformed since that first, desperate night he had signed his transfer papers. "You are thinking again," Suzu observed, the two of them sitting together on the edge of a mountain overlook as evening settled soft and gold across the valley below. "I keep thinking about how differently I would have handled all of this, a few years ago," Issei admitted. "I think the old me would have thrown himself entirely into this new responsibility, treating it as one more thing he had to carry perfectly, alone, whatever it cost him personally. I do not do that anymore. I take what these trips require, and I leave the rest for the people actually building their own coalitions to carry themselves. I do not think I could have managed that kind of restraint a year ago." "You have learned the difference between helping and absorbing," Suzu said. "That might be the single most important lesson this entire year taught you. It is certainly the one I am most grateful to have witnessed you learn." They returned to Ryudiai each time to find Rias and Akino's visits growing steadily more frequent, the careful, deliberate rhythm of their unconventional, chosen family settling into something increasingly natural, increasingly unremarkable in the best possible sense, for people building an ordinary, extraordinary life together one patient choice at a time. It was Kaneko, visiting Ryudiai for the first time that summer alongside a delegation from Koa's peerage, who perhaps best captured how far all of them had traveled since the anguished, uncertain months following Issei's departure. "You are happy," she observed simply, watching Issei help Suzu and Akino prepare dinner in the small apartment's crowded kitchen, Rias setting the table nearby while bickering cheerfully with Yuzuki, who had become, over the preceding year, an honorary and permanent fixture in all of their gathered lives. "Really happy. Not performing it. I did not think I would ever see that again, after you left." "I did not think I would either," Issei admitted. "I am glad I was wrong." Kaneko studied the warm, lived-in chaos of the kitchen for a long moment, something soft and genuinely pleased crossing her usually reserved expression. "Rias and Akino seem happy too." "Really happy, not just glad you are back in reach. I think, whatever this ended up becoming, it was worth everything it cost to get here." "It was," Issei agreed, watching Suzu laugh at something Akino had said, watching Rias sweat playfully at Yuzuki's attempt to steal a taste of dinner before it was ready, understanding, with the same settled, complete certainty that had carried him through the entire remarkable distance of the past year and a half, that he had found, against every reasonable expectation he once carried, exactly the kind of life worth building carefully, and exactly the people worth building it with. Whatever still waited beyond the horizon, whatever new challenges the coalition's growing responsibilities might eventually bring, Issei understood now, completely and without reservation, that he would never again have to face any of it as the exhausted, isolated boy who had once believed love and survival both required carrying everything entirely alone. He had learned, at considerable cost and through considerable patience, exactly what it meant to be loved well. He intended to spend the rest of his life honoring exactly how hard everyone involved had worked to finally get there. That evening, Once dinner had been eaten and the delegation from Ko had settled into the guest rooms, Kessler had long since stopped needing to specially prepare. Issei stepped out onto the small apartment's balcony alone for a few quiet minutes, looking out over the familiar rooftops of the town that had given him, against every reasonable expectation, exactly the life he had once feared he would never find. Suzu joined him a few minutes later, followed shortly by Rias and Aquino, the four of them standing together in comfortable, unhurried silence as the summer stars emerged one by one over the peaceful valley below. Nobody spoke for a long while. Nobody needed to. "I keep waiting for it to feel too good to be true," Rias admitted eventually, quiet and honest in the gentle dark. "I do not think it is. I think I am simply still learning how to trust peace that was actually earned, rather than peace that could be shattered the moment anyone stopped holding on tightly enough." "That takes time," Aquino said softly. "I do not think any of us fully trust it yet, not completely. I think we are allowed to keep learning that lesson for as long as it takes." Issei looked around at all three of them, gathered together on a quiet balcony above a bakery in a small town none of them could have imagined finding a year and a half earlier, and felt, settling deep and certain in his chest, the particular, hard-won piece of a life built honestly, patiently, and entirely on his own terms. "Whatever comes next," he said, "we build it the same way we built this. Together, and slowly, and without ever letting fear convince any of us that love has to cost more than it gives." The stars continued their slow, steady climb above the valley, and the four of them stood together beneath them, unhurried and entirely at peace, exactly where each of them had finally, after everything, chosen to be. Somewhere below, in the warm, lived-in apartment they had all, in their own way, come to call home, the muffled sound of Yuzuki losing an argument with Kaneko about the merits of the coastal shrines cooking drifted faintly up through the open window, ordinary and unremarkable and entirely precious for exactly that reason. Issei smiled, listening to it, and thought that this, more than any sealed archway or any hard-won coalition, was the truest victory the past year and a half had actually won for all of them. Not merely survival. A life worth living, chosen freely and shared. He turned to go back inside, Suzu's hand finding his easily in the dark, Rias and Aquino following close behind, and the four of them stepped together through the open door into the warm, golden light and easy laughter waiting for them, ready, at last, to simply live the ordinary, hard-won life they had all worked so patiently to build. Inside, the kitchen table had already been cleared and reset with cups for late-night tea, Kessler joining the gathered group now that his own evening duties around the school were finished, and the small apartment filled further still with the easy, overlapping conversation of people who had all, through very different paths, found their way to the same warm, hard-won table. Yuzuki was still insisting, loudly and with great conviction, that the coastal shrine's cooking could not possibly rival Suzu's, while Kaneko countered with the flat, deadpan certainty that had always made her arguments impossible to win against. Issei settled into his usual seat between Suzu and the empty chair Rias claimed a moment later, Aquino taking the one beside her, and let the warm, familiar noise of it settle over him like something he no longer had to remind himself was real. It simply was, steady and ordinary and entirely his, exactly the way he had once, in his most exhausted and frightened moments, hardly dared to hope it might someday become. Outside, beyond the warm window and the easy laughter and the quiet, settled contentment of everyone gathered around that small crowded table, the last of the summer stars kept their slow, patient watch over a town that had, against every reasonable expectation a frightened boy once carried, become exactly the place where all of it, finally, had learned how to fit together. Act 5. Chapter 14. Graduation arrived at Ryudai Academy in early March, unremarkable in its ordinary trappings, folding chairs set out across the same courtyard where Issei had once stood awkwardly through his very first homeroom introduction, and entirely remarkable in everything it represented to the small, close circle of people who had watched him arrive as an exhausted, broken stranger and were now watching him leave as someone whole. "I never thought I would cry at a human graduation ceremony," Suzu admitted, standing beside him afterward in her own cap and gown, the late winter sun bright and clean overhead. "I have attended a great many of these, across a great many decades, always as a quiet observer keeping her true age carefully hidden. This is the first one I have ever actually felt something at. That might be because you are actually graduating this time, instead of just watching from the back row pretending to be 17 for the 10th consecutive decade, Issei said, and she laughed, bright and unguarded, swatting his arm. Kessler found them both afterward, his weathered face carrying an expression of quiet, genuine pride that Issei had rarely seen from him even across everything the past 2 years had brought them through together. I built this school, Kessler said, to give people exactly the kind of room you both needed to become whole. I do not think I ever imagined I would get to watch it work quite this thoroughly, or quite this well. He extended his hand, and Issei shook it, feeling the full weight of everything this quiet, unassuming man had made possible simply by building somewhere safe enough to heal in. Whatever you both do next, you will always have a place here, whenever you need it. Thank you, Issei said, meaning it more deeply than the simple words could properly carry. For all of it. Rias and Aquino had traveled up for the ceremony, along with a small, careful contingent that included Surzex, Grafia, and somewhat to Issei's surprise Asia and Kaneko, who had petitioned enthusiastically to attend once they learned graduation was finally happening. The celebration that evening filled the bakery's back room to capacity, warm and loud and entirely unlike the careful, fragile gatherings of that first uncertain year, everyone present now bound together by history that had been, deliberately and patiently, rebuilt into something considerably sturdier. It was during a quiet moment away from the noise, the two of them stepping out onto the same balcony where the four of them had once watched the summer stars together, that Rias finally asked the question Issei suspected she had been holding carefully all evening. What comes next for you, she asked? Now that Ryutai is finished giving you what it needed to give. I do not ask to pressure any particular answer. I ask because I am genuinely curious, and because I want to support whatever you decide, wherever it takes you. Issei considered the question honestly, looking out over the familiar rooftops of the town that had saved him, thinking about the coalition's continued work, about the small apartment above the bakery that had become genuinely his first true home, about Suzu and Rias and Aquino and the careful, deliberate life all of them had built together across the water and distance separating Ryutai from Ko. I do not think I am finished with this place, he said slowly. Not yet. But I do not think staying here forever is the answer either. I think maybe it is time to figure out what building a life actually looks like, rather than simply healing enough to be capable of building one eventually. Chapter 50. The answer, when it finally arrived, came from an unexpected direction entirely, delivered not through Surzex's careful diplomatic channels but through a formal, official summons that reached Issei 3 weeks after graduation, bearing seals from half a dozen supernatural governing bodies he had, until that moment, only ever interacted with indirectly. They want to formalize the coalition permanently, Kessler explained, spreading the summons across his desk with the same careful attention he had once given the ancient texts that first revealed the unmaking's true nature. Not merely study it, the way Surzex originally described. They want an actual summit, representatives from every major faction, to establish the cooperative model you built here as a permanent, recognized institution across supernatural governance. That sounds considerably larger than helping a few isolated shrine traditions build their own small networks, Issei said, studying the ornate, official seals with a wariness born from years of hard-learned caution around anything that smelled of political entanglement. It is considerably larger, Kessler agreed. I will not pretend otherwise. I also believe, having watched you work these past 2 years, that you are precisely the right person to help shape what this becomes, provided you approach it the same careful, deliberate way you have approached everything else since you first arrived here. The summit was scheduled for early summer, in a neutral territory established generations ago specifically for exactly this kind of delicate, multi-faction diplomacy, and Issei found himself, in the weeks leading up to it, drawing on skills he had never expected his exhausting old life as Securyudai to actually prepare him for, careful negotiation, patient coalition building. The particular art of making disparate, mutually suspicious parties believe cooperation served their interests better than isolation. Suzu proved an invaluable partner throughout the preparation, her centuries of careful observation across countless political shifts offering perspective Issei's comparatively brief life could never have provided alone, and it was during one long evening of careful strategy planning that she raised a concern neither of them had yet fully addressed. There will be those at this summit, she said carefully, who will have opinions about more than merely the coalition structure. Rias's family carries considerable political weight among the devil factions. An heir to a great house, publicly maintaining a relationship considered unconventional even by devil standards, will draw scrutiny that has nothing to do with sealed boundaries or coordinated defense networks. Issei felt the old, familiar tightness of protective concern rise in his chest, though considerably more measured now than it might once have been. You think they will use the summit to attack her, or all of us, politically? I think it is worth preparing for that possibility, Suzu said. Not to frighten you. To make certain none of us are caught unprepared by something we should have anticipated. Issei relayed the concern to Rias and Aquino during their next visit, and found, somewhat to his relief, that Rias had already anticipated the same vulnerability herself. I have spent 2 years rebuilding my relationship with my own family's expectations, she said, steady and unflinching in a way that would have been considerably harder for her to manage during the desperate, possessive months before everything fell apart and had to be rebuilt. I am not interested in hiding what we have built together simply to satisfy political convenience. If the summit becomes a stage for that particular battle, then we fight it honestly, the same way we have fought everything else this past 2 years. Chapter 51. The summit convened in early June at the Neutral Territories Grand Old Assembly Hall. Representatives from every major supernatural faction gathered beneath vaulted stone ceilings that had witnessed centuries of careful, cautious diplomacy. And Issei found himself, standing at the center of it all, drawing on a steadiness that would have been unimaginable to the exhausted, isolated boy who had once fled to Ryudai simply hoping to breathe. The opening sessions proceeded largely as expected, careful presentations of the coalition structure and successes, cautious questions from faction representatives still uncertain whether genuine cross-territorial cooperation represented opportunity or vulnerability. Issei answered each question directly, drawing on 2 years of hard-won experience rather than rehearsed political rhetoric, and found the assembly's initial wariness slowly, steadily giving way to genuine, engaged interest. The political challenge Suzu had warned about arrived on the summit's 3rd day, delivered not through direct confrontation but through the careful, indirect maneuvering of devil aristocratic politics, a senior representative from a rival great house raising, with practiced diplomatic delicacy, concerns about whether the coalition's leadership structure might be compromised by, as the representative delicately phrased it, personal entanglements extending beyond appropriate professional boundaries. I believe, the representative continued, gaze flicking pointedly toward Rias and Aquino seated among the devil delegation, that certain relationships represented within this coalition's inner leadership raise legitimate questions about impartiality, particularly given the unconventional structure certain parties have apparently chosen to publicly maintain. The assembly hall's murmured undertone made clear the challenge had landed exactly as intended, old aristocratic discomfort with anything deviating from expected tradition given careful, deniable political voice. Issei felt the old instinct to retreat, to smooth over the confrontation with careful deflection the way he might once have, and found instead, standing at the center of an assembly hall full of watching faction representatives, that he no longer had any interest in hiding what 2 years of hard-won growth had actually built. I understand the concern you are raising, even dressed as carefully as you have dressed it, he said, meeting the representative's gaze directly. You are asking whether my relationship with Rias Gremory, Aquino Himejima, and Suzu Hiragi compromises this coalition's leadership. I will answer plainly. It does not compromise it. It built it. The hall grew very quiet. 2 years ago, Issei continued, I nearly lost myself entirely to a version of love that mistook possession for devotion, and the isolation that followed nearly cost several people I care about everything worth having. What we rebuilt afterward, together, honestly, on terms every single person involved genuinely chose rather than simply endured, is precisely why this coalition exists at all. The same lesson that taught me how to love without controlling is the exact lesson that taught me how to build cooperative strength without demanding conformity. I did not build this coalition despite my personal life. I built it because of everything my personal life taught me love and trust are actually supposed to look like. Chapter 52. The silence that followed Issei's response stretched long enough that he genuinely did not know, for several tense moments, whether his directness had strengthened or shattered everything the past 2 years had carefully built. It was, unexpectedly, Sirzex who broke the silence first, rising from the devil delegation seats with the calm, deliberate authority of someone who had clearly been waiting for precisely this opportunity. I would like to address the assembly directly, Sirzex said, as both Lucifer of the current devil faction and as the brother of one of the individuals whose personal life has just been publicly scrutinized. He turned toward the representative who had raised the original challenge. My sister spent considerable effort, over these past 2 years, unlearning patterns of possessive, controlling love that our family's own traditions, if I am honest, likely helped instill in her from childhood. What she has rebuilt since, alongside Akino, alongside Issei, and alongside Suzu Hiragi, represents precisely the kind of healthy, deliberate partnership I wish our aristocratic traditions did a better job of teaching young devils to actually build. I do not consider it a liability to this coalition's leadership. I consider it, quite genuinely, one of its greatest demonstrated strengths. Rias rose next, steady and unflinching, addressing the assembly directly rather than waiting to be spoken for. I will not apologize for the shape of the family I have chosen to build, nor will I pretend the growth required to build it honestly was easy or without real cost. I ask only that this assembly judge the coalition's leadership by its demonstrated results, rather than by discomfort with a structure that deviates from traditional expectation. We defeated a threat centuries of previous resistance had never once managed to overcome. I would ask the delegate raising this concern what traditional structure has managed a comparable achievement. The representative, visibly caught off guard by the unified, unflinching response, retreated into careful diplomatic ambiguity, and the assembly's attention, Issei noted with quiet relief, shifted decisively back toward the coalition's actual substantive work rather than continuing to dwell on the political challenge that had briefly threatened to derail it. The summit continued for 4 more days, careful negotiation gradually establishing the formal structure of what would become, by its conclusion, a permanent, recognized cooperative alliance spanning every major supernatural faction represented in the hall, built directly on the model Issei's original coalition had pioneered. It was Valley, unexpectedly present among the summit's later sessions, who offered the observation that stayed with Issei longest once the formal proceedings finally concluded. You handled that challenge better than I expected, Vala said, finding Issei alone during a brief recess, his usual detached composure carrying something almost like genuine respect. The old you would have either avoided the confrontation entirely or met it with the kind of reckless, singular defiance that solves nothing beyond satisfying its own immediate anger. You met it instead with something considerably more useful. Clarity. I learned that clarity the hard way, Issei admitted. I do not think I would have known how to offer it 2 years ago. No, Vala agreed. I do not believe you would have. Chapter 53. The summit's formal conclusion established, by unanimous vote, a permanent cooperative alliance spanning devil, angel, fallen angel, and independent supernatural traditions alike, structured deliberately around the same principles of shared strength and voluntary cooperation that had first been tested and proven at Ryudai nearly 2 years earlier. Issei was offered, and after careful consideration with Suzu, Rias, and Akino all weighing in, accepted, a formal advisory position within the new alliance's leadership structure, bounded carefully to preserve the ordinary, deliberately chosen life he had spent 2 years building rather than allowing it to consume him the way his old responsibilities once had. I want this clearly understood from the beginning, he told the assembled alliance leadership, once the position's terms had been formally established. I will offer everything I genuinely know about building cooperative strength. I will not become a figurehead expected to sacrifice the actual life I have built in service of an institution, however important that institution's work might be. I learned, the hard way, exactly what it costs to let responsibility consume every corner of an otherwise whole life. I do not intend to make that particular mistake twice. The alliance leadership, somewhat to Issei's relief, accepted the boundary without significant resistance, the summit's own proceedings having made clear exactly how directly Issei's personal growth connected to the coalition's demonstrated success. The months that followed brought a new, settled rhythm to all of their lives, the small apartment above the Ryudai bakery gradually giving way to a larger, shared home, the four of them established together in a quiet residential district equidistant between Ryudai and Ko, close enough to Kessler's continuing work at the academy for regular visits. Close enough to Koa's ongoing devil affairs for Rias and Aquino to maintain their own important responsibilities without the exhausting 300-kilometer distance that had once defined so much of their careful, deliberate courtship. Suzu enrolled, somewhat to everyone's amusement, in a local university's history program, finally putting her genuine 2 centuries of lived experience toward formal academic study rather than continuing to quietly observe from society's careful margins. I have watched history happen for 200 years, she explained, when Issei teased her gently about the choice. I find I am finally curious what it looks like studied properly, from the inside of an actual community, rather than always observed carefully from just outside it. Oren, having spent nearly a year finding her footing at Ryudai under Kessler's patient guidance, joined the Alliance's growing administrative staff that autumn, her first-hand knowledge of the Unmaking's old patterns proving invaluable for identifying and addressing other, smaller remnants of ancient supernatural threats the newly formalized Alliance continued discovering across various territories. I never imagined freedom would eventually look like paperwork and committee meetings, she admitted to Issei once, sharing a quiet lunch during one of his periodic visits to the Alliance's central offices. I find, somewhat to my own surprise, that I do not mind it at all. It is, in its own way, exactly the kind of ordinary I spent my entire previous existence being denied. Chapter 54. Autumn brought the Alliance's first genuine test, not the dramatic, world-threatening crisis the Coalition had once faced against the Unmaking, but something smaller and, in its own way, considerably more delicate, a territorial dispute between 2 independent shrine traditions that had, prior to the Alliance's formal establishment, simply avoided each other entirely for generations rather than resolving old, accumulated grievances. They are not fighting over anything supernatural, Emmy reported, having taken on a formal coordination role within the Alliance's growing administrative structure. It is an old land dispute, centuries old at this point, tangled up in accumulated grievance either tradition has ever had sufficient reason to actually resolve. Now that the Alliance's cooperative framework requires them to formally coordinate defense across adjoining territories, the old dispute has resurfaced with real urgency. This is not the kind of problem the Coalition was originally built to solve, Haru observed, joining the discussion with visible uncertainty. We know how to coordinate against external threats. We do not have much practice mediating internal grievances between allies who simply do not particularly like each other. Issei considered the problem carefully, drawing on everything 2 years of hard-won relational growth had taught him about resolving conflict without either forcing false resolution or allowing genuine grievance to fester unaddressed. Then we learn, he said. The same way we learned everything else. Carefully, and by actually listening to what each side needs, rather than assuming the same solution that worked against an external threat automatically translates to resolving conflict between allies. He traveled personally to mediate the dispute, Suzu accompanying him for her own considerable diplomatic insight, and spent nearly 2 full weeks in careful, patient negotiation between shrine elders who had, in some cases, been nursing inherited grievances for longer than Issei himself had been alive. You are asking us to simply let go of something our ancestors considered worth generations of careful, bitter distance, one elder said, skeptical and guarded, during one of the more difficult sessions. I am not asking you to let go of anything, Issei said. I am asking whether the distance actually still serves either of your traditions, or whether it has simply become habit, inherited and unexamined, the way certain kinds of grief can calcify into patterns nobody quite remembers choosing deliberately in the first place. He paused, thinking of Suzu's own 2 centuries of inherited duty finally, freely claimed rather than merely endured. I learned, this past year, that some of the heaviest things we carry are not actually protecting us anymore. They are simply familiar, and familiarity gets mistaken for necessity more often than any of us like to admit. The resolution, when it finally arrived, was not perfect or complete, old grievance too deeply rooted for 2 weeks of careful mediation to entirely dissolve, but it was genuine, both traditions agreeing to a framework of gradual, voluntary cooperation that neither had believed possible when the dispute first resurfaced. "You have a gift for this," Suzu observed, the two of them finally traveling home once the mediation concluded, exhausted but quietly satisfied. "Not merely fighting for people. Helping them actually learn to trust each other." "I think it is the same gift, in the end," Issei said. "Just aimed differently than it used to be." Chapter 55. Winter arrived again, the second since the Unmaking's final defeat, and brought with it a quiet, unhurried domesticity that Issei had once believed, during his most exhausted months at Ko, he would never actually be permitted to have. The shared home the four of them had built together filled, that winter, with exactly the kind of ordinary, unremarkable warmth that had become, over the preceding 2 years, the truest measure of everything worth protecting. Rias and Aquino's continuing devil responsibilities balanced carefully alongside Issei's alliance work and Suzu's university studies. Evenings spent together not because any crisis demanded it but simply because all four of them, at the end of each ordinary day, genuinely wanted to be. It was on a quiet December evening, snow falling soft outside the windows exactly as it had that first winter at Ryudai, that Rias raised a question none of them had yet directly addressed. "I have been thinking," she said, the four of them gathered comfortably around the kitchen table after dinner, "about what comes next for all of us. Not the alliance, or the university studies, or any of the practical structures we have built. I mean us, specifically. Whether we want to formalize this, eventually, the way devil tradition would normally expect, or whether we are content to simply continue building exactly what we already have." The question settled thoughtfully over the table, nobody rushing toward an immediate answer, the particular patient deliberation that had become, over 2 years, the defining characteristic of everything genuinely lasting they had built together. "I do not think we need tradition's permission to know what we have already built is real," Aquino said finally. "But I understand wanting some way to mark it, formally, for ourselves if nothing else. Not to satisfy anyone else's expectation. Simply because certain things deserve to be celebrated deliberately, rather than left to exist only in the quiet, accumulated proof of ordinary days." Suzu, considering the question with her usual careful seriousness, finally offered her own perspective. "I have watched countless traditions mark commitment across 2 centuries, in more ways than I could easily count. I do not believe any single ceremony captures what genuine, chosen love actually requires to sustain itself. I believe, instead, that ceremony simply gives people permission to celebrate publicly what they have already built privately, day by patient day." She looked around at all 3 of them. "If that is something all of us want, I am not opposed to it. I only want to be certain it is chosen freely, the way everything else we have built together has been." Issei looked around the table at the 3 people who had, across 2 remarkable years, taught him more about what genuine, sustainable love actually required than his entire exhausted, suffocated first attempt at it ever had, and felt something settled and certain rise in his chest. "I think," he said slowly, "that I would like that. Not to prove anything to anyone outside this house. Simply because I want to celebrate, deliberately, exactly what all of us have worked so hard and so honestly to build." Chapter 56. The commitment ceremony, when it finally took place the following spring, was small and quiet by any traditional aristocratic standard, held not in any grand devil estate but in the same hillside clearing above Ryudai where an ancient boundary had once nearly broken everything, now transformed into a place of genuine, hard-won celebration rather than centuries-old grief. Kessler officiated, his weathered face carrying a quiet, profound pride throughout the entire simple, unhurried ceremony, and the gathered witnesses, deliberately kept small and close, included exactly the people who had actually walked alongside all 4 of them through everything the preceding 2 years had demanded: Surzex and Grafia, Kaneko and Asia, Yuzuki and Haru and Emi, Orin and Valley. Standing somewhat awkwardly at the gathering's edge in a manner that suggested he had genuinely wanted to attend despite his usual careful detachment from anything resembling sentiment. "I do not have elaborate words prepared," Issei said, when his turn came to speak, standing before the same ancient archway where he had once fought desperately to protect exactly the people now gathered around him. "I think, honestly, The last 2 years have already said everything that actually needed saying, in the accumulated proof of every difficult, patient choice all of us made along the way. I love each of you, differently, and completely, and I am endlessly grateful that none of us gave up on learning how to build something better than what almost broke us in the beginning. Rias spoke next, her voice steady with an emotion that carried none of the desperate, grasping fear that had once defined so much of her love. I spent most of my life believing love required control to remain safe. I am grateful, more than I know how to properly express, that all 3 of you taught me a considerably better lesson instead. Aquino's words, when they came, carried the particular warmth of someone who had spent 2 years actively teaching others exactly the lesson she herself had once needed to learn. I do not think I would recognize the person I was before Issei left. I am glad I do not have to. I am glad, instead, that I get to spend the rest of my life as exactly who all of you helped me become. Suzu spoke last, her pale gray eyes bright with an emotion 2 centuries of careful, guarded solitude had rarely permitted her to show so openly. I spent 200 years believing love always eventually cost more than it gave. I am endlessly grateful that all 3 of you, together, finally taught me otherwise. The ceremony concluded as the last of the spring afternoon light settled gold and warm across the hillside clearing, and Issei, standing surrounded by everyone who had helped carry him through the most difficult, most transformative journey of his entire remarkable life, felt, with complete and settled certainty, that whatever the future still held, he had already found exactly what he had once, in his most exhausted and desperate hour, feared he would never be permitted to have. Chapter 57. The years that followed unfolded the way genuine, well-built lives generally do, not without ordinary difficulty or occasional hard conversation, but steady, and honest, and built entirely on the careful, deliberate foundation all of them had spent 2 remarkable years constructing from the wreckage of what nearly broke them. The Alliance continued its careful, patient work, expanding gradually to include territories and traditions that had once operated in complete isolation, Issei's role evolving naturally alongside it, never allowed to consume the ordinary, treasured life waiting for him each evening at the home they had built together. Suzu completed her university studies and began, somewhat to everyone's quiet delight, teaching her own courses on cross-cultural supernatural history, drawing directly on 2 centuries of lived experience her students found, understandably, considerably more engaging than any textbook could offer. Rias and Aquino continued their devil responsibilities, both eventually taking on formal mentorship roles specifically designed to help other young devils avoid the same painful patterns of possessive love that had once nearly cost all of them everything. Kessler, growing older but no less sharp, continued Ryudi's quiet work of offering sanctuary to whoever genuinely needed the particular room to heal it had once offered a frightened, exhausted transfer student, and Issei made a point, every year, of returning for at least 1 full week each summer, walking the familiar river path with Suzu. Sitting with Kessler over tea in the same cluttered office where so much of the careful, patient work that saved all of them had first begun. It was during one such summer visit, several years after that first, desperate winter, that Issei found himself standing once more before the ancient archway, the same hillside clearing where his entire remarkable journey had, in so many ways, truly begun, Suzu's hand warm and familiar in his, Rias and Aquino close beside them, watching the late afternoon light settle gold and steady over the quiet, sealed boundary that had once nearly cost all of them everything. "Do you ever think about who you would have become," Suzu asked quietly, "if you had never signed those transfer papers? If you had simply stayed, and endured, the way you were so exhausted and so certain you had no other choice but to?" Issei considered the question with the same honest, unflinching care he had learned, across the entire remarkable distance of the preceding years, to bring to everything that actually mattered. "I think I would have eventually broken completely," he said finally. "I think all of us would have. I do not think love that only knows how to grasp and control can sustain itself indefinitely without eventually destroying everyone caught inside it." He looked around at the 3 people who had, each in their own necessary way, taught him exactly what love was always actually supposed to feel like. "I am endlessly grateful I found the courage to leave, even not knowing, at the time, whether leaving would lead anywhere better at all. It led here," Rias said softly, gesturing at the quiet, sealed archway, at the gathered, hard-won family standing together in the warm summer light, at the entire remarkable life all of them had built, deliberately and honestly, from the wreckage of what had nearly broken them completely. I do not think any of us could have imagined, standing in the wreckage of everything we nearly lost, that we would eventually build something considerably better than what came before. Aquino reached out and took Issei's free hand, completing the small, ordinary, extraordinary circle of everyone gathered together in that quiet hillside clearing. I am simply grateful, she said, that we all found our way here, together, however difficult and however patient the journey actually required. The archway stood silent and sealed behind them, ancient wards glowing faint and steady beneath the late afternoon sun, a permanent testament to everything four people, and an entire coalition of allies, had fought so hard and so honestly to protect. Issei looked around at his family, gathered together in the warm, settled light of a summer afternoon that had once, in his most exhausted and desperate hour, seemed impossibly far away, and understood, with complete and unshakable certainty, that whatever the future still held, he had already found exactly what he had spent his entire difficult journey searching for. Not merely safety. Not merely healing. A life, genuinely and deliberately chosen, built patiently and honestly with people who had all, in their own necessary time, finally learned precisely how to love him well, and precisely how to let themselves be loved in return. Chapter 58. It was 2 years after the commitment ceremony that Ryudai Academy welcomed a transfer student who reminded Issei, with an intensity that caught him entirely off guard, of exactly the exhausted, uncertain boy he himself had once been. The boy's name was Rin, 17 and guarded and carrying himself with the particular, careful tension of someone braced for an attack that never quite arrived, and Issei, visiting Ryudai that autumn for his annual summer trip extended slightly later into the season, recognized the familiar posture the moment he saw it across the same courtyard where his own quiet transformation had first begun. Kessler mentioned him, Suzu said, the two of them watching Ren eat lunch alone at the courtyard's edge, deliberately positioned where he could observe every entrance without being easily observed himself. A young exorcist, fleeing a mentor whose devotion apparently curdled into something considerably less healthy than genuine guidance. Kessler believed Ryudai might offer him the same room to heal it once offered us. Issei felt something old and familiar tighten in his chest, watching the boy's careful, guarded posture. Do you think he would talk to me? I think, Suzu said gently, that he might need exactly what Yuzuki once gave you. Someone who does not push, but simply remains steadily, patiently present until trust becomes possible. Issei approached carefully over the following days, not forcing conversation, simply making himself a quiet, consistent presence around the same corners of the campus Ren seemed to favor, and it was nearly a week before the boy finally spoke first, catching Issei alone by the same low stone wall along the river where so much of Issei's own healing had first taken careful root. You are the one everyone talks about, Rin said, wary but curious despite himself. The Seker Ryudai who came here broken and left here whole. Kessler Sensei mentioned you, when he was trying to convince me this place was actually different from everywhere else I have run from. I did not leave here entirely, Issei said, settling onto the wall a comfortable distance away, careful not to crowd the boy's guarded space. I still come back. This place has a way of staying important, even after you have healed enough to leave it. Rin was quiet for a long moment, studying the river's slow, steady current. How do you know when you are actually healed? Rather than just tired enough to stop noticing how broken you still are. Issei considered the question with the same careful honesty he had learned, across years of hard-won growth, to bring to anything that actually mattered. I do not think healing works like a single moment you arrive at, he said. I think it is more like this river. It never actually stops moving. You just learn, slowly, to trust the current instead of constantly bracing against it. He glanced at Ren, offering nothing more than steady, patient presence. I am not going to tell you that you are fine, or that whatever you are running from was not real. I am going to tell you that this particular river gave me exactly the room I needed to figure that out for myself, slowly, without anyone rushing me toward an answer before I was actually ready for it. Ren did not respond immediately, but something in his guarded posture eased, fractionally, and Issei recognized, with a warmth that settled deep and certain in his chest, the same first, tentative thread of trust that Yuzuki's easy, undemanding friendship had once extended to him. Chapter 59. Issei extended his visit that autumn considerably longer than originally planned, drawn by an obligation he had not anticipated but found himself genuinely wanting to honor, and spent the following weeks simply remaining present around Ryudiai's familiar campus, offering Ren exactly the same patient, undemanding steadiness Yuzuki and Suzu had once offered him. Suzu joined him for much of it, her own centuries of careful, hard-won wisdom proving invaluable in ways that went considerably beyond anything Issei alone could have offered, and it was Suzu, in the end, who finally drew out the fuller shape of what Ren had actually fled. He does not trust affection at all anymore, she told Issei one evening, the two of them walking the familiar river path together, as autumn color deepened around them. His former mentor's devotion apparently demanded constant proof of gratitude, constant performance of loyalty, until Ren could no longer distinguish genuine care from calculated obligation. He does not know, yet, that affection is allowed to simply exist without requiring anything back in return. That is a hard lesson to learn secondhand, Issei said. I do not think I fully believed it myself until I had lived inside genuinely healthy love long enough to feel the difference in my own body. Then perhaps, Suzu said, the kindest thing either of us can offer him is simply time, and patient example, rather than any lesson delivered directly. They settled, without quite deciding to formally, into an unhurried rhythm of simply being present, sharing meals, offering quiet company during study sessions, never pushing Ren toward trust faster than he was genuinely ready to extend it, and it was nearly 2 months before the boy finally, tentatively, allowed himself to ask the question that had clearly been sitting unspoken beneath every careful, guarded interaction. Does it get easier? He asked, the three of them sharing dinner at the bakery on a cold November evening, Kessler having joined them partway through. Trusting people again. After you have learned, the hard way, that the people who claim to love you most can also be the ones who hurt you worst. Issei set down his chopsticks, giving the question the full, careful attention it deserved. It gets easier the more you practice it with people who actually prove trustworthy, he said honestly. It does not happen all at once. I spent months at this very school, at your age, slowly relearning what it felt like to be cared for without needing to perform gratitude for it constantly. I did not trust it either, at first. I kept waiting for it to reveal some hidden cost. He glanced toward Suzu, warmth settling easy and familiar in his chest. It never did. That, more than anything else, is what finally taught me the difference. Ren was quiet for a long moment, something loosening visibly in his guarded posture. I think I would like that, he said finally. Learning the difference. I do not entirely know how yet. You do not have to know how yet, Kessler said gently, echoing the same patient wisdom that had first carried Issei through his own difficult beginning at this exact table, years earlier. You only have to stay long enough to let the lesson arrive on its own time. This particular school has a way of teaching it eventually, provided you give it the patience it actually requires. Chapter 60. Winter arrived once more, the fourth since Issei had first signed his transfer papers with shaking, uncertain hands, and this time, standing again at the window of the same small apartment that had once given him exactly the room he needed to become whole, Issei found himself thinking not about his own journey but about everyone whose lives had, in one way or another, been touched and changed by the particular. Hard-won peace this quiet town had first taught him how to build. Ren had settled, slowly and genuinely, into Ryudiai's familiar rhythm, Yuzuki having taken the boy under her own easy, undemanding wing much the way she once had for Issei himself, and it was watching the two of them share lunch together on the school roof, Ren's guarded posture finally, gradually easing into something considerably more open, that Issei found himself reflecting on the particular quiet magic of exactly what places like Ryudiai were actually capable of, given sufficient patience and sufficient care. You built something considerably larger than you probably realized, all those years ago, Suzu observed, joining him at the window as the season's first proper snow began settling soft over the familiar rooftops below. Not merely your own healing. An entire pattern, pass forward, one careful, patient example at a time. I did not build it alone, Issei said, as he always did, the lesson having become, across years of hard-won growth, as natural and automatic as breathing. Kessler built the foundation. You taught me what healthy love actually felt like from the inside. Rios and Aquino taught me that even the most desperate, broken patterns can genuinely be unlearned, given enough honest, patient work. I simply learned to pass all of it forward, the same way it was first offered to me. Rios and Aquino arrived 2 days later for their own annual winter visit, the shared, extended family that had, across years of deliberate, patient building, become something considerably larger than the original 4 of them, now including Ren and Yuzuki and Oren and Kessler in its warm, expansive circle, everyone gathering together in the same crowded apartment above the bakery that had once, in its smaller, more uncertain beginning, held only Issei's own solitary, careful healing. I keep thinking, Rios said, the extended group settling comfortably around the crowded table for their traditional winter dinner, about how different this all looks from where we started. 4 years ago, I could not have imagined any of this. Not the coalition, not the alliance, not this entire, extended family gathered around one table. I only knew I was losing someone I loved because I did not yet understand how to love him without breaking him in the process. None of us could have imagined it, Aquino agreed, warmth settling easy and genuine across her familiar features. I think that might be the actual lesson, in the end. We do not always get to see, from inside our worst moments, exactly where patient, honest growth is capable of eventually leading us. Issei looked around the crowded table, at Suzu and Rios and Aquino, at Ren finally laughing freely at something Yuzuki had said, at Kessler and Oren sharing quiet, comfortable conversation at the table's far end, and felt, with the same settled, complete certainty that had carried him through every difficult, necessary choice of the past 4 remarkable years, that whatever the future still held, he had already found. Built patiently and honestly from the wreckage of what had once nearly broken him completely, exactly the life worth living, not merely survived, not merely healed. Chosen, deliberately, and shared generously, with everyone patient and honest enough to build it alongside him. Chapter 61. Spring returned once more, and with it came an unexpected letter, arriving not through any of the careful, established channels the family had long since grown accustomed to, but through ordinary post, addressed in handwriting Issei did not immediately recognize, postmarked from a small coastal town none of them had ever visited. He opened it that evening, the extended household gathered comfortably around the kitchen table, and felt a slow, growing surprise as he read through its contents. It is from one of the shrine traditions we mediated between, years ago, he said, looking up at the assembled family. The dispute Suzu and I helped resolve, during the Alliance's first real internal test. They are writing to let us know the 2 traditions have finally, fully reconciled. They want to invite representatives from the Alliance to a joint ceremony marking the occasion. They specifically requested that I attend, if possible. That is wonderful news, Suzu said, warmth evident in her voice. I did not expect resolution to arrive quite so completely, given how deeply rooted that particular grievance seemed at the time. Neither did I, Issei admitted, rereading the careful, grateful words of the letter. I think, honestly, I assumed our mediation had simply established a fragile truce, something that might hold for a few years before old patterns reasserted themselves. This suggests something considerably more genuine took root instead. Rios, reading over his shoulder, smiled at a particular passage near the letter's conclusion. They credit your willingness to sit with their grievance patiently, rather than rushing toward false resolution, as the turning point that finally allowed real healing to begin. That sounds remarkably familiar, does it not? Issei felt something warm settle in his chest, recognizing immediately the echo of his own healing journey reflected back at him through the accomplishment of people he had helped guide toward their own version of the same patient, difficult work. I think that might be the actual measure of whether any of this ever truly mattered, he said quietly. Not whether we resolved a single crisis, but whether the patient, careful example eventually took root somewhere beyond ourselves. They traveled together to the coastal ceremony the following month, the entire extended family making the journey, and Issei found himself genuinely moved, standing among shrine elders who had once seemed entrenched in irreconcilable, generations-old grievance, now celebrating a reconciliation built on exactly the kind of patient, deliberate trust building the alliance's founding principles had first modeled. "You gave us something we did not know we were missing," one of the elders told him, during the ceremony's quiet reception. "Not merely a framework for cooperation. Permission to actually believe healing was possible, rather than simply enduring inherited distance because it had always been easier than doing the difficult work of genuine repair." Chapter 6-12. The Alliance continued its careful, patient growth over the following year, gradually extending its cooperative framework into territories and traditions that had, in the beginning, seemed far too entrenched in old suspicion to ever genuinely embrace it, and Issei found himself, increasingly, spending less time managing crises directly and more time simply offering the kind of patient, experienced guidance that helped other emerging leaders learn to do the same careful work themselves. It was during one such mentoring session, working alongside a young devil administrator who reminded him faintly of Rias's own earlier, more impulsive certainty, that Issei found himself articulating, out loud for the first time, exactly what he had come to believe the entire journey had actually taught him. "You are trying to solve this the way I once tried to solve everything," he told the young administrator, the two of them reviewing a delicate territorial negotiation that had stalled over old, accumulated mistrust. "Directly, forcefully, treating patience as a weakness rather than the actual strength it usually turns out to be. I understand the impulse. I spent years believing that carrying everything myself, quickly and decisively, was the only real measure of strength available to me." "What changed your mind?" the administrator asked. "I left everything I thought I could not survive without," Issei said, "and discovered, slowly and painfully, that real strength actually looks like patience, and honesty, and the willingness to let other people carry their fair share of whatever weight needs carrying. It is a considerably harder lesson to learn than simply pushing through every obstacle by sheer force of will. It is also, I have found, the only kind of strength that actually lasts." The administrator considered that carefully, something shifting visibly in her earlier certainty. "I do not know if I know how to do that yet." "Neither did I, once," Issei said, offering the same patient, undemanding presence Yuzuki and Suzu and Kessler had once offered him. "You do not have to know how yet. You only have to stay curious about learning it, and patient enough to let the lesson arrive on its own time." That evening, returning home to the familiar warmth of the extended household, Issei found Suzu waiting for him on the front step, exactly as she so often had during those first tentative months of their own careful courtship years earlier, and settled beside her with the easy, practiced comfort of someone who had long since stopped needing to remind himself that this particular peace was real and lasting. "You are thinking about the old days again," Suzu observed, reading his expression with the same easy familiarity that had become, across years together, entirely second nature between them. "I keep noticing how much of what I learned here, at the beginning, keeps finding its way back into everything I do now," Issei said. "Mediating disputes. Mentoring people who remind me of who I used to be. It all traces back to the same lesson, over and over. That real strength was never about carrying everything alone." Suzu leaned into him, comfortable and familiar, watching the evening settle soft and golden over the quiet street. "That is, I think, the truest measure of a lesson actually learned. Not that you remember it in a single dramatic moment, but that it simply becomes the water you swim in, without needing to think about it at all." Chapter 63. It was on an ordinary Tuesday evening, nearly 5 years after Issei had first signed his transfer papers with shaking, uncertain hands, that Kessler called with news that settled, gently and without urgency, into the quiet rhythm of their now well-established life. "I am retiring," Kessler said, his voice carrying warmth rather than the gravity such news might once have demanded. "Not immediately, and not abruptly. But I am old, Issei, older than I generally let myself acknowledge, and I believe Ryudai has reached the point where it deserves fresh stewardship, someone who can carry its particular mission forward for whatever decades still remain ahead of it." Issei felt a complicated tangle of emotion at the news, gratitude and quiet grief and something unexpectedly like pride, all tangled together. "Have you decided who will take over?" "I have someone in mind," Kessler said, something almost amused in his weathered voice. "Though I suspect, given how thoroughly you already understand this school's actual purpose, The choice will not surprise you particularly. It did not, in the end, surprise Issei at all, when Kessler formally proposed, several months later, that Issei and Suzu together take on Ryudiai's stewardship, continuing the careful, patient work of offering sanctuary to whoever genuinely needed the particular room to heal that this quiet town had once offered them both. I do not know if I am ready for that kind of responsibility, Issei admitted, the offer settling heavy and significant across the kitchen table where the extended family had gathered to discuss it. You have been ready for years, Rias said gently. You have simply been practicing for it, this entire time, without necessarily naming it that way. Every dispute you mediated. Every young person like Rin you helped find their footing. All of it was already this exact work, in smaller form. Suzu reached for his hand, warmth and quiet confidence steady in her pale gray eyes. I would be honored to take this on together, if it is something you genuinely want. I do not think either of us would be doing it alone, the same way none of the work that led us here was ever truly done alone either. Issei considered the offer carefully, thinking of Rin, now considerably more settled and confident than the guarded, frightened boy who had first arrived at Ryudiai's gates, thinking of the coastal shrine traditions who had finally, genuinely reconciled, thinking of every careful, patient lesson this quiet town had first taught him about what real strength and real healing actually required. Yes, he said finally, certainty settling complete and unshakable in his chest. I want that. I want to give other people exactly what this place gave me, for as long as I am able to. They accepted Kessler's offer formally the following spring, the transition unfolding gradually and carefully over the following year, Kessler remaining close by as a patient, trusted advisor even as Issei and Suzu gradually assumed full stewardship of the quiet, remarkable sanctuary that had first saved both of their lives. Standing together in Kessler's old office, now gradually becoming genuinely their own, watching a new academic year's students filing nervously across the familiar courtyard below, Issei felt the full, settled weight of everything the past 5 years had built finally, completely arrive. Not merely a life rebuilt from wreckage. A purpose, chosen deliberately, dedicated to offering other exhausted, frightened people exactly the same patient, honest room to heal that had once, against every reasonable expectation, saved him completely. Chapter 64. The new academic year began the way they always did at Ryudii, nervous first years clustering near the front gate, uncertain of hallways and homerooms and all the ordinary machinery of a school they did not yet know would come to mean considerably more to some of them than simple education. Issei stood at the gate that first morning, exactly where Yuzuki had once found him staring uncertainly at the school crest, and watched the new arrivals with the particular, practiced attention of someone who had learned, across years of careful work, precisely how to recognize the ones who needed watching most closely, the quiet ones standing slightly apart, the ones whose eyes tracked every exit before settling on anything else. The particular, familiar posture of a person braced for an attack that might never actually arrive. He saw her almost immediately, a small, dark-haired girl standing alone near the edge of the gathered students, arms wrapped tightly around a single worn bag, watching the other students with the wary, guarded attention Issei recognized instantly and completely. New arrivals always find you first, Suzu observed, joining him at the gate with the same warm, easy familiarity that had become, across years together, entirely second nature. I think they can sense it, somehow, before they even know your name. Someone who understands exactly what they are carrying. I remember exactly how that felt, Issei said quietly, watching the girl's careful, guarded posture. Standing right here, certain I did not belong anywhere, waiting for someone to prove that certainty correct. And instead, Suzu said, you found a whole life waiting patiently to happen, provided you gave it enough time and enough honest trust. Issei crossed the courtyard slowly, unhurried, careful not to move too quickly or too directly, the same patient approach Yuzuki had once used with him, and stopped a comfortable, respectful distance from the guarded, watchful girl. First day is always the hardest, he said simply, not pushing for conversation, offering only steady, patient presence. You do not have to know anyone yet. You do not have to have any of it figured out today. This particular school has a way of giving people exactly the time they need, whenever they are finally ready to use it. The girl studied him carefully, old wariness visible behind young, tired eyes, and said nothing at all, though something in her guarded posture eased, fractionally, the same first, tentative thread of trust Issei recognized intimately from his own long, difficult beginning. "My name is Issei," he said. "I help run this school now, alongside my partner Suzu. If you ever need someone to simply sit with, no questions required, you will generally find one of us somewhere on this campus." He left her with that, deliberately, offering the same patient, undemanding space Yuzuki had once offered him, and walked back toward the gate where Suzu waited, watching the exchange with quiet, familiar warmth. "Another one," she said softly, watching the girl's guarded gaze finally, slowly, begin tracking the other students with something considerably less braced than pure defensive wariness. "Another one," Issei agreed, feeling the same settled, certain purpose that had carried him through every difficult, necessary choice of the past 5 remarkable years. "I do not think that particular work ever really finishes, does it? There is always someone new, standing right here, needing exactly what this place once gave us." "No," Suzu said, taking his hand as the morning bell rang clear and steady across the familiar courtyard. "I do not think it ever finishes. I think, perhaps, that is precisely the point." They walked together back toward the administration building, the new academic year settling into its familiar, patient rhythm around them, and Issei found himself thinking, one final time, about the exhausted, suffocated boy who had once signed transfer papers with shaking hands, uncertain whether he was capable of ever finding his way back to feeling whole. That boy could never have imagined this particular morning, this particular life, this particular purpose built patiently and honestly from everything that had once nearly broken him completely. He was grateful, walking through the familiar, sunlit courtyard with Suzu's hand warm in his, that he had never stopped long enough to imagine it, and had simply, patiently, done the difficult, necessary work of arriving here instead, one honest choice at a time, exactly the way every genuine, lasting thing in his entire remarkable life had always, eventually, been built. That evening, the extended household gathered as it so often did, Rias and Aquino arriving for their regular weekend visit, Ren stopping by with Yuzuki to share news of his own steadily growing confidence, Oren and Kessler settling into their usual comfortable seats at the crowded table, and Issei found himself, watching the warm, familiar chaos unfold around him, thinking about the small, guarded girl who had stood alone at the gate that morning, wondering what her own particular story might eventually become, given enough patience and enough honest care. "You are doing that thing again," Rias observed gently, catching his distracted expression across the table. "Thinking about someone new." "I am always thinking about someone new," Issei admitted, smiling despite himself. "I think that might simply be what this particular life looks like now. Always room for one more person who needs exactly what all of you once gave me." "Then we make room," Aquino said simply, warmth settling easy and certain across her familiar features. "The same way it was always made for us." Suzu, seated beside him with her hand resting easily in his, looked around the crowded, warm table at everyone gathered together, this remarkable, hard-won family built patiently across 5 extraordinary years from the wreckage of what had once nearly broken all of them completely, and smiled the same small, genuine smile that had first caught Issei's attention across a quiet library window, all those years ago. "There is always room," she agreed softly. "That has always been the whole, entire point." Outside, beyond the warm windows and the easy, overlapping laughter, evening settled soft and golden over the quiet town that had given all of them exactly the life worth building, patient and honest and entirely, deliberately chosen, one remarkable day at a time. Issei rose eventually to help clear the table, the familiar, comfortable rhythm of an ordinary evening settling around him, and paused for a moment at the window, looking out over the same rooftops he had once watched from a small, lonely apartment above the bakery, uncertain whether he would ever feel whole again. He was whole now, entirely and completely, not because every wound had vanished without trace, but because he had learned, patiently and honestly, exactly how to carry what remained alongside people who had chosen, freely and deliberately, to carry it with him. Tomorrow there would be new students to watch for, new disputes to mediate, new lessons to pass forward the same patient way they had first been given to him. Tonight there was simply this, warm and ordinary and entirely enough, and Issei allowed himself, standing quietly at the window with his family's easy laughter filling the room behind him, to simply, fully, be present in it. He thought of Kessler's old words, spoken so long ago in that same cluttered office now gradually becoming his own, about refuge and patience and the particular, quiet work of simply holding space for other people's healing. He understood them now in a way he could not have, standing frightened and exhausted at this school's gate 5 years earlier. Refuge was never a single place, or a single choice, or a single act of leaving. It was this, built new every ordinary evening, chosen freely and offered generously, for as long as anyone needed it to remain standing. Somewhere beyond the window, the last light faded fully from the sky above Ryudai, and the quiet town settled into the easy hush of another ordinary night, holding, as it always had and always would, exactly enough room for whoever still needed to find their way to it. Issei turned from the window at last, rejoining the warm, familiar noise of the family gathered behind him, Suzu's laughter rising bright above the rest as she recounted some old story from her university lectures, Rias and Akino leaning together over the last of the evening's tea, Ren and Yuzuki still arguing cheerfully about something entirely unimportant, and Felt, settling into his usual place among them. The same complete and grateful certainty that had carried him this far already. Whatever tomorrow asked of him, whoever else still needed to find their way through Ryudai's gate in the years ahead, he would meet it exactly the way he had learned to meet everything else worth meeting. Patiently. Honestly. Surrounded always by people who had chosen, freely and completely, to build this remarkable life alongside him. To be continued.